10:30 Tuesday. It can mean only one thing. This is your Tuesday club. And well, I am imagining what we're going to be talking about is tomorrow's semi-final game against Chelsea, the World Club Cup champions. Best team in the world? No. I'm going to take a look at the teams and also just reflect on the fact that this is now going to be the sixth semi-final that Mikel Arteta has taken us to. And whether you're Arteta in or Arteta out, or you couldn't give a shit one way or the other, basically, let's all admit that if you get to 6 semi-finals, you've got to be smashing in one final. All right? So hopefully you can get past Chelsea. It looks very much like whoever gets through between Chelsea and Arsenal will be playing Manchester City in the final. Is that a good thing or a bad thing in a season where we're trying to win the title? Is it a distraction? How many of you, I know Zanzi will, how many of you remember the last League Cup, not League Cup final, that was awful, but the last League Cup win in 1993, the year we famously did the domestic cup double, playing Sheffield Wednesday twice. Replays, last gasp winners, all the glory of the cup. I remember that League Cup final that Steve Morrow scored the winner just before breaking his arm. And it was a hugely exciting day. Perhaps not as exciting as 87, but only one man has ever won the League Cup with Arsenal. Can Arteta put that right? So lots to discuss. Get your questions in, get your hellos and highs in. I'm going to go to a quick musical interlude before coming back. Gives me a chance to settle in. See you on the other side of
And dust settles, moonlight sharp like a blade. Tuesday club door swing, cool cats invade. Rosie at the helm, a queen with no crown. Snaps fingers once, the whole room quiets down. Jackets leather, glasses frosted with steam. Laughter ricochets like a well-oiled machine. Dice roll in shadows, secrets drip like wax. Stylish assassins, no need to relax. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosie rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosie rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club. Corners dim where the whispers spark flames. Stories unravel but nobody names names. Vinyl spins and beats bounce off the walls. Saxophone crying like the street light calls. The regulars know it's not just the scene. It's a haven for the sharp, the slick, the serene. Chatter like bullets ricochet through the air. Rosie's eyes sharper than a lioness stare. No drama, no mess, just rhythm and flow. Tuesday's the day, the city, let's go. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosie rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosie rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club. I got the Tuesday Mets. No light, that's the Tuesday Mets. Rosie rules, no fools.
There we are. That's enough music. Let's get on with it. Great to see so many of you in here. Make sure you hit the like button as you come in. And Matt, if you haven't yet, then you should really be subscribing so you can stay up to date every time we go live. Tuesday and Sunday, 10:30. That's enough of that. Good to see you all. How are we feeling about tomorrow? First one in. I was worried, Hawkwind. I hadn't seen you in a few. And you're usually the first one in. And when you come in, then... We heard quite a bit of music, but that is Hawkwind. Geez, how are you? Good to see you. And of course, couldn't do it without you. It's Zanzi Barbarian 5729. Hawk, nah, mate, you is that geezer, bruv, innit? Masquerading as Gen Z in a chat. Evening, landlord. I'll have a pint of Bring on the Chelsea and a packet of quad loading, please. I love it. Let's get on it. Boy 10 Dio's quad loading has to be the vibe. I don't care if you believe it or not, right? I don't care if you think it's happening or not. Just get on board. It's more fun this way. Join the banter bus. And Malia went to bed too early for the Sunday show, but thank goodness you're here. Great to see you as ever. Big up, Bossman, and all the legends in the chat. And the legends indeed. Apparently, in 1993, Malia was but -3 years old. That's no excuse. Merson's celebration after his goal. Iconic. These are iconic. Mortliki Texas is here. Yes, Landlord Zandy and all. Good to see you, sir. And Russ Morgan with an evening, friends. Love it. Good to see you, sir. It is City going into the final. What a boring game that was. What's gone on with Newcastle as well? It just didn't have the fight. It didn't want it enough. And I honestly thought that they could... I mean, that's not a good back line, is it, of Manchester City's? Although, saying all that, Semenyo looks brilliant for them. Doku looks brilliant for them. Foden's gone missing again. Ryan Cherky looks like a player. Erling Haaland, when did he last score a goal? Am I missing something? Hawkwind is a silver machine. Oh, excuse me. Is a silver machine. Hola, everybody. I've been a bit hungover from Christmas. Had a tad too much rum. No such thing. I might join you, actually. I'm currently on the cognac. None of my New Year's resolutions start until the day after tomorrow. That's how I'm putting it anyway. Oi, Razor. Tuesday night, where the ice don't melt, just singing along. Oh, you want some? I do love that song. I know it's a bit icky to say it, but I do like it. Majin, hi dude, what's up? Well, you're here. We're going to talk football. We're going to have a bit of banter and a laugh. We'll probably end up talking about what our favourite biscuits are. But I do want to discuss likely who he might be playing tomorrow, what our chances are, and you might even get the odd, this manager. Gert Lush, indeed. Hola, Zanzi. 93, I was still in school. Such whippersnappers. Whippersnappers. I was 20. Russ Morgan knows. Ben Ogidan is here. Fantastic to see you, mate. Want to hear what you think about tomorrow's game. And there he is, the man himself. Boytendio quad loading. That should be your new name, and hi, Malia. So, I was actually a bit surprised to tot it all up. Obviously, Mikel Arteta wins the FA Cup in his first half season. You often hear people say he did it with Unai Emery's team. I think when you say that, it's not quite true, is it? Because weren't most of that team actually Arsene Wenger's? So didn't he win it with a sort of combination of Arsene Wenger and Unai Emery's team? And, well, he did win it. You know, if it was Unai Emery's team, surely he should have won it. But in all of that to one side, his first half season, the FA Cup, then we got to the Europa League semi-final in his first full season, the League Cup semi-final in 21-22. Then we had the barren years, but we also got to the two semi-finals last season. So it was the Champions League, obviously, and the League Cup. And I think the League Cup was a low point last season because really thought we'd turn up against Newcastle and we just didn't. So the way Dan pronounced Majin, lol. Majin? Well, how am I supposed to pronounce it? Because someone write it phonetically. I'm not trying to be, I always try and get people's names right. It looks like Majin to me. Imagine all the people. Anthony gets a double high five. Big up Boytendio. Hi Hawkwind. Hey babes. Love it when, I do love it. You know I love it when he pops in and says, hello darlings. Should we talk a bit? We're not going to probably have time to talk about Fantasy Premier League, are we? Big up Russ indeed. It's fair if they say the FA Cup was done with Emery's team. That just meant Slot's Prem was done with Klopp's team, yeah. But it is still that thing of, there's not really Emery's team. It was mostly Arsene Wenger's team with some of Emery's players. And then it turns out Emery didn't get a lot of say in which players come in. Arteta has got a huge amount of control, which is one of the reasons why if nothing happens this season, if we don't win substantial silverware, you can obviously expect changes at board level. Hey babes, I loved it this week. Phrasing, boom. Majin is Japanese word directly translated as demon person, I think. Well, I'll have to ask my eldest then because he speaks Japanese, but in North London pubs, virtual or otherwise, you're geezer, all right? Not going to lie, I'm nervous about tomorrow because of the new manager, but that's a little bit, I think a lot of us will empathise with that feeling, but are we being massively scared? Because new manager, it's not, they didn't go out and get Xavi or Xavi Alonso, who obviously has now left Real Madrid. Standards. If you don't win something before it's possible to win something, you've got to go. Was that a good decision, bad decision? It was kind of inevitable, wasn't it? But to be worried about a new manager is one thing. To be worried about Liam Rosseña, which is how his dad says it, Rosseña, I don't know. I don't know if that is it. I want to look at who is likely to play for them and who's likely to play for us. Obviously, we have the better team on paper, but football isn't played on paper. And big up everyone in chat who I missed. Everything makes Arsenal fans nervous going by the commentary this season. I can't deny it. They are nervous about everything. Like 6 points clear isn't enough. Miss Melina, I was watching your show with Wolfie and Name Forgotten, sorry. Great to see you having a show with Chelsea fans on. If there are any Chelsea fans brave enough to step into the Adams arms. We know there are, actually, because they come in all the time saying they're better than us except for centre-backs. Like, centre-backs isn't an important position. I'll take a 0-0. Wanyeri comes on at some point. This is a great opening because I want to talk about... Is this a game for the players who haven't had as many minutes? We have some injuries. Mikel Arteta mentioned some players who are unlikely, of which one was Saliba. It's a little bit worrying, isn't it? And is there an appetite to discuss the way that we announce these injuries and how we tend to try and cover up the bad ones? I've seen certain gloomier elements saying that they don't think they'll see Mosquera again till the end of the season. I'm not sure about that, but I'm scared of no one, especially Chelsea. Good. That's exactly what we wanted. Half Volley is here. Good evening, landlord. Good evening to you, indeed. I'm really paranoid now about pronouncing your name. Majin. Want to win tomorrow by at least 2 goals. Do you? Will you be fuming or just disappointed if we don't achieve that? These are the questions I have for you. Do you know what? Let's tell it like it is, shall we? Let's spit some facts. This is not a place where I tell you stuff. I don't know shit, right? I've got questions. Hopefully together we can answer them. Lots of questions about this game tomorrow and how to feel about it. I don't like 2-legged games anyway because at full time you're only at half time and you think you're there because you got a draw at Chelsea and then I just have... My worst semi-final memory is probably Chelsea knocking us out of the Champions League 2004, last gasp, Wayne Bridge. You know, it's hard. It is really difficult. We have some bad memories. But we also have Mikel Arteta's only silverware came at the expense of Chelsea. So since he's taken over, we've done well against Chelsea. Sis Melina, the Queen of Arsenal, absolutely. Hi, Jordan. Gary's here from Don't Waste a Trip. I hope you guys are all subscribing to each other. Denny Wista Trap. Great to see you, mate. Oi, you Bristolian. Got some Gertlush cider from Antarctica. Thought it looks more like Guinness, or maybe it's just a penguin. Silly ass. Nervous that Arteta will play Odegaard over Eze. Nervous that Arteta won't rotate. Nervous about Portsmouth. Nervous about United. Nervous about Crystal Palace. Nervous about tactics. Does it matter that our fan base are basically... jumpier than a box of hot fleas? Thanks for joining show earlier, Malia T96 Anthony. DWTT, hi Gary, bye Gary. I haven't seen that in a while. It's good to see that. Arsenal fans pee at the slightest hiccup like neurotic little puppies suffering PTSD. I do love it, especially coming from Texas. Like, you know, you imagine it's like, pull yourself together, boy. We got ourselves a semi-final. How am I doing? Coach Jordash is here. Well, it's been a while. How the hell are you? Hey, bro, I'm very well. I'm enjoying getting back into the swing of things. I'm enjoying the Adams Arms a great deal. I'm glad you're back. Tell me where you've been, what you've been up to. Nervous about Arteta subs. Nervous about Win the Dogs diet. Nervous. Everything. I get it. I do get it. I still drink it. I'll still drink it, Zanzi. Just get down to put an umbrella. I've got the umbrella still. I've got to do another Tropic Arsenal. It's cold enough. It's definitely cold enough to justify it. And there's lots of helloing. Sorry, I'm a bit snippy this week. No, bring it. I love your energy. And then we got, if we don't win by 2 goals, I'll be nervous. I want a scenario whereby our players are nervous. Typing that after what we've been saying. I want a scenario whereby our players are playing with little stress going into there's something in this. Do you know what? Let's have a heated debate. I think maybe what we need is for the players to go in thinking it's going to be a real challenge. Because that's when we see the best of them. Against Newcastle last year in the first game, it looked like they thought they were just going to have a stroll in the park. Occasionally, Arsenal players do take to the field with a sort of casualness that's really bloody irritating, and I hope they don't do it tomorrow. I get a feeling that my prediction would be ultimately that Mikel Arteta is going to try and slow down the first 20 minutes of the game. He's going to try and make it so that we take the sting out of the fans and then we try and grow into the game. And I just don't like it. Honestly, I'm not a football manager. What do I know? But if it was me, I'd want the first 20 minutes to be high impact. I'd want to scare the home fans rather than bore them. See what happens, though. Let me know what you think it's going to say. There it is. Hello, Gary. Bye, Gary. Boy Tendia, that's what the surgeon doing vasectomy said. I missed the bit that led to... I missed the setup. I'm a bit snippy. Oh, not good. Jose's here. BX Gunner, 8129. Always good to see you. Are you nervous? Do you think it's going to happen? Did you miss me saying that this is now the 6th semi-final? I know there's one or two of us. I think there's a general middle ground where most Arsenal fans are. And let's say we get absolutely battered in the semi-final by Chelsea, and that's the 6th time we've made a semi-final and only made it to the final once. It is hard to keep having faith if you looked at Arteta's time at Arsenal so far, it was semi-final. It's just second place. I'm not trying to start an in or out debate. I'm just saying I do get it when fans of Arsenal going into the League Cup semi-final aren't fully confident. But I think you have to be a bit chest out. You do. You have to be a little bit, I'm having it. Jose, half volley, let's put the tie to bed tomorrow. It'd be fantastic if we did. It would be fantastic if we did. I just have a... Look, last time we went to Stamford Bridge, they had 10 men for most of the game and we didn't go at them. I think you've got to try and get a 2-0 lead in this game. Because if you play aggressively, if you play full on and you go at them and you do everything attacking, you don't mind if you concede goals, then whatever happens, even if you lose 2-0, if you're losing 2-0, maybe shore it up and take it home. But if you're 2-0 up, keep at them. That's what I think, anyway. Good evening, Rude One Star, Box Fresh. We haven't lost at the Emirates. No. That's true. But, we have drawn. So, look, I'm on board with everybody who's saying they want a 2-0 lead. But that's what we want. What are we getting? And I'm going to do this in quick succession. Read a few more comments and then bring on the specialists. So we have, and also fantastic to see Mr. Tom. So I love it when you come in, you know that.
Almost everything has something to do with Leeds United. Mr. Tom, that's my name. That name again is Mr. Tom.
Brilliant to see you. And almost everything does have something to do with Leeds United. How can we spin Leeds United into tonight? Lots two-legged affair suits our game. If that's true, why have we not qualified for one? Do you know what I mean? Like, we've qualified for semi-finals over 2 legs like 3 or 4 times now and never got through one. So I'm not sure I agree with you. But everything is debatable. I don't have any... Look, let me put it to you this way. Like most things, I don't have any very strong opinions. I invite you to have your say. Maybe I'll come over to your side. I can forgive him for the Champions League semi-final. Yep. Ryan's here. Great to see you. Evening indeed. Come on, we're talking as if we're playing West Ham 2-0 against Chelsea with a new manager at Stamford Bridge. I can't see it. Look, there's so much sense being spoken already. I better drink more Courvoisier. But in order to keep the balance of me drinking Courvoisier and basically rambling, I am introducing assistants of Zanzi Barbarian, now known as Zanzi, and Gary from Don't Waste a Trip. 2 of the best regulars to join me up here. Thank you so much for being up here. Zanzi, how are you?
Fine, but I'd love to see... Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, brother?
We can all hear you, but I've had to move away from the curtains.
I just need Gary to turn his camera a bit more to the right.
Gary knows you do. Gary's a tease.
But before Gary blurts, can I just say, maybe Mr. Arteta, someone's putting bromide in his tea because he's having problems because he can't get past the semi stage, can he? Boom.
Gary.
Hello,
I'm
Gary.
going to
Hello.
you for
Thanks
obvious
for having me,
reasons.
Dan. Zanzi.
Please rate a
Chat.
level.
Hello.
Curtains.
Chat. Yeah.
Curtains.
Listen. I'm going to go to Gary. Gary, what's your
Yes, sir.
take on tomorrow? What are your feelings, your predictions, your thoughts? What should happen?
What should happen? We should smash him.
Should
Bash
we?
him.
We
should.
didn't smash them when they were down to 10.
No,
men.
we should. I said we. You said what should we do? We should do that. We have the team to do that.
Play Havertz, Jesus, and Gyökeres up front. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We have all the tools. This is why it's disappointing when it doesn't happen. But we have. I think we have all the tools in the tool belt to get the job done, right? Our defense travels, right? So defense should be solid. Like, I mean, they scored off of a header, which it was a little off last time, but that's really all they really threatened us with as much, right? We have
I
to do a
know,
lot
but-
better.
I know, but they had like 10 players on the pitch. We had 11 for 60 minutes.
And that's why we need to and I think Arteta's going to have to take a risk at some point. That guess what?
Yeah.
You know what? The pass might not get through 100% of the time, but the times that it does, we punish them with it. You know what I mean? We might have to do one of those type of things as opposed to just make the safe pass where you don't threaten the goal, right?
Yeah.
He's going to have to take a little bit of a risk there and let these players, kind of release the reins and let
Well,
them have a
kind
little bit of
what I
fun
was
out
saying
there.
earlier. I would say to the players, we're attacking today. You, if the pass to someone ahead of you is an 80% pass, take it. Take whatever you need to, run at them, and don't stop running at them until we're somewhere near.
So Eze should start if that's the case because he will make that pass.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, it's interesting. Odegaard had 2 really good games followed by 2 really average games. Eze was anonymous. I know it's Portsmouth and it's really about the performance more than anything. But I'm not sure who I pick in this situation. But we will go through the team lineups. I also want to introduce. I love that he's now almost permanently going to be bad audio Bobby. There you go. Can we hear you?
Evening,
Essex
gentlemen.
pub.
Now, this is a $1 million question.
Bobby.
How you doing,
Sounds good to
Zanzi?
me.
How are you, gentlemen? You good?
All good indeed. I'm a little bit distracted by trying to find the right format. I don't like all the. Well, does it matter? I'll leave the boxes as they are, little wee boxes.
Don't you play with my box?
You know
He's had
what?
one of
You
those
know,
moods
I
today.
thought I didn't think this was that kind of show. I thought
He's fruity today, isn't he? God, dear. All that
Well,
banana.
we've got an
Zanzi.
easy game tomorrow. That's why.
Shush.
Easy game
no one's
tomorrow.
Buying it. No one's buying it. What's your thoughts tomorrow? Bad audio, Bobby.
I'm nervous, to be honest.
That's so funny. Did you see the chat earlier? Tell me you haven't seen the chat yet. It's like we
I've
just think
not, no.
Arsenal fans are nervous about everything. Like, it's so funny. Everyone's
It's
going,
very, very true. Very true.
We're a bit knees knocking here. I'm all right. Fuck it, it's only Chelsea.
The way I feel about it is I'm nervous for 2 reasons because I think it's going to apply a lot of fatigue for the weekend. That's the main reason. And I want him to rotate for tomorrow and potentially go for the Portsmouth
I can't
lineup.
deal with it. I can't deal with it. You know, that's like you're literally pulling the pin on the Gluminati hand grenade. Do you know what I mean? Like it rotate doesn't take it seriously enough. Like you feel that coming. Like Chelsea may not be as good as Chelsea of yesteryear, but they're still a top Premier League side. You can't be. Maybe bring in Kepa. I'll give you that.
Beyond Rice, are they that significant differences though in personnel?
isn't
What,
Chelsea
except for
better
Rice?
than Nottingham Forest? If you're
Dunno.
going to tone it
I
down
don't
for a
know.
particular team, wouldn't you tone it down for Nottingham Forest and not
No,
Chelsea?
not-
Like if you, no, I'm just saying because
No, I agree with you to that extent. I do agree with you, but I think the fact that that crop of players have just experienced some success at Fratton Park, I think the momentum they've grafted from that should be offered the opportunity for. I'm optimistic to an extent either way, but I think those players that were successful against Portsmouth, regardless what anybody says, it was Portsmouth. I thought it was an incredible performance, and I just think they should be given a bit of leeway. And I agree, Rice and Zubimendi. But beyond that, I think we've got enough there to kind of be competitive, and it is across two legs. That's my take on it. I'm a bit down the line on this one. I'm not completely convinced that.
I hate easing up on a team. We do that too much.
I get
we ease
that.
up on a team.
I agree with you to that extent, but what I'd like to ask you is, does the performance against Portsmouth deserve some credit in the bank for those players? Or does the performance of Liverpool afford those players another crack at the whip against Chelsea now?
Guys, I'm just going to introduce Benny's here.
Hi, Benny.
Hello.
Great
Hello.
to see you. It's been
Hello.
loved having you on last time you were on.
Yeah, if we're gonna go by Arteta doesn't work that way, because if he did, then players that have gotten braces and hat tricks would get minutes, and we've seen that doesn't really matter sometimes. So he's got whatever. If it's Arteta, he's gonna go back to his strengths on tomorrow, and it's gonna be probably that Liverpool team that we're talking about, and they're gonna get to redeem themselves there, because I think they could have played better in the Liverpool match. I think we need to be able to get string together some games with a similar team, as opposed to chopping out. They had 10 different players, and he got the job done. But now he might need to go back to the rested players and get whatever our best 11 is now, because it changes every week.
So
right?
that's a segue. That's the point I want to get to, right? So before we do, what I'd like to do is just go through who we think is going to be playing tomorrow. Because the question is, do you rest players? How seriously do you take all of that? We'll address who's going to be picked. But before we do that, how are you feeling about it, Benny?
I'm slightly confident. I guess I'm not as nervous as everybody else. I get due to the fact that I know we don't concede more than 2 goals normally.
Yeah.
Normal in not like most matches average. I don't think we've conceded more than 2 goals this season, and seeing that it's a 2-leg affair.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we concede 1 goal, I know we will definitely have them at Emirates. So I'm not as, if we can escape with a 0-0, maybe I might be in the minority, but I'm confident we can have them at the Emirates, because everybody by that time Havertz will be alive and kicking.
Don't jinx it, because you say that and then suddenly the coach.
And the other players will probably will have a full strength squad by then, and they would have actually had more rest, because we have in between some of the fixtures we have Kairat. And then we have Inter Milan. Kairat was going to rest.
We've got some dead rubbers, basically.
Exactly.
Doesn't
So
really matter.
We also got a great draw against Wigan as well.
Exactly. So I'm expecting us to have at least some rest. Some of our players will be fresh for that.
Okay, so that's where I want to start with. We normally, when we're deciding team lineups for a coming game, it's a sort of obviously David Raya in goal. It's not obvious in the League Cup, is it? So David Raya has yet to play in the League Cup. Kepa has taken us this far. It's not like he's getting game time in the Champions League or the Premier League. How many of you would start with Kepa or Arrizabalaga tomorrow?
No.
Gary, is that a yes?
Yes, that's a yes.
I think I'm with you, and Bobby. So everyone, basically, just everyone, but that just went like, do you see this psychology emotion? Oh, if Gary's got those curtains, if he's saying it, I have to say it. No, all right, okay. I don't know, I think we're all on the same page except Zanzi. Zanzi, what's your reasoning for bringing Raya in and not allowing Kepa the glory he's worked for?
None really. Yeah, but then,
really tough
I can understand Kepa coming in, because if we had Kepa, we had Havertz, and we had Madueke, all three Chelsea boys, and they all want to prove something. So it's a
Oh, I didn't
possible
think of
yes
that.
for Kepa.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna say if we had Neto of last season, then I would be advocating for Raya to start. Raya.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, this Kepa's a look at. I know Kepa's probably the cheapest signing anywhere in the world at £5 million. But he's all right, you know. Thing is, he's kind of interchangeable with David Raya, but without quite as many clean sheets. But so, are we saying Kepa Arrizabalaga is our number one? Good. Yeah. Okay. Right back. Now, I don't really know what the full scale. I think Saliba's definitely out. Calafiori's definitely out. Mosquera's definitely out.
I think they said Saliba and Trossard is like he
50-50.
he didn't give 100% that they were out, but definitely
But-
Calafiori and Nkapie were.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Mosquera. So we have some injuries, not as bad as other teams, and injuries, you're not allowed to talk about them anyway. But at right back, coming back to the Portsmouth result, there were some players where you thought, I think chief among them, there were some players where you just thought, actually, if they made a really good case to get into the team on a more consistent basis. Who are we going with at right back?
Ben White.
And the only way that's going to happen is Timber's playing left back, right?
Exactly, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Just make sure
You're reading my mind here.
it comes
Is
as a pair.
Is that how you decided it? Because you got Miles Lewis Skelly on the left? Oh, because you don't want to play Miles Lewis Skelly on the left. You just want to play Timber on the left and Ben White
For
on the
this
right.
game, I would, yeah.
Or Timber could be playing centre back as well. Just say if Saliba is out.
But that
I
means
I haven't enjoyed Timber at centre back. I know he played centre back for Ajax, but I think he's been arguably my least favourite centre back we've tried.
But you never had Gabriel with him when he played centre back, though, did he?
No. But now you're in the realms of maybe this will work, maybe that will work, or I'd rather go out with this will
with
work.
certainties, yeah.
Yeah. I sort of posed the question because I thought Ben White was really impressive, solid for me against Portsmouth. Felt like a good team game. But I really like Ben White, and I think at right back. But I wonder if the intensity of this game is going to get to him. He's definitely, if he was fully fit, he gets into this team for me because they're going to be up for it physically, and they're going to want to show their fans that there's a change happening, and they're going for it. That could be their vulnerability, but we do have to be prepared for it. And Ben White is the kind of player that he's king of shithousery. He's not going to, he's going to be.
And if he
perfect in
brings that to the game, they might be down 10 men. And it might be the goalkeeper.
Well, putting at the old clubs again. Tyrell Gunner TV's here. Good to see you, mate. Big up. I have concerns about MLS at left back, Chelsea, and then probably target him. This is the interesting contrast, isn't it? So on the one hand, I thought Ben White played brilliantly against Portsmouth. It was everything you wanted him to be, solid, dependable. But consistently this season, there's been worries around Miles Lewis Skelly at fullback for me.
I don't know what's happened to him. He's clearly regressed.
I listen. You know what? That is the way that people see. It's a natural, logical way to see it, right? But if he's a student of something, then there are going to be times where you make helter-skelter progress, and you look like the greatest, and then all kinds of things can be happening to him. The fear of loss in a guy of his age, where he was the first choice left back for his country, and it's not even his position. He really wants to play in midfield. Now he's not getting an option to play at all. I don't know, but I think you'll see swings like this in confidence in players, and really big teams just are able to guide them through it by restricting minutes. In the last 3 years up to now, if that had happened, we'd have to play him anyway. I think with Gyökeres and Miles Lewis Skelly, you can just bring them in gradually. Same with Nwaneri. But Miles Lewis Skelly, if we're just talking about the statement you made, regressed. Yeah, he has. I don't think there's any question about that. His performances have not been anything like the performances that catapulted him into the first team. I think my theory would be when you sign Hincapié and you're using him on the left, and you've got Calafiori doing well on the left, and there's just too much competition for that place, I'd say.
Yeah. I think he's trying to do too much, and he's putting himself at risk. I mean, his positioning when he comes out, he gets beat every time. It seems he comes out, he doesn't see where the attacker is. Next thing you know, the attacker's by him, and he's chasing him down consistently. Like he's trying to do too much sometimes, getting himself into trouble
there
without
is a
having
reality to what you're saying as well, which is like, look, how many times you've seen a player come in and have a great first season because people haven't worked out what they're doing yet, and then by the second season, these Premier League players are like, no, I know what you're up to. He's being manhandled more than he was. Really, one of my most irritating things as an Arsenal fan is when I have to listen to people saying, oh, Arteta might repurpose Miles Lewis-Skelly as a midfielder. It's like, no, that's who he is. He's a midfielder playing as a left-back. It's going to be hard for him because we've got Zubimendi, Declan Rice in the positions he really wants to play. And now Calafiori and Hincapié, as well as Timber, are in the position that he has repurposed to play. I can't see where else you play him. I don't think I want to loan anyone out. But I'm definitely not playing him tomorrow. Is anyone picking him for tomorrow's game?
No. Skelly, no.
And I'm sad to say that, to be honest. I would have. I think he brings, when we talk about shithousery and confidence as a persona, I think he carries it. And it's sad to see that he has. But to be fair, I'm not going to be over dramatic about it. I think he's just had a few bad games. That's all it comes down to. I don't think his level or ceiling's been affected. I think he's gone for a bit of bad form. And I think this might be the best thing for him, going for a bit of bad form, because he won't go to the World Cup, unfortunately. And that means he spends a full pre-season and he's fitter than Calafiori and Hincapié across that period. So when we look at kicking off the season again, we have a fully fit Miles Lewis-Skelly, we have a pre-seasoned Ben White, we have Gyökeres, a few players that have actually missed out on pre-seasons due to injuries and can really make a good go of it for next year.
I'm not going to start talking about next year. What are you doing to me?
Sorry.
No, I mean, if he's not, I mean, he's probably not the first or second left back, right?
Well,
if we're healthy. So for me, if he's going to be working on anything, he should work on his preferred position. It's almost like when Saka came in and he was playing fullback in the beginning, just because he could get on the field doing it, right? Mm-hmm. Eventually, he moved up the pitch to where he's I think he's better suited, right? He's more of an attacker, anyways. He just can play. He's just a footballer that can play anywhere on the pitch.
I would love to see Miles Lewis-Skelly as a deputy to Declan Rice. I think you have players like Norgard and Marino, and they are great, and there's all kinds of rotation that sees them get minutes. But if there was a long-term injury to Declan Rice, I'd bite the bullet and say, okay, this is your chance now, to really show what you've got in your ideal position. But we're not playing, it looks like we're not playing Miles Lewis-Skelly, so that really does only leave Timber, doesn't it?
Yep. Not necessarily.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because Norgard could play a centre-back because he's done that, which means that Hincapié can go left-back.
No, Hincapié's not playing.
Isn't he?
No.
Oh.
He's
injured.
I think he was play fighting with Marino on top of some stairs.
All that talk about who's going to start tomorrow. We're going to go with basically the Portsmouth back line with minus Skelly. You know what I mean? And actually the back five.
Well, you're not putting
minus Skelly.
You're not putting Norgard in. Oh, yeah, maybe you are actually.
Well, who else are you going to put in?
Oh yeah, shit.
Everybody else is an if. They might be available, right? You don't have another center back right now that's actually played, that's available. You want to take him while he's hot, right? You might as well take him back these back-to-back games, and then hopefully you'll get somebody back for the weekend.
So I'm going to read some of these comments. I have concerns about. We've just sort of covered this, but we all agree with you. I have concerns about MLS at left back. Chelsea will probably target him. I think we've kind of gone for Timber. Obviously, let me know in the comments if you disagree with any of these. Big up chat indeed. Best chat in the world. Eze will link up with Martinelli. Interesting. We are coming to that position. Anyone who can't turn up against Portsmouth shouldn't be on the pitch. Harsh but fair. Who knew that he was so tough? Okay. Hey, Sean's here. Good to see you, mate. What's in the box? In the box. The only reason I'm nervous is because we've never been past the semis. It was like Porto in the Champions League, that relief when we finally got through. Yeah. Bar is busy tonight, huh? Yeah. Like it busy. Full house tonight. There's a few missing that I hope will still pop in. Collis is usually in by now. He might be lower down. It's because I don't get through the chat quick enough. I play Football Manager. How Arteta manages, I don't care if the player just got a hat-trick. I'm running a rotation unless the player is a teenager. Boy, Tendia, do you know what? Like, I am thinking about doing a Football Manager segment on the Gouda channel because it is such a good game. But I'm the same with you. Having played it for many, many years, and it's just an approximation of real life. I'm not pretending it's an accurate simulation. But when a player's on 90% and they're really good, you're still better off playing a slightly less good player on 100%. Because these matches are full throttle. And I'd rather not wear out the really good players in this match. There's a part of me that thinks, you could almost put out a second string here and just tell them go and have fun and get goals. Because some of the players that you'd put out in the second string would get into the midfield and attack. They might have more goals in them at the moment. We beat Chelsea, then we lose to Forest. Our Q fan base implosion. It's already happening. The fan base is basically like a massive star that's imploding in on itself. It just takes ages, but people are being dragged in everywhere, Play your best team, whoever is fit for the next two games. 0-0, SliceX87. Is it SliceX87? I might have been saying it wrong. I'm so sorry. But I agree with you. Play your best team for whoever's fit next two games. But then you look ahead past that and think, we really could have done with more. I just think some players need a rest. This is semi-final of a League Cup. What a statement it sends out if you make some changes, put a second string side and batter Chelsea. Rotate for the UCL game against Inter. Yeah, definitely play loads of second string. Oh, there he is. I said I missed him. Col is here. Great to see you. Haven't conceded more than 2 in 1,000-odd games. I heard we'd never conceded more than 2 goals. That's the story I heard. Prove me wrong. I think our players will be up for it and we beat them comfortably. Our players don't forget being embarrassed. God, I hope you're right. Jose, I really hope you're right. We've got to go strong. Bar is busy tonight, yes. If one more jumps on 3 beers or round in order of the barman. I've been watching too much Peaky Blinders. I haven't watched enough. Dan's favourite team, Kairat. Hey, Karate! Then come on and get free booze. The booze is free all night. It's here at the Tuesday Club. If Kepa is eligible to play against his parent club, yes. Yes.
It's only when it's a loan, right? It's only when it's a loan, right? He's
I know it's 5 million. People have paid more to loan a player. But no, it's definitely he's one of ours. Don't worry about that. We've wiped the stench of Chelsea off him. Well, Malia, jumping on so I can get my free scrumpy. Mm-hmm. Is Saliba out for tomorrow? Yes, I think he's out. Hi, Andy, by the way. Yeah, I think he's out. I'd be mind games. I love it. I was literally. That is. What perfect phrase to sum up the fact that I was literally just going to say that and then I scrolled down and you'd said it. Yeah, there is a suggestion that maybe Arteta's playing some sort of poker game of, I'm not going to tell you who's fit, but that just drives me mad. Just come out and go, 6 weeks for I don't know. If Arteta, when asked about Mosquera's injury, said, I don't know because I'm not a doctor, am I? I don't know. Don't bring me your PC and ask me to fix that either. I'm a football coach and / manager, and I pick the players. But if the medical team tell me they're fit, they're fit. And if they say they're not fit and they don't know how long it's going to take to get them fit, then how the hell am I supposed to know? But
Trossard's is out for tomorrow as well.
Yeah,
I just found out.
Yeah, according to the press conference. I bet none of us watch the press conference. I watch it dutifully. But I have ADHD, so
I don't watch it. I just read the notes just to see if he said anything. But no, you don't want to watch him. Don't watch it. Don't waste your eyes on him.
I'm usually never watched the whole one without starting to do something else.
This was a short one though, right? It wasn't even that long.
6.5 minutes.
Yeah. I've watched longer ads.
I could have watched Dancing Queen twice. I was like, come on, man.
That's how long an ad for Purcell is on Amazon Prime nowadays.
I tried to watch. I don't understand the format. I don't like. I'm going to come out here.
He's lying to us anyways.
Of
So
course.
once I realized he's gonna lie to me, I said, you know what? I'm not listening to you anymore because you're gonna lie. I know half the things coming out are a lie. The other half you're not gonna tell me anyways. So then what's the
Yeah.
why? Why?
And it's, you know what? Like, the reality is most of these press conferences are just waiting for a manager to have a meltdown. They are water torture. Can you tell us about the injuries? You know, is Saliba signing a new contract? Can you tell us a thing that you've been told not to tell us, please? Can you tell us a thing that if you tell us, it'll be like really amazing because no one's supposed to know? Like a gender reveal. No, it's not. Do you know what I mean? Like nothing in those press conferences. I don't know why people bother. It makes people angry. It doesn't answer any questions. I'm not starting Ben White against the Premier League team. I get it. I get it. I am. We've made that decision. That's suicide. I love it. Imagine it. Like, now imagine you're
I
Scotty
don't
from
think
the
we have a
Starship
choice.
Enterprise.
It's either Skelly or White. Pick one. I don't think we have a choice.
Boy, tend to go.
We had we had two strings of four in the back line, and now we just named what, three of them that are starters that on their day
I think I,
are
I read his chat. I think he suggested starting Saka at left back.
Oh, you spoiler alert. It's
Sorry.
about to go down there. Like, oh, come on. I think it's better than playing MLS. Malia, you still in the chat? Why do Chelsea have on left wing? Everyone. That's the only position they sign players, isn't it?
I think it's Neto on the left. So
They got Neto and Sancho and someone else you haven't heard. It's just like everyone Gittins.
Esteval on the
left.
right, if based on
do
what
you know
they've done
what?
in the past, I think. So.
It is the perennial clown car, isn't it? You just open it and another flat-footed left winger rolls out, and they're all rubbish. As soon as you play for Chelsea, they take all your joy and humour out of you. We need Timber against Esteval. Ben White should be good for Neto. Andy, I think I might be all right for Neto, to be honest with you.
Neto hasn't played well this season anyway.
I don't like him. Ever since he scored that goal against us, to be fair, which was a worldie. Really good goal. Not maybe a worldie, but a really good goal. But,
I like to
don't
think
rate
we
Neto.
won't give him that opportunity. We all just ran away from that 18-yard line and gave him the shot. I was kind of
Out of
screaming.
nowhere.
I was like, "What are you doing? Don't give him that space." And they gave him the space.
That's what you want. That's what I want. I want you beamed into the dressing room like afterwards going, what were you doing? Silly. Close him down. That's what we weren't really doing at Liverpool, but they weren't driving at us. Chelsea will drive at us tomorrow, but they will turn the ball over. Let Kepa play as many Carabao as he can. Raya should be first choice for the Champions League and the League. FA Cup is a bit more debatable. I'd play Kepa against weaker opposition, use Raya for the tough ones. I would go with that. I think that's fair. But then you get to the point where I watched Kepa Aretha Balaga in a Crystal Palace penalty shootout, right? And it was getting a bit boring. Do you know what I mean? I want him to get a little bit nearer. Just otherwise, it's like, don't even go in the goal. If you're just going to be that far away from it, like we have to wait for you to go over there and then walk over there. Just let him take it before you're in there. Do you know what I mean? It's not fucking. And then he saved one at the end, and I was like, oh, good. Go to the pub now. Fucking hell, penalty shootouts. So I don't know. If it comes down to it, I always want David Raya in goal because I've seen David Raya pull off saves just even this season, which are like, the man's not human. He's just not, you know. Saves that he's made, and you want that in the big games. Ben White can't hack this game. Oh, I don't know. Making it about Leeds again.
He just he hates Ben White. Has nothing to do with his footballing.
No, well, what? Well, it does because he left Leeds. He didn't want to stay in the.
Yeah, not only
Leeds-
that, but he cheered when he scored against them. That's the thing that really got his skin.
Yeah, that's a new thing that you're not allowed. Mind you. Yeah, no, I don't have an opinion on that. I'm not going to.
He's an interesting character as well, isn't he, Ben White?
I would say, look, hear me out. First one of the show, right? Hear me out. I'm going to say something and no one's going to agree with me. He's a really intelligent, very British humour, I would say he has. He's very droll. He's incredibly... He says things like, I don't know, I don't watch football. And immediately everyone just goes, he doesn't watch football? What kind of footballer doesn't watch football? And goes, I don't know. But a lot of German footballers, when I've seen interviews with them, they don't watch it either. They're like, it's my job, man. Like, how many people... I wonder how many bus drivers go home and play bus driver simulations on their computers. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think for your job. I don't know. But I think he's a really intelligent guy. And what was really fascinating was when it all blew up between him and Southgate's England setup, to listen to the players that came to his defence. And, you know, it was a bit of a PR stunt, but the Arsenal players came out and they all said the same things about him, which surprised me. They said he's a warrior. He's always got your back. He's who you want next to you in the trenches. He's got a great spirit. He's just so competitive. He wants to win everything. And then I think about the fact that his dad doesn't like football, but he still had the discipline to put himself through to the level it must have taken to become a professional. That's single-mindedness, that's determination, that's a touch of the Sol Campbell's about him. I think he's not the sort, he's a typical Sigma. He's not going to be the most popular guy in the room until you know him. And I think when you're really in the shit, I'd probably throw him on right back, Timber left back, Gabriel Saliba. I think those four all have that warrior spirit. Ben White's had his chance. There's not a day goes by, Mr. Tom, that he doesn't wish he was still at Leeds. Despite the frozen temperatures, despite everything being like it was in the 80s. People are way too quick to judge our teenagers. Actually, when you put it like
Absolutely.
Or talk about them in general, actually. You know?
Like even when we consider the way we frame the whole Ethan, Miles Lewis Skelly, if you compare them to any other 18-year-olds this year that had actually appeared, the worlds apart. They've all had stints. There's not really many 18-year-olds that have been that consistent. People look at Adam Wharton and they think, oh, he's been consistent all the time. He hasn't. He's just in a team where his great performances will stand out and his average performances will just not be a big deal. So when you're at the top of the league and there's such a spotlight on these two, it's really sad to see sometimes.
Bobby, you know what I think, to build on your point? When you're playing at a team that's challenging for the title, every game that you're in is dramatic. If you're playing for Crystal Palace, there's games that you kind of lose and no one really talks about.
Exactly.
So exactly what you're saying is that the spotlight and pressure on a player coming into a team like ours is considerably different from a smaller club like Crystal Palace, where there really isn't anyone on the bench that's going to steal your position long term.
Yeah.
I think in Per Mertesacker, which I haven't touched on yet,
Sad shame.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth the show on its own, honestly. But it's the timing of it is weird for me. So there's some intrigue there. I know nothing about it. If anyone does, and obviously we can talk about it. But our development of our youth has sort of transferred, has morphed a little bit from a couple of years ago, where you could argue, or even just the Chido Obi Martin and Aidan Heaven transfers. That was a down point, and we were saying like, how are we losing these players who say they don't want to stay at Arsenal? And yeah, it might be that they're offered lots more money, but in the case of some, it wasn't. Mario Kozu-Dubry and Roel Walters, it wasn't that they wanted more money, it's just they wanted to get away. So I was starting to say, is everything all right in the Per Mertesacker regime? But I had lots, like most things, I come out and go, change my mind. And I feel like people did start to change my mind on it, actually. And I did start to think, you know what, there has been a good evolution of players through the academy, better than you'd expect. But so him leaving now, is that part of, you know, are we managing the reputations of these players well enough? Are we doing enough good PR? Are we throwing them in too early? Are we putting Marley Salmon on just so he becomes the youngest FA Cup player? Are we doing things like we did? It felt like with Nwaneri, we brought him on so he could be the youngest player to have minutes, but then he didn't really play. Everything we do is under greater scrutiny than everything Palace do. But our young players, I think, are on target for where you'd expect them to be, are they not?
I'd say so. I think with the scenario, if you look back at Chido Obi Martin and Aidan Heaven, I feel as though if they'd stuck around, Chido, especially that season, would have got some game time, which he's never been afforded at United. And Aidan, I think, could have been some form of a squad player.
Aidan would have played. I mean, Aidan would have played ahead of Marley.
I think that season before Chido went and we had all those injuries, that would have been a prompt opportunity to him for the following season, because we had some options and then everyone was injured when he left, and then he didn't get a chance at United. So I think that taught Arteta a lesson in terms of kind of, I've got to factor these guys into the squad, and everybody's looking at the Chelsea blueprint. Even if they don't make it here, we can kind of potentially loan them down the line and earn some incredible money as well.
I mean, that's Hutchison is an example as well. Like, I believe Arsenal told him what would happen. He'd go out on loan.
And
He didn't
since
believe.
then,
He
he's
didn't think.
told
He
him
didn't
when
think
they-
that was an option for him.
No, he
Chelsea
said
probably told-
he's
but
been the
I-
apocryphal figure though, because he said to Wanyeri, "Trust me, it's not worth it. Stay."
Yeah.
You know.
No.
like,
Yeah.
He,
No, but I mean, he
has
ended up
now
going to
got
Chelsea,
career.
and they loaned him out anyways. And you're like, you left Arsenal to go.
Mario Koziudubi goes
yeah,
to Brighton
yeah,
and ends up
yeah.
at Blackburn. You know, like
Yeah.
instead of staying at Arsenal and going
Yeah,
on loan.
they
to
don't. I don't
Blackburn.
think they. I think Arsenal tells. I believe Arsenal tells them the truth. They don't want to hear it. All right, they don't want to
Maybe
hear
that's
it,
it.
and then they go off, and then the same thing happens. And you're like, you could have just stayed here. There's more
Yeah,
like
yeah,
if you look
but
at where we
then
are.
I think we're doing some mental gymnastics there a little bit. Like in jobs I've had in the past is managing what's happened, why people are leaving, like chief of staff positions, where you go, okay, there's a lot of people leaving this department. Why? And my first thing isn't, oh well, we're being too honest with them. It's that the environment isn't keeping them, and we have some really positive news in the first team. Is almost exclusively positive. No one wants to leave. Everybody signs contract extensions. When it comes to the young people coming through, we're always making them promises or not making them promises, and those promises or not promises help them to decide whether they're going to stay or not. But these are just suggestions. I mean, even what you're saying, Gary, I agree with you. We might say what we think is going to happen to Hutchison, but if someone gets a significant injury and he gets thrown and he does really well, you can't predict. You know, we've talked about it earlier. Saka starts as a left wing back, and they would have said, look, we need you in there. Because he does really well, he stays in and works his way up. Ainsley Maitland-Niles throws his toys out of the pram, doesn't want to be a wing back. And where is he now? I literally don't. I think it's Marseille or something. But the point would be, well, so far, yeah, maybe I'm starting to disagree with myself actually.
No, I mean, like I said, I feel like we tell the truth, and like you said, the environment probably isn't one that, you know what, maybe I will stick it out, right? And maybe it is easy to go elsewhere because I don't trust these guys anymore, even though they might be telling me the truth.
That's why I'm starting to second guess myself, because you think like they could not like it for that reason. It does fit, but I still was under the impression that not all was well, and so. But I sort of done a 180 on Per Mertesacker, and maybe it's too soon.
I mean, there's lots of good there, and there's lots of bad. And you know, when you look at it, I mean, you got to if you said you have a Max Dowman now, you have an Nweri, you go, that's the good parts. But then you look at, you know, could have Heaven made a difference for us? I think so.
See, this is the problem with Per Mertesacker.
Could he have made more of a difference than Malu Skelly though?
No.
There we go.
Mazo, Skelly, and Wary, Dowman are at different levels to Hutchinson and Heaven for sure.
But can I just say, look, what's Ethan Wanyeri is 19 years old now, right?
Yeah.
I just thought there was a thing that really struck me was the way we used to do things. Needed head of the youth team, head of the academy. Let's go and get a guy who's never done anything like that before. Need a sporting director. Obviously, let's just go and get someone who's not really had long to do this and get any good at it. And a manager that's never done anything but coach. And that was the Arsenal way. We threw these three guys at jobs. Edu, I think we're all glad, is gone now. And I'm starting to wonder if it's part of a rethink. Like, hang on a minute. We've brought Andrea Berta in, and the difference between Berta and Edu is it's like hiring someone who has fixed a toilet before versus hiring someone who has not fixed a toilet before. Yeah. You know?
Yeah. I always thought on that thing that, okay, if you're gonna bring Arteta in, then make sure everything around him is really very good, right? Because you can't bring in a rookie manager and then go, you know what, I'm going to bring in somebody who's going to feed you, is going to go buy the goods for you, right? and they
Why
don't know
would
what
you?
they're doing
Like,
either.
That's the question, isn't it? Why would you go, right, everybody here has never done this before. Now let's go. It's a £1 billion company.
And
Let's
if you're going to
go.
do that, then at the least go out there and get the number one option
Everything.
at whatever position you want to make it easy for him. If you're going to, because he's not going to be able to do the things that a Pep is going to do and take a player that might be at this level and boost him up a little bit because of the system. Not in his first job. Not in his first job. If you said go out there and you get a Haaland and you bring him in, that might makes things a little bit easier for an Arteta
I
in his
don't know,
first job.
because then you've got the same problem I think Liam Rosenior's got when he goes to Chelsea. They're all like, sorry, Liam who? I don't. This isn't. I'm not inspired to work for you. I didn't come here to work for you. If you do bring in Arteta and give him Erling Haaland or all the big players, I'm with you on your first point. If it's me and I'm hiring a rookie manager, never done this before, it's like Orson Welles making a film. I'd have the best lighting. His first film, I'm sure he's a genius, but just in case, have a lighting expert here and have a sound guy who's done 50 films. I'd have if you brought Arteta in and Berta was already there. I have no idea who they're going to get to run the academy.
I think we're not giving enough credit to the background team there, though. Like, I think you've got to look at the likes of who we had in place around Arteta after Emery had gone. These weren't people that were just plucked off the streets at all. So when you look at
in terms of sporting director and
Eddie was in charge of Brazil's technical direction at the time,
for like a year.
But even beyond that, he's been circling round. And to be fair, I don't think Eddie.
Let me reframe the question so I definitely understand where you're coming from. Us five are now tasked, or everyone in the chat can join in as well. Our job is to go back in time and to know that we're giving the job to Arteta. And what is who's the best sporting director we can get to steer that ship? Is it Edu?
At that time, I think Edu did a great job, to be honest. I
don't know, but I'm saying that can be true, but it still doesn't mean he was the right person to hire. That there might still have been better. I mean, Andrea Berta could have been hired back then, couldn't he?
So can I come in there? I think maybe the standards there back then were a bit different. We were kind of imitable, not as attractive to. I don't even think someone like Berta would have come in to if we had called him back then. So I think
that's
very
I can
true.
absolutely, but whether or not you think it would have been Berta, I'm only illustrating the point
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I don't think
no.
Edu would have been anyone's first choice if you really.
But
think
my point is that I guess it's also the same. It comes to the youth point. Like when 5-6 years ago, there was kind of like maybe something sold to the youth guys. I don't know how their recruitment was done, but there was a kind of more maybe a different pathway to the first team, because most of the time when you're in the academies or you're playing for the academies Monday, Wednesday, whatever, on a rainy night, you're always seeing how do I get myself to become a first team regular. Now 5 years down the line, standards have changed. Now someone like Evan is like, how the hell am I going to get in the first team ahead of Saliba or Gabriel? There's no way. Or even Chido Obi Martin. To be fair, honestly, I didn't think Chido Obi Martins. I watched a lot of youth games. I didn't think he was that good. He was physically superior to his peers.
He was a much older child in a much younger crew. That's how I felt.
That's a debate for another day. But I think the pathway back then for those youngsters was it was clearer for them. And then you have this like upsurge with Arsenal where we are always competing for titles, and then the pathway becomes a bit more muddy because you have better players at the top, and then these youngsters are looking at themselves and being like, I'm never going to be as good at that, so I might as well ditch. So
that's a really good point to jump in on, though, because I think a young Messi, Maradona, Ronaldinho, Ronaldo, the really great players, they don't see any obstacles ahead of them. They're patient, they bide their time, but they know they're good enough. If you're already having that kind of confidence issue, maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's why Charlie Patino's now not playing. Maybe that's Emile Smith-Rowe. They have all the attributes, but not the character. And at a certain point, you're about to get found out. Slicex87 says, Miles Lewis Skelly should play. I know some people suggest Timber at left back, but do we really want to risk both right backs? That would make me think again, guys. Does it change? I actually think that's a really good point. Like, if it's a really physical game, you've got both of your right backs, available right backs. Mosquera's not around for a while. Is there some truth to maybe just play Miles Lewis Skelly? It's less risky. Anyone prepared to swap Miles Lewis Skelly for Timber?
Well, I don't think our manager is going to do that. So that's it. If I'm in Arteta's head, I think he's going to play Timber and White. I think if he thinks this game is as important to what he wants to, I believe that's what he's going to do. Skelly. I mean, like I said, I think Skelly scares me a little bit. You know what I mean?
God, Arsenal fans really are nervous of everything.
No. He scares me a little bit in his defense. That's why I wouldn't start him, and I wouldn't have to be scared anymore.
I mean, if you can't do well against Portsmouth, you can't do well against the guy again. What's that team we played? FC Braga, where he got completely rinsed. FC Bruges, where he got completely rinsed. Then what hope does he have against Esteval?
I don't know. Like,
Parma. I think it's Parma or Esteval, right?
Parma's hiding. Parma's basically more nervy than Arsenal fans. He's like, I think I've got a bad chest. My mum's done me a note. Can I sit out?
Like I said, I don't want to. You know how I've seen this too many times. That the team has an injury, and then you look at, and then we don't punish them for it. You know what I mean? Like they're not. I think Casado's out, so the midfield should be weaker, right? We know we have problems when teams have a very strong midfield, right? When they don't, we punish them, right? We got to take advantage of that all across the board, and don't even give them a sniff of, or even a thought that, guess what, I could get something out of this game. One that requires us to score early, but also defensively, I don't want to give them any hope that they might be able to get something.
You want to kill their hope and crush their dreams.
Yeah, we should be able to. We should be able to do that. We have a team to do that. I just, I don't like lowering our team to whatever team's level that we're playing. You know what? I like to go and try to be the best that we can be, and that should punish most teams, right? Sometimes it seems like we err to the level of the team we're playing, right? We're playing Wolves and we're struggling, right? We're playing Villa and we're dominating, right? What how they did come back and get a win against us. Maybe that gave them some incentive, right? Liverpool's struggling. We play them, right? We get a loss. We watch them go through the next 5-10 games after we lost to them the first time, struggle, and we're like, what's going on? So I feel like we need to be the aggressor in this thing and take it to them, as opposed to maybe making it a little bit easier for them. If that means we get our best, I'd rather have our best 11 players. Sorry, not best 11. Best 11 players on the pitch. That would be, for me, definitely Timber. White, I think I'd give him the nod over.
Okay, well, we've gone for Kepa, White, Timber. Does anybody have anything else they want to say on goalkeeper or fullbacks? Because I'm lucking that in. Got to stop asking questions where one of the answers is you say nothing.
I'm struggling now because I'm starting to do a 180 as well. So, I feel as though
180. I'm flip flop. Call me.
This could be the longest show you've ever done.
And we're still stuck on Timber, White, and Skelly. Who gets
the? You have to acknowledge it was a really good point. It did suddenly make me flap. God, with our injuries.
One of the comments made me flip flop. To be fair,
which one was it? Was it the one?
It was the one where it said Saka as left back, and then I thought about it a bit more fluidly.
Saka left back, Madway. I just don't think so. I'm not. No.
I don't hate that, to be honest, because I think we saw what Rice did at right back, and I think Madueke, you'd rather have Saka and a Madueke on the pitch, and Martinelli does cover ground.
Remember we played City, and they had Bernardo Silva played defense against Saka, and he did a really good job. And then eventually, City realized, guess what? We're not going to take the game to them. So then they pushed him up to the midfield, and what happened? Bang, 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 game over. We lost, right? Because Saka could do a job back there. We know it. he hasn't done it in a while, but he's a footballer, right? So he'll get the job done somehow.
He
So
hasn't
like
done
me, I would do it in a pinch. This is not a pinch. We're not
So
struggling.
I'm
know.
calling it. This is the
Answers.
Knights hear me out because he's like you have absolutely kicked the wasp's nest, haven't you?
He hasn't done it.
I don't want to think this way, but if you're gonna put it out
hasn't-
there, then it can work, but we don't need to do it.
But I think we don't give Saka enough credit then, because the amount of defensive work he covers with Timber, there's a lot of times he does play as a right back effectively. So
Oh, stop it.
no, but I mean in terms of covering as well.
Well,
So,
we can't play him left back, right back, and right wing, right? So everyone.
so I
calm down.
propose him for 5 different positions.
Wonderful. He's definitely playing then. Benny, like you've been shaking your head. Talk to me.
I just
Where are you
know.
at?
No, he hasn't played in a defensive position for about 3-4 years. Like, what are we doing here? Come on.
I don't know.
Like, what are
I
we
tell
doing
you,
here? Come on.
It's 5D chess. That's what we're doing. Here.
Come on. It's
That's like saying, when's the last time Moreno played striker before he did for Arsenal?
That was an
right?
emergency.
Exactly.
That's what,
You're
what
saying
I already
you
said
wouldn't
is this
play
is an
Ben White and
it's not
Julian
an
Timber,
emergency.
who
We don't
is a
need to
great
do it, but we could do
Gary-
it if we wanted to.
Gary, you're saying we've got a great first choice right back and left back, but we're not
Yes.
going to play them. We're going to play Kai Havertz in goal. We're going to everyone swap positions at half time. No, like silliness. Come on. I think I'm with Benny, but the idea of suddenly transposing Saka, who may not be 100% fit and still plays too many games, to a brand new position where everyone's got to figure each other out
All right,
without
screw
significant training
it. Screw
time.
it. Rice plays fullback again. He's already done it this season, and he did all right. So if you really want
What's
to go down that
happened
route,
is, I don't know if there's a full moon or something, but
We've
Gary's
spent
gone
too
full
long on this
wind-up.
question.
can we move on to the center backs? It's
I
No.
reverted
Gabriel
back
and
now to
Norgard,
Martin
all right?
Kelly.
Can we move on?
And we move
Right,
on to
so-
the strikers. The strikers. That's
No, we
the,
can't.
that's another
fun
hour.
one.
An hour of
Mate.
debate.
I don't see it because no one's suggesting they repurpose Ben White as striker.
Well,
all
why don't we put Kepa as left back, Saka in goal? Because to be honest, no one shoots at us, do they?
Send Chelsea
May
tomorrow.
work.
They
Chelsea
will.
have
They
5
will.
shots
They
on
see
target
like a
tomorrow.
5'6" guy standing in the goal.
Chelsea will have at least 5 shots on target tomorrow. I can feel it. Yeah, you read that right. Look, he's coming with chest. We're short on left backs. Play everyone. So, right. What are you drinking, Boy Tendio? Rude One Star wants to know. Slash X87. If we don't beat Chelsea, I don't think the MLS would be the sole reason why we didn't. No, I don't think anyone would disagree with that. You have the type to leave the back door open and hope. I'm just going to let that sit. Yeah. So Saka at left back would solve so many problems for us. It's actually crazy to consider Nwaneri can back up Madueke at right wing. Everyone will be happy. No, I don't think I'd be happy. We also have a Premier League to win, but Ben White to start against Chelsea, Timber to start against Forest. Kepa is not on loan. That's right. Chelsea don't get to decide where he can. Yep, you're right. I thought Kepa was alone. No, that's fair. I wished he was alone. No. Why do you wish that? That's fair. I wished he was alone when it was announced. I didn't. 5 million quid. I think we should have had a chipped in, but we could sell him for 20 right now. How many people know? Nah, man. He's still on Chelsea's books, surely. No, he's not. No. I watch the presses. I don't need to listen to anything else. Horse's mouth. Exactly. But you're here. You don't mean not here. Rude One Star. Stay here, for God's sakes. Has been lying all season, Gary. Yeah.
He's been lying since he spoke. He stepped to the mic. The first time he stepped to the mic, he was lying.
My name's
I'm-
Mikel.
And he's like, "No, it's not."
Pulls off a
Tom
match.
Calling.
At the end of the season, we
I
discovered
would have
he's
got
been
away with
Wenger
it
all
if
this
it wasn't
time.
for those drastically kids. Yeah, that's one of those things.
You
Oh,
do
man.
realise that the last time we actually picked a team for the following match, we were totally bloody wrong.
No.
We were.
No, we weren't. You misremembered that. I'm sorry.
Nope.
Uh,
No, I'm sorry, we weren't wrong. Arteta was wrong.
Arteta was wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, because he
Um,
went off and did his own thing.
I don't remember. We're just trying to have a bit of fun here, Zanzi.
I know.
Gary, Tom's called you out here. He says, play Nwaneri even in goal. Trust me, bro.
I want Nwaneri to play. I want him to get minutes. That's the only thing I want. Even like last year when Erdegaard got injured. I just said give him minutes. He doesn't need to start, but he needs to get minutes. So get the man.
I'm
Sorry,
loving
I
this on the
wasn't
minute.
laughing at Gary. I was laughing at the millet.
Yeah, me too. The Millet, I love this. I'd start Raya at left back. He seems to spend most of the team game there anyway. Dan, can you get angry? Oh, can you get Gary to say Gert Lush in a Bristolian accent? This I gotta see. What's
How
it
do you,
worth?
what's a Bristolian accent?
Where to begin? There is a place called Bristol, and the accent of that region is Bristolian, and they sound a bit like that, which I'm probably not doing any justice. Basically, it's what pirates used to sound like, you know, when they were traveling
Gert
back and forth.
Lush? Gert Lush? No, not even close.
Where's
Nope.
Kermit's middle finger? I haven't seen him in a while. Big up, guys. I hope you aren't Top Gooners. I hope
What does
there
that
aren't any
mean?
Top Gooners.
What does
I
that
hope
mean?
there's no such thing. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest with you. What does it mean? Can Gary stop calling football soccer, please? You don't, do you?
I've never done it.
I don't think I've ever heard you say that. What are we predicting? I am for sure not starting Lewis Skelly after that display. I saw Ben White right back in limb. Yeah, we've gone exactly with that, Flash. But we've it's taken us a while to-
No. We're moving on. Move on, Dan. Don't even go
I'm
there.
moving on.
Stop
I'm
it.
moving on. Just for the benefit of Flash.
No, they
who's
don't
new
need to
here.
know. They don't need
Okay.
to know.
Let's not open that can of worms.
I'll catch you up later, Flash. I think it'll be 2-1 Arsenal. We're not at prediction stage yet, but I quite like that one. I identify as Ben White. Ben White won his only trophy with Leeds United, but he celebrated his goal against us like he just won the World Cup. No time for him. Most of you would say the same if he scores against Arsenal. It's hard for us because no one scores against Arsenal, so it's really difficult to know what I'd feel like if someone scored against Arsenal. I'd probably,
You know
I'd
who
probably give him a
scored
standing
for?
ovation.
You know who scored for them after he retired from football and came back?
Thierry Henry.
Henri. Remember, Henri came back from retirement.
Henri
And
celebrated that goal at the Emirates against Leeds as if he'd just won the World Cup, and he does know what it's like to win the World Cup. Prodigies V7F. Why don't the same apply for players like Yamal, Zaire, and Makubu? They're all in the race the same age. It's a really good point. Like, I was thinking of Lamar when we were all talking about how there's a huge spotlight on... but then I also take you one a bit further back to Ansu Fati, who I thought was a brilliant footballer, took Barcelona by storm and then played too many games, got injured, they handled it really badly. He cannot get a game at the moment. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes the talent is so prodigious you can't hide it even at 18 years old. And other times we're expecting too much of young people, overplaying them, and it shortens their careers. A case has been made for Yuri Tillemans, who's surprisingly young, but has never been able to really show his full ability because he's always been a little bit injury prone. So maybe the thing is keep these players under wraps, but more and more young players are appearing in places, aren't they? And you've named.
I think half the reason the problem doesn't affect those people there is because of our press. Not our press, but I mean our newspapers and stuff like that.
I don't
Our
know, 'cause
mainstream media.
Is it worse in Spain?
I don't know. I don't know what the Spanish papers are
So
like.
it might be that Lamine Yamal's going through worse than Nwaneri would do, or a Miles Lewis-Skelly might do, or a Saka had to do. I don't know, but everything in this you have to accept that it's Mikel Arteta's decision, right? Like he's going to play these young people when he wants to. There's all manner of times where I've wished he'd play players and he hadn't. Nwaneri should be playing more. We all saw yesterday how classy he was.
He looked so
I really
tidy
like
on
him.
the ball. Tidy on the
He's-
ball. The ball got to him. Nobody took it off of him like, you think would happen. He looked really comfortable out there,
He's a great player.
So,
No question about it. But I still think there were little moments where he's not quite fully match fit. Not his fault, but this is a League Cup semi-final. We've all got different views. Everyone's all views, all hues, no genders, no agendas. Everybody's opinion is welcome. We tolerate disagreement, but not disrespect. It's strange for him to leave without having another post lined up. He must have. Nwaneri was very tidy
I
against
believe
Tom.
he has as well, to be honest.
Of course he has. Come on, thanks for having me, brother. Big up. No, man, you're always welcome here. I would genuinely, if it was up to me, start Nwaneri over Odegaard. Nwaneri gives us driving runs and creative talent, shoots frequently.
Odegaard's been shooting frequently as well.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, but in where he started his career with his first touch being a shot, for like 2 or 3
yeah.
games. I remember, and I loved that.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, first thing
Well,
he did,
dragged us
shot.
through that Brighton away game, and if he hadn't gone off injured, I think we win that game, and there's more momentum. But just at a point
So-
where he'd stepped in and started playing well last season, we lost him to injury. I think Nwaneri long term, yeah, maybe, but right now, big up Flash. Nice to see you.
Yes,
mate,
it-
You know
absolutely.
what? The one thing if Erdegaard is going to start, he has to press more for me. He doesn't have to play 90 minutes for me, and I think that he might be saving
Can you
himself.
just
but
will you phone
I
him
want
up
him
and
to-
say press more?
I just want him to when he presses, we get the ball back immediately.
Yeah,
happens
and that's
every
what
time.
was so deeply frustrating about the Liverpool game. Like
He
you
never
know,
pressed, and when he did
they-
press, we
they
got the ball
didn't.
back. No, but when he
they
did,
didn't press. Yeah,
when he
He's
did
normally
make a
the one
motion,
to instigate the press as well, isn't he? So that's where that captain quality comes in. He instigates the press.
yeah.
He knows when to drop in when we're not getting the ball. He's so underrated, it's beyond belief. And I think when we consider other players over Odegaard, there's a reason Odegaard's the captain. And I know everybody says, oh, strip him of the captaincy, give it to Win the Dog or whatever. But the reality is, when you look at the players' interviews and they ask who's most likely to be a manager, they refer to a few players. They don't refer to Rice. They always refer to Odegaard. And the qualities he's got are seen within that team. So if you strip that out of a starting 11, you don't have... At the moment, we're flooded with leaders, which is such a blessing.
Yeah.
So I think there's
I
more
love
to
it.
it with Odegaard.
I think that, but to touch on both where you coalesce around agreement here is that look, these debates only happen when questions are left unanswered on the pitch. Odegaard played 2 really good games. I didn't hear a big pushback on him starting, but he's played 2 not very good games since. And that's a level of inconsistency that ought to drive replacing or losing your position in a really big club. The fact that he's captain keeps him in a position. I think when it comes to Nwaneri, when we're saying he played well against Pompey, but he wasn't the star of the show. He didn't grab his one opportunity, and so it may take other opportunities. And he is going to play, and he is going to get minutes this season. Boy Ted Diaz says Kimmich played fullback when he was a midfielder coming out of the academy. Arteta is not doing something new. MLS. Hold on. Kimmich was a centre back when and right back when Pep took him to Bayern. But the whole project with Kimmich was that he saw very much a defensive midfielder in him. And if what we're talking about is the massive transition from being a defensive midfielder to a fullback or vice versa, Thomas Partey, Declan Rice, it's not that big a jump if you're going to play inverted anyway. For Miles Lewis-Skelly has been put into defence. I think everyone's surprised how well he's handled it. Ultimately, his future is in the middle of the park. He will get minutes when he's ready, but if you're going to sign Zubimendi, you're saying you don't think that those minutes are coming straight up. And if you've got Declan Rice in the other position, who is he going to... He has to replace one of them. You can't not. Max Dalman is sensational. He absolutely is. And welcome, Mohammed. Bobby sits so still, I thought he'd frozen until he blinked. We're going to have to insist that you blink every minute.
I shall try.
So, Bobby, how fit are you? Do you know your resting heart rate? I think there's some flirting going on, but I'm not going to get in the way of it. It's a Tuesday club.
I have no idea, so I can't be that fit, to be honest.
Yes, no, you can't. It's honestly true. Max Salmon is a great player. I hope we see him against Wigan in the FA Cup if possible. Yes, he's not going to be fit, sadly. Ainsley Maitland-Niles had terrible advice in the background and didn't take his golden opportunity. He had a really tough time.
I don't understand. He had a starting left or right back position for him, and he said, "Nah, I want to go to the midfield." Right?
Right, no,
Is
it's
that
right.
kind of
He
the-
could play.
the
He was
story?
very versatile, and he was being used as right wing back, and apparently didn't want to. So I don't know. I wasn't at the training ground, but that seems to have been what happened.
Then he left and he had to go play it anyways. It was another one of those
Yeah.
scenarios where Arsenal tells you the truth, you don't believe it, go elsewhere, and then a manager who's better than Arteta tells you, guess what? You're better off going back to the position that you didn't want to go to.
Yeah.
And that's why you left. So it's like, they don't trust it, but then if somebody else says it, it's okay.
Well, they end up with no choice, do they? Boy Tendia says Maitland-Niles is at Lyon. He's a right back now. Yeah, I bet he is. Exactly what you're saying. In the end, Arteta saw right that he was a fullback if he has to move an elite professional career. In the end, Arteta thought, right, okay. Berta's competence is given so much weight, but Edu's incompetence is not. I'm happy to do that for you. The young players just have to stay professional and grounded. All I hope stay the course. So do I. Well said. I wonder if it's just bring back Jack Wilshere. We can't, can he? Because if he gets
The
sacked,
Luton.
it's still at Luton. What's that, 8 games? It's getting near the sack mark now. I don't think they last that much longer than that normally. I applaud Arteta for bringing them through, now getting them embedded in the first team. Yeah. At the time, Edu seemed to be a decent appointment. However, I think we've progressed to a place where the realistic expectation has changed. I think Berta came at the right time. Brilliant comment. Thank you for that. Talk Dan. Character assessment is so undervalued by fans in all these sports. It's all that
Very
matters
true.
as well. It is all that matters. It is all that will ever matter in any, this is why the term bottling winds me up so much. Because if you get in the ring and you get battered, you didn't bottle it. You put your courage there, but it just didn't happen for you. And I think that you either have it or you don't have it. You either have grit and determination, discipline, strength, courage, all those things. If you have enough of them, look, I tell you, I always think Terry Burton was the coach, the sensational coach, probably the most underrated figure at Arsenal in my lifetime, because it was he who ran the coaching team that brought through Tony Adams, Martin Keown, Paul Merson, Kevin Campbell, Paul Davis, Rocky Rocastle, Michael Thomas. He was the conveyor belt of talent long before we talked about it very much. And he was asked by a friend to come and watch his son play, and Terry was like, "No, he's not a footballer. He just hasn't got it." But that gives you the false impression of football. Really, there are a lot of kids at 8 who have the necessary skills to be a footballer. The weeding down process is not, we just couldn't move my foot a particular way. It's that the mentality wasn't there. They didn't train every day, didn't get on with what they were asked to do. They get fed up or bored. That's where it matters. You hire on will, not on skill, because you can train almost anything. I still think Gyökeres can be trained to be a more effective striker in our position. But because I think I like his attitude, and I think if you bring the right attitude, we can work with that somehow. But it's just not a FIFA quality, is it? Like when you buy a player on FIFA, that never makes a difference. Look at Madrid. It's all going to pot over there because the characters assembled do not mesh. Or because, like Hansi Flick took over at Bayern Munich and meshed a team. You need Xabi Alonso clearly wasn't. He's a young, headstrong manager. It clearly didn't work for him. It was a bit too soon for him. Timber instead of MLS. Estevao isn't that good, to be honest. I've seen him be really good. My favourite win of the year has been against Atletico Madrid. Brilliant game. Saka at left back, no bro. That's the best hear me out of the year so far. I know it's only early Jan, but come on, man. Like that's a quality hear me out. Every time I've seen Saka play anywhere on the left, he's just been lights out. I take Saka on the left and Noni on the right. He's better on left wing than on right wing, in my opinion. That's what I see. Interesting. I've also thought this in the past, and it would work. I think I'm catching up. When our wingers are interchanging throughout the match, it causes defenders so many problems. I like that. I like that element of like swapping around is really important, isn't it? Well, actually, it was a release clause that we triggered. What was that about? What were you saying there, Benny?
It was the Kepa. Kepa was 5 million because we
Who
found
let
out
somebody they paid £72 million for have a £5 million release clause? Please.
I think it was in the last year of his contract, but he wasn't his release clause wasn't public knowledge, and Arsenal found it out, and then Berta found it out.
Agent knew it.
Yeah, and then,
Kevin,
yeah, that was it.
Don't tell your agent you've got a £5 million release clause. One of the legends, one of the fastest growing channels, one of the hardest working, one of the most brilliant channels. Please get on to Deluded Gooner. And he's saying, smash them likes, listening to Jim. Fantastic to have you, sir. I am a top gooner. My guns are better than yours. Saka at left back is like a last ditch option. I want to get more of this. I love it, but it is mental. Like, we're discussing Saka at left back. No, man, we don't spend like 6 months talking about how we've got the best squad in the league and then end up. Nah, come on.
I go away and you
No, we're not
Damn.
back to it. I promise. I promise.
It's like a
I
Godfather
promise.
moment. I was
I'll-
out and then you bring me back. It's incredible. It was
I keep trying to get out. They keep pulling me
And
back
then-
in.
these ridiculous ideas keep on popping back up.
It's a hear me out. I love it. Nothing makes me chuckle more than like when you're all sitting in a pub and someone comes up with one of these ideas, and it's not the idea itself; it's the reaction to it. It's like and then poor Gary comes back. Take time with the young G's. You have to, man. This is a long-term thing, and with Max Dowman at 15, it does bother me. Gary, I know it's your proper Bristolian. Congratulations, sir. God, it doesn't take much, does it?
On the
Doesn't.
younger players as well, I think what we need to understand is when you look at Madrid, they have a whole conveyor belt. They buy the best talent around the world, and a lot of those aren't rushed into positions. So if you look at Arda Güler and all these people, they just drift off. If they don't hit the ground running, they'll be recycled. 2-3
Hendricks got
seasons down the line.
loaned. Arda Güler started to get some game time under Xabi Alonso. Who knows what will happen now? You're right, Nico
They
Williams.
don't push anything across, and there's an abundance of talent that they've had within Madrid, which is the most high-profile club, and they don't rush that talent and they definitely don't put pressure on them. They may have 10 to 12 players that are capable of factoring in the first team squad. You don't hear their fan base naming them out, and
Look, we have a fan base, which is what it is. Yeah, we have a vocal community. I got it this week. I got called out for being so rabidly pro Arteta that I couldn't see anything but Arteta. And I'm like, I don't know how else to explain this to people. I don't give a shit about Mikel Arteta. If he gets sacked at the end of this season and he hasn't won anything more than the FA Cup, I will remember him like I remember Terry Neal. I'll talk about him as much as I talk about Terry Neal. 6 years, 1 FA Cup. Thanks, but we needed a bit more. But hey, you're a great guy, and if I see you in a pub, you're getting a pint. And I'm sure the next multi-million-pound contract you sign will see you all right. I don't wake up and think about Arteta. He doesn't feature in my opinions, and yet, getting called Arteta in, Arteta out. This fan base is what it is right now. There is a growing clamour for drama. People love drama. And questions around Arsenal, you've got Roy Keane talking about how Martinelli's a disgrace. You've got all this beef in the fan base between people who are just horrible to each other just because they don't have the same footballing opinions. This is what it's going to be like. Even if we end up winning the league, I think it's just going to be like that. Am I the only one who feels that way?
I'm Arsenal in. When people say, "Are you Arteta in or out?" Because I like I said, I want Arsenal to win. I don't care if Arteta wins. He just happens to be the manager. Because I want Arsenal to win. And if you told me you're going to have to drop this player and that player, but you're going to get more wins, I'm going to be happy to do that. If that's Saka, if that's Rice, and you told me you get rid of those two players, you're going to have a better chance to win, then that's what I want, because I want Arsenal to win at the end of the day. Or I'm going to cheer for the players on the pitch. But
in terms
that's
of
why
the fan
I
base,
say
you recognise that there is a rift. You recognise that.
100%. 100%. I feel as though the rift occurs because unfortunately, there's influencers now, I think, do exactly that. They can influence toxic thoughts. And we've seen it beyond football onto political views, into racial debates, which we won't go into. But I just think that influencers now have so much influence. It's not like the old days where the papers or the Sunday supplement held so much weight. It doesn't
Over
anymore.
whom do they have influence?
Over fans, I think
Do
influencers
they
do
have
have.
influence over you?
I'd say to an extent, yeah. I'd say the reason they have an influence over me is I'll take on a very valid opinion and let it process, but I won't let it ruminate and completely poison my mind. But it might influence me in a positive way, whereas with others, it might be just a negative thought process. So I think a lot of, and I'm not one of these that blame AFTV or fan media for this. I think it's just the way the world's moved with social media that we now are in a position whereby I feel this is a very level-headed positive channel, which is why I like it. And I think
Right, so I'm going to have to do something about it because I need on this thumbnail. I do need to put fuming somewhere. So Benny, would be a perfect chance for you to go. I can't believe you're saying that you don't know anything about football. Could just you pick on any one of us? Probably Zanzi because I don't know if he's still awake. Zanzi,
What?
I can't believe you said that. You don't know anything about football.
I'm fuming, literally fuming with all these likes and subscribes. I've been doing a lot of research into this because it really matters to me. And the most important part that matters to me is I feel like when we start going in on each other, which is what we do, whether you feel attacked because someone says you're a top gooner or any of these kind of terms which are meant to divide us, when I get like someone clipping me and saying, look at this idiot, look what he thinks, and it's something I actually think, I can take that and go, oh, I'm sorry you disagree with me, but what you get a lot on social media is misrepresentation. People seem to get angry with what you said rather than the context it was said in or what you mean. So they can clip me going, look, I think Arteta is a really good person, and me go on to say, but I want him sacked, and go, see, all they care about is Arteta. They don't care about Arsenal. And, you know, Gary, you sort of parodied that by coming in and saying, I'm Arsenal in. And I understand that. I don't understand why people should have to say it. I don't understand why there is so much anger, and I don't see it changing. I think we just have to learn to live with it. But as I'm reliably informed that social media is morphing, it's ultimately these shows that people go to where people are fuming, they're obviously filling a need. I don't wake up every morning thinking, oh, God, I'm in a good mood. Shit. Ah, sun shining, beautiful family, happy with life. Fuck. Let me watch a little bit of a YouTube show that pisses me off. That'll redress the balance. But there must be people like that out there because every morning it's Arteta's done it wrong again. Arteta's going to do it wrong. Then Arteta doesn't do it wrong as well. He'll do it wrong next time. Join us next week.
That's the part that gets me. It's like, yes, I want him to win it, but then when he wins, guess what? He's gonna have to do it again. And I'm like, you haven't even got.
I just think, listen, I think it's really easy to have incredibly high standards for other people. You know, I've decided I'm watching tennis, and I've decided years ago that I'm going to be a Federer fan. That means I can hang around outside the tournament and go, I expect more from you, Roger. You know, you got to win these Grand Slams. Elite sports is about winning. You know, I have a hot dog in one hand and a beer in the other. That's what it is. It's like, well, I'm a Federer fan. We're used to success. You know, he's got to pack his ideas up. It's like, that's what it feels like. These supporters, no one invited them to come and be there. And then they get so upset by the thing they're watching that they have to complain bitterly about the person who's doing it. But it's crossed the line. I don't care if you like Arteta or not. It's not related. I really don't lose sleep over how other people feel about it. But then I get like, you're just a top gooner. And then they go in on appearances, what you look like, and you just think, we're all grown-ups, aren't we? Some of us.
What's sad for me to see is that it goes beyond Arteta out. So the level of toxicity of some of that appears is they're not just changing their thought process on Arteta. They're building a hatred around. Don't get me wrong, they'll still cheer and applaud when they win and stuff like that. But I think, and this isn't me. Well, I'm guessing I am criticizing, to be fair. But if you ask these people what their political view, I'd be interested in doing, let's say, a beta test. Check followers of specific channels and see who they were aligned to, how. So, for example, if they were, and I'm trying my best to avoid quoting anything political, if they were all, let's say, Tommy Robinson fans, that doesn't. I'm not necessarily saying they were born racist or Tommy Robinson fanatics, but I feel as though they can be infiltrated by the media. So there was that TV show.
Here's my problem, because I think we could have a really fruitful conversation around this, but the thing that always jars me a little bit is that at the champagne socialist end of the left wing, it's always, obviously we all understand this, but we have to censor certain media because stupid people will go along with it, you know. And I think, no, you have to. The only antidote to bad facts is good facts. If you have screaming, fuming, raging, ranting, monosyllabic people, then you have to open the doors to a pub like this and invite people who are just going to go, do you know what? We can all have a proper disagreement about something, and then it's like a normal pub. You sit in a pub for a couple of hours. Somebody says something like, "We should play Saka at left back," and everyone turns around and goes, "What are you?" And then they get dogs abuse for 2 hours.
Yeah.
But on the way out, you say, "I hope I see you again." And that's what it's supposed to be. What I was tuned into, Jose sent me a thing going, "Oh, you've got to check out. You've upset the Gluminati," and I was on there, and it's like a 15-minute segment, cutting and going back, using me saying something, but cutting it and then changing the subject and going, "He doesn't know this and he doesn't think that." It's like, just ask me what I think. I'm here, right? Like, I have a show twice a week. I tell people what I think, and then they get it wrong, and I'm like,
I was watching a show today, and an Arsenal fan was trying to say, why he feels like Kai Havertz and Gyökeres would be a good pairing up top. Sort of like what Bergkamp was to Henry in terms of like being able to support him and give him the things that he needed. And then of course what happens after that is you think he's as good as Bergkamp, and it's like it's not what he's like he let them ramble on for like 10-20 minutes, and eventually he's like, I didn't say that.
That is the Gen Z method, though. I love it. I'm going to do it on here for ages.
But then
have you make a really coherent point for something and then go, "So you think Arteta's killing chickens?" Like, that's what it is, right? So you want to be part of his bloodthirsty. The other thing is, it's all these people that are most obsessed with Arteta, and you go, it's getting a little sus now, guys. Do you know what I mean? Like, are you Arteta in or out? No, do you want a cup of tea or coffee? Yeah, but are you Arteta in or out? It's like, listen, I'm just going to go in the kitchen and make a cup of tea or coffee. Yes, is that because you're Arteta in? It's like, Bob, slow down for a minute. Like, not every conversation has to be about Arteta. Yeah, that's because you like him. That's because you want to touch him. That's because you want to be. It's like, I'm starting to get a bit sus. All these people that talk about Mikel Arteta every single day, get a room, man.
Is that purely because, if I was to ask you this in a really simple way, is that purely because I'm not suggesting that these people are aligned to anything, but I think, is that purely because of monetary value? If you've got the most extreme views and stuff like that, that drives.
So up until now, the job of the algorithm, which I think we can all agree does brilliantly, is it shows you things similar to things that you've enjoyed. Not the same, but similar enough. And then it gets to know your viewing behavior and it gets to know the channel's viewing behavior, and it starts putting things together. But people are drawn most often to emotion. So if I come out and say there is an 83% chance Arsenal will win the league this season, lots of people will read that and go, "What an idiot." And I'm just literally putting the Opta stats on there. I'm not saying I believe it or not. I'm saying that is the supercomputer has said that. And then you get, that will get some hits. But the minute I put heat, it gets super heated. DR Sports, I like DR Sports. Robbie and I've forgotten his Liverpool fan's name, AGT or whatever it is. They really go at it. And then you realise it's all just for fun. And I go, what am I doing here? And I'm the problem then. I'm like, you know what? Because I didn't click on any of the ones that said Robbie and AGT have a really good conversation about it. You know what I mean? So I'm always getting drawn into these fumings. But what apparently is happening in the YouTube space as it overtakes Netflix, which is mind-boggling, but it's overtaking everything because there's so many hours spent here. But over time, what seems to be happening is the recline culture. So people are tuning in, not just visually. So shows like this have a chance because people like Deluded would be in a gym. You might have headset on. He doesn't have to be watching. You are missing a lot of the best bits of it, not being able to see us. But you can always go back and, the reality is that the audience is changing to the point that you've been making. Like there are some people who are drawn to these things because of political ideas. On the left-right spectrum, really all political philosophy boils down to you're either a liberal who believes that things need time to develop and you shouldn't jump to conclusions, or you're reactionary conservative and you think that the old ways were better. So either you think things have to change to get better, or you think they have to go back to what they were. And you can't reconcile these two groups. Confucius can't reconcile them. Religion can't reconcile them. It's just how it is. But what I find interesting is even people who are really conservative, in a system that doesn't suit them. They want the system to be broken. They want to show how it's broken all the time, to draw attention to the fact that their way would be better. And it's just this relentless toing and froing. But YouTube is beginning to re-establish itself as a community driver, as a place where people really, the most time you spend somewhere over a long period of time is with people you trust and like. So communities form. At the moment, it's getting eyes on something. But you can love League. I sometimes watch League Gunner. I don't know why, actually. I think I have a problem. But I sometimes watch him, and it's like car crash television. You're just watching him go, yeah, it's very... Blah, blah, blah. And you think, who are the other 300 people in here with me? Are we all doing this for the same reason? There's a guy that I scroll past on YouTube sometimes who has a toilet seat round his head and a massive oversized toilet brush. And he just, order the chickens, order the chickens, order the... And he's like, literally, that's all he does for a living. And there's like 1,200 people watching him. I'm like, you could never pitch this to a producer. You could never go, right, basically the premise of the show is I am inside the toilet talking gibberish with a large toilet brush. You know, that is what people are drawn to. But as it becomes a more sophisticated algorithm, you haven't got to worry about the idiotic people being whipped up by the Andrew Tates and things. The only antidote to that is to help them by producing what football fandom can be. It can be a really fun, amazing subject. It totally occupies us. It's unifying. It builds communities. And it's a safe space where everybody is welcome. But YouTube has to change a little bit more before then. And I honestly think that's what the purpose here is, that we're all, like, the minute someone starts getting a little bit shouty at someone else, we just kindly escort them into the dark room Zanzi sits in. Are you there, Zanzi?
I don't take him into the cellar. I just throw them in the cellar.
Save it for the actual trial date. We've done all the practicing we need to. I'm going to rattle through these comments because the comments are the best bit. Jack Wilshire's Luton is just a point of... It's one thing when you're in the comments, but when you're on stage, you can just say this stuff now. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, he's cool. Hello, everyone. Hello, Ryan, the Arsenal fan. Do a 3-back. I don't know what that is. The Gonzalo kid looks fantastic. Which is the Gonzalo kid? Speak for yourself, Dan. Arteta has a whole luxury penthouse in some people's heads. He does, doesn't he? With an indoor swimming pool. Arsenal, the first team fans to go viral. The topic of Arsenal get clicks. I hated Arsenal before it was cool. Great point. Very, very good point. Right, Razor, I'm off. Enjoyed the show. Great stuff. Brilliant to have you here. Anthony, Earth, Ernie Vader, dipped in Sherbert Herbert, blue Savannah eyes, wee ears, big arms, to give him his full title. 21 watching, 24 likes. You've performed well. Why are they called Top Gooners, though? Why are they called anything? Do you know what I mean? It's always like these kids at school that have neggy names for other people, and you go, you know, by now, most people have grown out of that. Please press the like button as well. I can't believe no one can see the vision of Saka at left back. You've had better luck trying to force people to try banana on pizza, mate. Ryan, Arsenal fan, of course they get to sit in the box seats at the top of the stadium. No, it's not that. Peace out, Anthony. Well said. Unfortunately, many Arsenal fans on social media are dragged into the manager in-out debate. You're often forced to pick a side, or else, you know, it is, and it's this shouting. What do you think? Should he be in or out? I don't know. But I asked Normski a question on Deluded's page, and I wasn't trying to be a pisser or anything. I said, look, you know, would you sack Arteta? And he goes, I'm not getting dragged into that because I know you're trying to get me to say that I wouldn't sack him. No, I'm saying we seem to spend a lot of time discussing whether to sack a guy. None of us think he's getting sacked. Like, I think there's more profit in talking about whether Santa Claus is going to make an unexpected arrival tomorrow as well. No. Miss Molina saying goodbyes. Miss Molina! We are the Arsenal. We are. All advertising has now been turned off, thanks to, not that there was any on, but I was going to put it on for, anyway. Thanks for keeping the lights on, Miss Molina. You truly are a legend. Up to 13,000 subscribers as well. So if you haven't yet, you're one of the few idiots who hasn't yet. Now, Dan, you missed it. The Gluminati can't go through entire clips of someone and let their coherent play out because they might agree with it and might shatter their mask. It is really annoying when someone who's obviously a bit dense doesn't understand the nuance of what you're saying and then turns it into this idiot, so he's such a corporate shill. It's like, of course I'm a corporate shill. I get £1,000 an hour to do this show the Cronkies give me. What do they really think?
You told me you were doing this for free.
Yeah, that's
For
why
the love of Arsenal. Now you just came, and now I understand why you have those bottles of booze every show. I thought it was the same bottle. Now I'm realizing it's a new bottle every show.
Now I know why
No
these
wonder you
shows
cut
last
it down
5
to
hours.
two. No wonder you cut it down to 2 shows a week. He's like, you know what? I just can't buy 3 bottles a week. I just can't do
If they were
it.
paying me £1,000 an hour, there'd be 12 shows a week. Come on, let's not be silly, all right?
Now I know why that lineup takes so long as well.
Well, it hasn't taken long. We've gone through 3 players already. What are you on about? We're in the 3rd player. This is my favourite comment of the day. Shut up. This is too good. You didn't make this up. You're not. Are you this clever? I love it. Arteta is turning the frogs gay. That was the thing that nutty conspiracy theorist shouty guy always used to say. They're turning the frogs gay. Love it. The grift is real. There's a guy called The Grift is Real. Rage sells. Absolutely. You know it. You know it. Which is why I like Deluded, because like there are channels you go on and people are just straight up. Like he has people on there I totally disagree with, and they're really cool. He gets the best out of people. And then there's other shows where even in the chats, like I went on DJB's, lovely. Like his chat community were lovely. If I go, like the time I did go on other people's, you just get abuse. It's like straight away abuse. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realise we weren't allowed to disagree. I'll come back. What are we all thinking today? I can play. Griftonomics. You're giving me ideas now, Dan, minus the toilet seat. I've got to clip them up, man. It's just mad. Like I think, what ambition, what purpose, what drive? Every day I wake up and I think must, as I'm adjusting the toilet seat. I mean, it's the modern world is not for me. I think this natural occurrence of a large fan base desperate for past glory. I'm a Nebraska Cornhusker fan for college football. Great history, and we owned the 90s. Haven't won since then. That is a brilliant McCuzy. McCuzy. I'm going to say that like it's Kaiser Soze. It's just you and me right now. Look, they've all got their cameras off. What are they all doing?
I'm still here.
I know, that's what I'm saying, Bobby. It's just you and me.
Oh,
I'm there.
I thought you were talking to McCusey and just said
No,
he's
no.
shooting. Oh,
I can't see McCuzy.
weird.
I do think it's the same as the Arsenal fan base. I do think, obviously, look, you can't ask. I said it, I opened the show with, this is now the 6th semi-final. We're underperforming semi-finals. We need to start showing progress. Getting to a final would be a nice step forward. But I already know we get to the final and goes, yeah, it was only Chelsea. You know? So win it.
I don't care. I actually don't care how it comes to be, because it'll never be enough for some, so it doesn't really matter. But I'd rather have my team win it. You know what I mean? So
You know what?
to that-
Even if we do beat Chelsea, getting to the final, people, so there's no point being there because we're playing Man City and they'll thrash us.
I know. We've just got to stop
That will be
listening,
the
I suppose, that's
outcome, or they'll say what if it's. I think what we've got to look at is in terms of just how the semi-final plays out, that we've got a great opportunity, and I'd like to think, yes, if we were to beat Chelsea across these 2 legs, and we're positioned with Man City at Wembley, I think we take it. I think single-handedly with the players we've got at our disposal, we'll take it, and the momentum and what it'll mean to us will be very beneficial, and it could be a turning point in the league as well.
The lame shall walk again, the dead shall rise. Those who were not able to see will see again after we win the League Cup against Manchester City. I'd still like to think Newcastle could have a late rally at Main Road.
today
Tottenham
they
won there.
disappointed themselves. They had
Yeah.
more than enough
What
opportunities.
phase
to
are
score
they
today.
in? You know, when's Eddie
Yeah.
Howe going to get some pressure? I don't get it. He's untouchable.
Was it? I don't know how you say his name, but Walter
maybe.
Walter Mate. That
Walter
one
Mate.
opportunity he had where he just like
Oh, I
you're
know.
like, it's just the goalkeeper in
I
you.
know, I
Just
know,
put your foot through
I
it.
know,
You
I
know,
know.
even if
Mate,
you
you
take
don't
the
have to
extra
tell
touch,
me I had money on the game. I wasn't at all happy.
that was
Um,
disappointing to see. I mean, that was his first, I think, touch in the game. So I guess he wasn't ready. But it's like, dude.
Yeah, you have to be top athletes have to be ready even when they're asleep. No offense, this is great. I love this because it starts off one way, but it takes a bit of a turn. No offense, bro, but you lads seem really passionate about the club, and it's a pleasure listening to you. Yeah, no offense, bro, but I'm really glad you're here. Burgundy, you are exactly the sort of person who should be here when we are talking football.
Yeah, sorry. I watched that first half of the Newcastle Man City game, and I thought this is a load of twat. 2 shots either side, none on target. I thought, stuff it. I'm going to go and do something else.
And then and then second half was the best game of football I've ever seen.
Was it?
No, I'm just winding you up. Don't leave a game early. I've always wanted. This is brilliant. I've always wanted a posh British aristocratic nickname. We should find you one. They are a bit weird though, the aristocratic nicknames. Zander. It's hapless sea lions make more sense. It's hopeless sea lions make more sense. AFC Rids, bosh, big up yourself. Yeah, DG makes a lot of people tolerable. Must be a super. It is. I think it genuinely is a superpower that he is able to. Because I think that's how you see the best. You're reminded that you might have different opinions, but when you go on some shows, they're so nasty about people, and you think that's alienating. You know,
the key thing that I see sometimes is if you just talk about the football, you get good conversation. But then when it gets away from the football, it gets to like the Arteta in and out, the Kroenkes in out, all this type of stuff. It's not that's not any fun to talk about, anyways. Who wants to talk about the owner and the manager? Sometimes you want to talk about the players and the play and the football and the opponents and all that kind of stuff, right? And that's when you're like, people see the game from different viewpoints, and it's like, all right, I get you. I don't agree with you, but I get you. But if it's something like Arteta in and out, then it gets more aggressive, and it's not much fun to listen to, right?
I think that's
when they're talking football, any of those guys that are out there that are one way or another on the spectrum, when they're talking football, it's good.
Yeah. And that's a beautiful point, because it's so unifying. Not everybody is a comfortable conversationalist. Not everybody knows how to navigate. We have lots of people who find certain things other people find easy and group conversations difficult. But when it comes to this, everyone can chip in. Everyone has a say, and everyone gets to be heard. And that's a beautiful thing about this. Then the minute you say something people disagree with, you either have the type of person who becomes ad hominem straight away, goes, well, I don't like your jacket. You're like, well, okay. And also... they start calling you names of what you look like and things, and it is personal and it's hateful and it's hurtful, and not everybody. A lot of people will say to you, starting a YouTube channel, you guys all putting yourself on camera and putting yourselves out there and your opinions, and people are going to hate for no other reason than that's just what they know to do, and you have to deal with it. And obviously, for someone like me, it's easier to not give a shit. Do you know what I mean? If a person wants to say I'm unattractive, I'm like, well, you know what? I gave up modelling years ago, and it doesn't matter anymore. I've let myself go a little bit. I'm not pretending I haven't.
Well, the same way that same way that you say that we're at the pub talking, that's how it's supposed to be, anyways. That's what it's supposed to be, an extension of that. So an extension of that, you're even if it's somebody you don't know sitting next to you, you're not going to go after their shirt and how much money they have or they don't have. So you're not going to do that if you want to have a good time.
So there are lots of channels like ours where people don't do that and don't engage in histrionics. But there are also places that feel a little bit like the shitty secondary school, where some of the boys just think it's fun to go around bullying the other boys, and he's one of those teacher's pets who does his homework. I'm not getting flashbacks. I didn't do homework, but you know what I'm saying. Shouty but funny expressions. Expressions is one of the funniest guys in YouTube. That's just it.
Does he like pick his material beforehand
and
then go with it,
he does.
or does he?
I
mean, a lot of it seems so. It's like it fits. So
you know what? I get the context of that question, because it's too good to be just coming up riffing off the top of his head. But I would disagree. Actually, I would say he's an incredible.
I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying I like it.
Let me finish this point, because what I'm saying is that I think he is very entertaining. He's exercised that muscle where you just go into improv mode really well. And yes, he harnesses things he's thought before. But a lot of the references go right over my head because they're wrestling or whatever. But the ones that don't, I just think, I wish I could do that. I really wish I could come up.
I do think they're very niche references in terms of, because I'm a wrestling fan as well, so I do pick up on a lot of those. So I think he's brilliant, even if they are scripted. I think a stand-up
Yeah.
comedian who can. I think he is a comedian, basically. Like,
Yeah, he is definitely.
if you take out the Spurs trauma he's going through,
He wouldn't be
he
funny
could
though
be-
without that trauma.
he could be a comedian very easily. But I
But not
think
if he was
is
an
a
Arsenal fan.
comedian.
If he was an Arsenal fan, he'd had too much going his way as a young person. Everything would have been easy street. You know, you need adversity to be funny as he is.
Well,
One
most
thing I wanted to
comedians
ask,
do, right? Most
They do,
comedians
yeah.
will tell you about their how they were brought up and stuff like that, and that's how they started, and then they use that to build on everything else that they talk about.
There's a
So-
really interesting psychological study if you're interested. Like basically it looks into the proportion of good comedians who've made a very good living. One of their parents was always sad. That they grew up with people that were sad and they did everything they could to make them happy and laugh. And it's the mum, so it could be postnatal depression, something like that. There's always a history or legacy of that. It's always rooted from sadness. It's always based in when you feel pain or your life is pain, you want other people to appear happy. And that is what I don't know if that's true in Expression's case. I think I think we all agree here. I love the point you made, actually, Bobby. It's like whether it's written down or not. I like that. You know, I'm not angry with Shakespeare because he didn't come up with it in one stream of consciousness. It's like I'm glad you sat down and refined it. The finished product is all any of us have to judge him by, and the finished product is so good that you could honestly, I feel for him. I watch him, and like my favorite moments of the last stream was like, "Nah, man, there's 36,000 of you in the stream, and there's like 12,000 subscribers. You bastards are tight, man. You're not even pressing like, get out of here." And I love that. I love that involvement in it. That's real banter, you know. Oozing sauce. I mean, I just love him. Who doesn't love him? Is he going
oozing
to the top of the pile?
Dan, I'm gonna have to go. So I'm
Gary.
gonna
Oh,
say
Gary,
thank you for having me, Dan.
Absolutely.
lovely chatting to you.
Dan, Z, Bob,
See you, man.
Ben.
Thanks for helping
Ben.
us pick the first three
Yes.
players
Yeah,
on the list.
Yeah, big play. Well, I'll see. I'll when I wake up in the morning, I'll come in and give the last player. Is that okay?
Stick it in the comments.
He's on £1,000 an hour, so he'll be here. Till
God
knows when.
We're not going to, in the morning, unless you're planning to wake up late, we're not going to be past, like, I'm going to be doing substitutes after the game.
All right. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Have a good
Cheers,
one.
Gary.
Talk to you guys.
Cheers,
later.
Gary. Cheers, Curtains.
Don't Waste a Trip is the channel you need to subscribe to see more
Yeah.
of Gary. Brilliant stuff. Thanks, man. He's Expressions.
I was only going to say a really quick point on
moments past
getting positive conversations out there. So I've noticed there's certain YouTubers, specifically Harry and Sophie from Highbury Squad,
Yeah.
no matter what context they're in, like, for example, I've seen them up against people who are the most toxic, but the way they carry themselves, it never resorts to swearing in those platforms. So, like, the Dan Potts is one whenever he's had Harry Symeou and, let's say, I think I watched one where it was Jazz, everybody basically, and they just had a very decent conversation about football. There was no abuse, nothing like that. So I was wondering, how do they put that together? There must be something there in terms of they agree on what they're saying about the points in football. Oh, we performed poorly, we're going to improve. And because he was saying the same things that they were, there was no need for an overreaction. So it was quite interesting to see that.
So I think that it is always. I genuinely, I would never go on a channel over and over again if it was constant talking over each other. I see the clips, I watch them. I can't watch a whole show, but there are just some people deluded. I think Sophie's another really good, and they have a certain authority about them because we've lost Bobby, and I was in the middle of talking to him. Bobby, are you there?
He's gone. Wow.
I know. God notice
How
this.
rude.
Otherwise people... But yeah, so I think that he's back. Bad audio. Bobby returns.
I realised on the last pod as well, I couldn't hear Zanzi for 2 minutes, and then yourself as well.
Was that a bad thing or a good thing? Were you okay with it?
They were very valid points, Zanzi, so I apologise that I missed them.
That's right.
Diplomacy. So I think, I honestly, I'm hopeful that we'll see more of the Highbury squad, deluded Gooner type content. I'm confident of it. I'm confident of it because this has been what some people know of being a football fan. You know, the having angry debates over who's the bigger team, who's the bigger player. They're very childlike conversations to have. I don't see any profit whatsoever in me discussing with a Man City fan who the bigger club is. It doesn't matter. You know, we're not comparing cars we bought. We're not saying, oh, mine's got to be. We're saying, I'm an Arsenal fan. If we're in League Two, if we're in the Champions League, wherever we are, I'm an Arsenal fan. So telling me your club is bigger is just saying I prefer my club. That's obvious. Or you're a supporter of your club. We shouldn't have to have these conversations. Fans of clubs like Aston Villa and Tottenham who want to tell us that we're bottling, we should just rise above it and go, yeah, it's terrible where we are. You know, oh, God, I hate it, losing 2 games a season. Oh, I'd much rather be Tottenham where you never know what's going to happen, but who's going to be managing, you know, like who's coming, who's going, who's angry. I think we just rise above it, and I think some people are ahead of that curve. And I think part of the reason that some of these guys are so good at that is because they've been doing it a long time. They've put the hours in. You know, when I look at the guys that we've talked about here and others, many others, you see their success doesn't come overnight. They've put up with a lot of abuse, a lot of people judging their opinions. But I love it. I think more to that, more chance of that taking over YouTube than this continuous. I think that we're seeing the death spiral of the shouty people. To each their own. Any fan channel that incites hatred or anger towards people who don't share their views is not for me. Everyone can be upset and criticised, but be aware to draw the line. Beautifully put. Really nice comment. That is kind of how I feel. Is that in line with everybody else? Benny?
Yeah, I think for me, it's weird because you do get a lot of flip-floppy channels. So you get like when we're winning, it's like the best thing since sliced. But sometimes I feel some creators are just in the mode of I'm really hoping this week we are going to lose so that I'm going to get my revenue.
I'm gonna challenge that because it really depends on the personality of the channel. So it does go up and down, but the revenue you're talking about in most of these channels, I don't look at guys like Deluded who hope of making a really career out of this. But for the channels like this size or slightly bigger or maybe even 5 times bigger, the money is really insubstantial.
Yeah. No, I'm really referring to not League Honor, the old one, League Honor, the who must not be named League Honor. Like his channel is quite toxic every time I view
it's childlike. There are some childlike entities. There's a clip of Lee Gunner actually saying I could take a shit on air and 600 people would watch and say it's the best shit they've ever seen. And you go, just that clip would be your epitaph normally. You go, is that what you really think? Like you can just get on screen in a dressing gown, curl one out and go, there you go, and people will love it. There is a toxicity to that viewpoint. Of course there is. DG is my favourite still. Pause. You know what? I'd go. It's funny because YouTube do this thing every year now where they tell you what shows you've watched the most of, and I was surprised to learn that my most watched YouTube channel was TalkSport. But then I'm a sucker for those kind of, headlines. I want to see the Jason Cundy having a meltdown. I'm just an easy to please person, I guess. But my second most watched one was DG. Now we've lost. What's going on here? I can't seem to keep. It's like herding cats with you guys. Hope he comes back. Curtis is all right. I have time for Curtis as well, but there we go. Benny's back. Do you know what's really funny? Like, you're back. Now Bobby's gone again.
I refreshed the screen and then everything went haywire.
Right, guys. No refreshing your screens and no cutting out. All right, we're here for
apologies.
The duration.
It's when the sound drops off, I refresh the screen and I'm like,
no, it's all right. You're all right. 7 billion people on the planet, and somehow I'm the only one who's right about everything football. Yeah, exactly. Expressing his just ability. That's how he is when unscripted. It's absurd. I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. I've even posted the comment. I'm sure some part of us has always wanted to do is be an Arsenal
I think Makuzi's 2 billion short there.
Yeah. I haven't done the head count. Would you mind starting the head count again?
I
was in
1,
the low
2,
hundreds.
3, 4 here plus the misses. That's 5.
I hope you're writing this down because that's a mistake I made. Don't think you'll carry it in your head.
I've got a clicker.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I've heard that said. He fires and rarely misses. Expressions. Pause again. See a lot of women joining the scene, which I think is brilliant. Like you want it to be. If football is what I want it to be, everyone's welcome. Young, old, everyone. Like, you know what? Think about it. Like I've kind of infected my family a little bit with passion for football, but we've all got it. But it'll be like one of my favourite ever games. Big up to my sister. One of my favourite ever games was the 2009 semi-final against Manchester United, and Ronaldo scored that sick free kick. And me and my mate were watching it, and my sister and her mate, and they didn't know anything about football, and they were just so fun. And they would go, "Oh, don't like Ronaldo," and they were making it really pantomime-y, but it was joyful. There's room in this sport for everyone. It's going to need to be if we're going to keep selling bigger and bigger stadiums. Do you think access to the club or mainstream media can have an influence on your narrative? What a brilliant question. Yeah, I'm gonna hold back on my opinion. Does anyone want to jump on? Zanzi, do you think that there is an unquestionable link between affiliation with the club, so access to press conferences, things like that? Is that natural to assume that's going to change how you talk about the club?
Oh, well, with me, no. But that being said, we didn't have this stuff 40 years ago, or even 30 years ago. I'm just thinking, actually, maybe the Arsenal fan base would be a lot better off if we were always fighting relegation.
I'm going to let that percolate. I quite like that. I do wonder. Yeah, let's do it. Let's, like, towards the end of George Graham's era.
Yeah, or like in the mid-70s when we were like 16th and 17th in the table, something like that.
Never heard.
I'm just thinking, who we got tomorrow? We got Stoke City. Oh, it's going to be a tough game, isn't it? Yeah.
That is my first recollection of being an Arsenal fan, going to the stadium and going, who we got? Doesn't matter, we'll probably draw anyway. You know, that's that kind of... No one ever said the word standards. I'm going to race through some of the comments. What about you two, Bobby, Benny? Any thoughts on, let's say, let me put it to you this way. Arteta phones up and says, love what you're doing. Can you release some stories? Which is what I think some of the Gluminati think happens, you know, that we're all being controlled by the press. When I started this channel, and there were like 4 people every show watching, this guy who called himself the real Lee Gunner, which is a bit sad, came on and was saying, you're just a brown envelopes guy. You're just a brown envelopes. I was like, well, you really think that the Cronkies pay me money to say something to you 4 people? Like, they don't.
I think I've seen Tom Canton prior to interviewing and having access to Arteta and after, and I think there's no difference. I really don't. I don't think... I feel as though he was. Now. I just don't think it's any big difference there.
Yeah, I do see it a little. I see it in the press conferences, but I just think everyone's so naive. I know you should go in there and take the piss out of Arteta. He goes, yeah, that'd be my last press conference. What do I do after that?
But would you do that in real life though? Like, I mean, if you were, people say, oh, you should go in and ask him this, and this. If I've got an issue with, let's say. Just say, for example, I've bought a drink from somewhere and it's not been made correctly. You're not going to turn around and absolutely rip into the guy, are you? You're going to...
I am. Oh, I will. Don't worry about it. I've got... Carry on as you were. I need a comfort break.
So based on his drink, it has led to him having a comfort break.
Apparently someone doesn't like Tom in the chat. I don't know. I quite like Tom. I watch his show.
I do.
Yeah. I think he's quite unbiased. Yeah,
and very balanced as well. Like, because he'll say things from a wider scale of things, and he doesn't really like. I've heard him speak about things, and I think he's very balanced. You're right. He's not biased. That's all. And I feel the same about Harry as well, and Sophie from Ivory Squad, DG. I think they just, you can be polite about something. You don't have to. I think, and to be fair, like even till today, I still don't mind Troops. Like I know he's a divisive figure, but I think he's got, like, if you watch him on a live stream, he's he's quite funny as well, like very similar to Expressions. So I don't think he's as toxic as people make out. He's very funny. There was
I I like Troop. I don't watch Troops anymore. I do like I used to like him, but it's just with the when we lose a few games, it's like his head gets all over the place, and I guess, but it's kind of how sometimes you have like um different kinds of a lot of us are suffering from some PTSD, I guess, and
Yeah.
a few losses, and then the shit is out of the shit is out of the world.
But that's when you
So
need level-headed
I
people to calm
really
you down,
understand.
but they won't let you calm them down.
This is
So
why
it's-
I like is it are they called the Forever podcast
Yeah,
with
for
Clive?
that's good.
Clive
Yeah,
and
that's
they are really good.
He's brilliant, but
yeah,
you know
Clive is-
how this is not Clive's fault. I think he's brilliant. He's encyclopedic. He's calm. He's level. He's everything I love about football. I do love him, but I have a problem with the kind of ASMR voice. Like it's very.
He has
quiet.
a very soothing voice. He does.
He
I
does,
like his
but I
voice
don't
to
need
be
to be
fair.
soothed. I'm just like I just
Yeah,
need a
no,
little
no,
bit
but
more.
if you need someone to kind of put things into context and kind
100%.
of like break some stats that you don't know down,
And
it-
also,
and-
I've heard him say things a lot of the time that I didn't know, and he puts very intelligent. I've
Exactly.
never heard him say something stupid. I agree with
Yeah.
you. I have these little ticks and bugs that are nobody else's fault but mine, and I have to live with them and get through them. But that kind of
and
that quiet voice.
they do like it's also kind of unbiased where they don't like rant like someone like Gyökeres where they say, okay, he needs to step it up. Clive will say Gyökeres will need to step it up, but he'll say it in the nicest way I guess possible, as opposed to like a Troops that will be like
Almost
he's dead
deliberately
or
aggressive.
what. I think they will.
Yeah. There's not the kind of extremes.
Yeah,
I think that's most intelligent people aren't that confident about anything they say. They always invite doubt, but I think that's really important.
What website is YouTube is that again?
Forever Arsenal.
Forever Arsenal, yeah.
Yeah, not with the OU. It's the other one, isn't it?
Yeah, they're really good, really good.
There's loads. I mean, there are loads of good ones. I've kind of got to the point though where I had to have a little think about it. Like I had the 2-week digital detox and just go, what the hell is wrong with me? I finish a show. I'm having a great time. I go to sleep. I want to just watch some stuff before I go to sleep, and I'll put on Lee Gunner. And it's just like watching it. It's so sad. It's like they're not even talking football at this point. They're talking about who's fitter out of these two Arsenal players, out of these two women. And it's like if your son's having a sleepover and you go in the room, you expect them to be talking about that. Your son's 12, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the kind of shit you expect a 12, 13-year-old to talk about. But I think your son would be really bored with them. He'd be like, talk about something.
To be honest, I think there's a different generation. So, for example, he's 12 years old. If he heard and I'm not pertaining this to Lee Gunner or anything like that, because I mean, just generally, if he heard somebody say something quite offensive, he'd be offended by it. So good kids nowadays have a really good balance in terms of what they accept that's been said. And then there's other kids are kids, right? But I think some kids can be influenced by that, and that's been pertained by the Andrew Tate era and stuff like that, which is really sad to see. But I think I'd be interested to see. I know you've said to me before that you've had people that are on the other side of the fence on. I'd be interested to see how that would go on a late night chat again. If they came on and our energy is the way it is, it's not obstructive, it's not aggressive.
I don't think anyone. There are people that in the chat now that we all have wildly different opinions. I think it's just a leveler, isn't it? It's like, I think the most important thing is I judge you, not your opinions. You are not just your opinions. I get tired with people who are so sure they're right they won't listen to anyone else. I won't do that. You could change my mind on almost anything. I nearly put Miles Lewis-Skelly back in the team, not to say, but
I put Saka as left back.
Yeah, I know. But you're a flip flop.
I'm the biggest flip flop.
But then that's I think that's normal, isn't it? That's why we're all talking. Otherwise, what's the point in talking? There's no point in talking politics, religion most of the time because no one changes their mind, and it'd be mad if you expected them to, really. But football, you are allowed to change your mind. You're not allowed to change your team, but you are allowed to go, do you know what? I really, really wanted to sell Trossard, and now I'm so glad they didn't. I was completely wrong about it. I really wanted us to keep hold of Emil Smith Rowe, and now that I've seen him at Fulham for a couple of years, I'm actually quite glad we did. It's all right. I'm wrong about everything, eventually.
And that's a good way to be. I was, like I said this last time, I was a big Arteta out guy, and that was purely because of certain things that I'd seen, and I didn't see the bigger picture at the time. And I think it's come round, and I'm never one of these guys that will criticise Unai either. So I think what Unai did for us under the conditions he did with us, I think that's where their argument always comes in. But they assume what would have happened if Arteta had, Unai had Berta, Unai had the background team. What would have been the leveler? Nobody knows really. But
yeah, we do. He's had loads of money at Villa, and I still can't understand a word he's saying. So enough. He's a vampire. I don't know if you didn't see this, but he's clearly a vampire. You can't have a vampire be your football club manager, right? I think I've said all I need to say. Bad audio, Bobby.
Yeah, I don't mind. I've always been. I don't know. I think for me, it's always been interesting because, like, obviously being a child of immigrant parents and stuff like that, I always think that there's a context with how charming the English language is and how you can convey media to feel that way. But in football, like we all say, it's a universal language, don't we? So it's like a leveler. And I just don't feel he was afforded that because of his Spanglish. And I know that's not PC, but his
I hope
Spanglish.
it isn't really that. I mean, I joke about it, but I think what we talked about before, and I think you come in at a football club at a certain time and it's in flux. The owners don't own all the club yet. You've got Mislintat falling out with people. We've got Raul Salehi probably corrupt. You've got all of this going on in a club which is parted ways from a manager. No one's known anything else and in decline. With players who aren't playing for the badge and not enough money to go out and buy players. We were in decline when the fans stopped coming. Pretty bad situation for him to be trying to manage in. I would say, I'm happy to kind of say this, if Real Madrid came and poached Mikel Arteta tomorrow and we got Unai Emery back, I think with this squad and this setup and everything as it is, he might well be okay at taking us over the line. Who knows?
I disagree, but maybe we never know.
Yeah, I absolutely don't necessarily want it to be that's what I think would happen, but I'm not saying I have no idea. He wouldn't be. I'd rather go and get Xabi Alonso, Luis Enrique, or somebody I really have faith in. But I didn't know who the hell. I didn't want George Graham, and I didn't want Arsene Wenger, and I think I didn't want Arteta. So maybe he is going to be only the third person in my lifetime to lift the Premier League or a league. And when that happens, I just assumed a year or two ago that when he won the league, if he won the league, people would just go, "Oh, mea culpa, I was wrong, silly me," and just get on board. Because don't forget, we had this precedent. Manchester United didn't want Alex Ferguson; it was getting quite, vocal about him, and then he started winning everything under the sun. And I like to think if Arteta pulls off a quad, maybe there aren't so many people doing shows every morning going, he's killing players, he's bathing in their blood, he rises every moonlight to be the scourge. It's just nonsense. It's a childlike bullshit. Canton fought his journal credentials out of Cracker Jack's book. No, he didn't. He did study for them. I don't know what journalist credentials are, really. I don't know enough about journalism, but it's a noble.
He writes really well, to be fair, Tom does. I've read his pieces on Football London. He does read well. Write well, sorry.
We went to
love that.
Nottingham Trent. I think I would.
Yeah.
I went.
So I don't read. I don't read. I listen to stuff, so I'm missing out there, I guess. But I did used to listen to him fairly regularly, and again, I think for me, I'm always surprised that anyone has any longevity because there's so much choice. Do you know what I mean? Like I could watch the crap out of one channel, and then for a couple of weeks, and then come back and go, yeah, why have I stopped watching that? I really like it.
Do you know, on just your Ferguson point of view, I just wanted to address this. I thought Roy Keane came out with a statement last week, and he said David Gill and Sir Alex Ferguson hang around that club like a bad smell. And I think what we need to look at now is the fact that Arsene Wenger doesn't do that to Arsenal. So that influence, we don't have that. Wenger was that selfless. When he had to leave, he left. I don't know if maybe it was because it was on bad terms and he's landed himself a great job. But I think we're very fortunate that the previous hierarchy, like David Dean, and who was incredible for us, aren't hanging around, that haven't adapted to the time. So I think when he said that, that makes me think, is Sir Alex Ferguson influencing Radcliffe to an extent, even if it's 10%, 15% on these drastic
Do you
decisions?
think he has to be at the stadium for that to occur? Doesn't it happen even even though Arsene Wenger isn't coming to stadiums, people are always being compared to him? I know what you're saying isn't that, but I think the alternative is, well, they've stopped paying Alex Ferguson.
Have they?
Yeah.
I thought he was doing consultancy work for them still, wasn't he?
Yeah, he has been, but that's been stopped. I mean, they're not paying for canteen lunches or anything. They'll throw money, or after managers or sports directors, but they can't. Some of the questions asked by journalists these days are laughable, really. They all are. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think it's a great point, and I think that what we're seeing is press conferences need a rethink, don't they? Because
but we've got to be honest. We quizzed this earlier on as well, didn't we? We said that they're not going to tell you the truth anyways, like in the police.
So hook them up to a lie detector test, and every time
that's the only way you're going to find out.
Yeah, and every time the needle spins into the red, they've got to do a shot.
Yeah, I think that's the only way you can resolve this.
He's dead.
Hammered. He's hammered.
Tommy Ash is not real. I sold him to Wimbledon. It's all that kind of thing. I don't know. But I think
he morphs into Gaza.
Yeah, he morphs into Gaza. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? With fake tits on, yeah. He's like, yeah, look at that. Don't worry about mascara. I've got a pair. Right, I've got too into that. Lol, by tomorrow, this stream will most likely be clipped and we'll be getting loads of abuse. To be honest, I don't even mention their name to give them any traction. I respect them as fans, but that's about it. That's how I feel. I love it. Jose told me that I was being talked about on a show, and I just like, it feeds my ego. Well done. Talk about me. I'm worth it. Spend an hour and 20 minutes talking about Arteta and 15 minutes talking about me. That's about the right level. I can't believe Everton wants Ben White. Hey, Jerry's here. Jerry with the tash, or has Jerry grown the tash back? Or I just need to know about the tash. Never mind your football club. Can't believe Everton wants Ben White. What do you think about it? I don't want Ben White going anywhere. We're having trouble right now. We're having to play both our right backs right now. I don't want anyone going anywhere. Loaned, sold, anywhere.
Wait, he's definitely not going before the end of the season anyway.
Might go January. Why not?
Well, I missed out on the Champions League and the
we
Premier League.
If we're going to have, I agree with you. I do. But if that everybody that gets mentioned, we have to go through the same process. I don't want Ethan Nwaneri to go because I think this will be the season. I genuinely do believe we're going to win the league this season. All the people that tell me I'm wrong make me smile because I'm like, well, if you're sure, let's go and put a load of money on Manchester City because you get great odds at the moment. I think most everyone is equally terrible. It's just DG, this channel, and Bergkamp Wonderland. Oh, see, I've got to give Bergkamp Wonderland more of a go. But I remember listening to the podcast on Spotify years ago now, and I just didn't enjoy it. But
I like Latte Firm, by the way.
What's that?
Latte
Firm. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Even though I hate lattes.
Yeah, it's not my coffee. It's espresso. That's how you drink coffee. Right, here we go. Oh, I can feel this, and this is a good one from one of the best regulars. I'm going to say something that's probably a little controversial. That's how you start every... Guys, learn from Jose. He's the master. But I believe a certain person in Spain is single and doesn't have his wife and daughter with him anymore. I wonder why.
That's harsh. Mm.
I'm going to say something probably local. I believe a certain person in Spain is single and doesn't have his wife. Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, I know why, because I'm a slut for this, for gossip and intrigue. I'm the worst. Like I'm not. I'm trying to put back into the universe what I've taken out by watching with popcorn tons of people being nasty to each other. I'm a sucker for it.
Who's he talking about?
Well, he's not mentioned the name because he doesn't.
Yeah, it's not.
Rhymes with.
It's not a nice comment, to be fair.
What do you mean? Like, well, it's not. But
I think for me as well, there's always a case
I
of.
don't find it that bad. Like,
No, it's not a rude or offensive comment, and I get what you're trying to say, but I think not sound like Michelle Obama when they go low.
No,
we
I
go
want
high.
you to try and sound like Michelle Obama now.
Yeah, when they go low, we go high. I think that's the answer there.
You know what? Yeah, I respect that. I do respect that. I respect that. It wouldn't have occurred to me because I feel like I get the sense that it's being delivered as tongue in cheek and not
Oh,
necessarily.
it probably is.
But it is
with
also
me, I don't
true.
think.
It is true that you are taking a morally more defensible position than just engaging in the same ad hominem attacks. That, I like it. Freedom of expression of ideas. I get what you're saying, Jose, but I do agree. Yeah. Did you lot get to strikers? No, we didn't.
No,
we haven't
we've not got to
centre
centre
backs. Yeah.
And we still we've not confirmed left back. Forget about that. We've got me and my friend here. We're both still on the fence with Saka.
That's done. Sorry, I have locked in the 3 positions.
Fair enough.
And then I just forgot that Saliba's not playing, so it's Gabriel and who at the back?
Norgard, possibly.
Salmon.
Oh yeah, Norgard. No, it's always Salmon. Don't be silly.
It wouldn't be a bad, but Norgard, Salmon,
No,
they're
you
your
can't play-
options,
Stop
aren't they?
saying Salmon. We're not playing Salmon. Because
We
you've got,
may
what,
not
20
be,
minutes?
but they're the 2 options we've got, aren't they?
No.
Oh.
Declan Rice is an option before I put Salmon in there.
But then you take Declan Rice out of the centre of midfield in that game.
Yeah, and I put Norgard where he belongs. I don't know, but we are saying
I'd say
and
Norgard
Gabriel,
as well, but I'm just saying the other option is Salmon.
I think Norgard has done well in the sense when he's played anyway.
Yeah, but you could probably put Marino there and he'd absolutely be brilliant.
Very true.
Yeah, but then who plays up front? Okay. We're pretty much saying Norgard and Gabriel, aren't we? Come on.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to hurry this along. I like it taking ages. £1,000 an hour, guys.
Exactly.
I so want to see what they do if we win the quad. I think I'm taking names. Every time I'm in a chat with I tell you where it's different for me. I don't mind if they slag off Arteta and the team. There's always football fans always do that. Some, or the owners. It's when they slag off this fan base. When they start saying this fan base, because they don't agree with me, this fan base are all stupid. So that's one way of looking at it, isn't it? Like, so you're definitely right, and all the other people are definitely wrong. Yeah, it must be frustrating being you. I've still got my M. That's your moustache. Good to hear. You look like an airwayman from the Second World War. It's beautiful. I listen to ABW podcast religiously. A Burkham Wonderland is that?
Yeah,
I have to start listening to that. I think I'd really like it. I've still got my moustache. I'm not going to shave it unless Everton buy someone decent like Ben White. Yeah. It's like that idiot that's going, I'm not going to cut my hair till Arsenal win a trophy. You can't win a trophy till it's available. Like, you mean you're going to leave your hair? It just drives me mad. People don't think anymore, do they? Rhymes with runner. Yeah, no. My first is in runner. Vinny Jr. Look at this. Yanzo5229. Vinny Jr. to Arsenal members. What a load of crap from the media. Rodrigo to Arsenal is more suited to Arteta's system. Yeah, what did I see that Rodrigo's pissed off that he's having to play on the right? I don't know. I would take Vinicius Jr. at Arsenal.
But there's also talk about You know, I think it's in the last program I said, do you want Vinny or do you want Rodrigo? And I think you picked Rodrigo, and I said, but I'd rather go for Bradley Barcola. But there's also Bradley Barcola's come onto the scene as well as coming to Arsenal.
Yeah, I don't think he's moving, but I don't think we're getting anyone. But I am really surprised by the strength of the Mark Gahey, because we talked about that, didn't we? So, like, you have to give
So
that some...
if you had a choice of Ben White to leave this window and that funds Gahey to come in this window, do you do it?
No, I don't.
I don't know why. Why would you take Gahey now when you can get him in a few months' time on a free?
Yeah,
But
that is a really
that's
good
not
point.
a certainty,
But
though,
that's
is it?
not the... But I think, like, to interpret the question differently, obviously, you know, if you're talking about the financial value, I've eliminated that from my thinking. I've just gone, right now, does my squad feel better when I take Ben White out of it and bring in Mark Gahey? And I think
I think he plays on the left, no? I thought he played...
Gahey.
Is he not left-footed?
I don't know, actually.
I think he's left foot.
Yeah, thinking about him playing for England.
It will be on the other side, Calafiori.
But we would be bringing him in a centre back, wouldn't we? Have you seen him play as full back
More.
at any time?
And Calafiori.
But I also
he's
think I'm
right-footed.
being sentimental as well. I just think the squad dynamic, the squad harmony, everyone knows each other. What kind of message are you sending? Ben White could be really popular. I don't know. I just don't want to interfere with it right now.
I was just putting it out there because I think if there was any legs in the Everton rumour, I think that's where they'd be foreseeing the money to go to.
My
To Mark
understanding,
Gahey
and I might be
in this
wrong,
window.
so please jump in if you know any more than this, but my understanding is that all of the conversation, Arteta's really keen on Mark Gahey is really keen on Arsenal, but the conversation isn't about January. It's about...
Somebody said 40 million now. I'm like, no.
40 million down the drain, isn't it? Like,
That's
you literally are just taking... Even the one that surprised me was Real Madrid, because they needed him for the Club World Cup, paid £10 million for Trent Alexander-Arnold, like a couple of weeks before he's free. That's literally that kind of desperation move of a massive club. While we're going to this tournament, we want him in. Didn't work out. I don't see how people can be talking about Manchester City mounting a title defence if they're going to rely on the back two that played tonight for any longer period of time. They need Mark Gahey desperately. That makes sense, spend 40 million. I don't think it makes sense for Liverpool to be spending 40 million now because they're not going to win the league anyway. But for Man City, there may be players out there that they could bring in which would really give them the impetus to title charge and then to make it really difficult for us. Mark Gahey might well be one of those players. But Mark Gahey has no vested interest in joining Man City unless he really wants to join them anyway. And if the news that's coming out is right, he wants to go to Arsenal, which is mad and brilliant. But I don't know where he plays at Arsenal. Maybe we go to back three.
I think the way football's evolved and the manner in which I went on to a deep dive earlier today in terms of ChatGPT, and I looked at which clubs have had the least injuries this season, least players injured, and it was West Ham. So who's had the most injuries? It's ourselves, City. So does that mean even when you've got a bigger squad, you're still going to have to be competitive at the top end? And I was looking at what the average amount of days for injuries were. It was due to reoccurring injuries that have stemmed from a player coming back too quickly. But you have to roll that dice. So the reason the two clubs that are at the top of it, the way I interpreted it was City and Arsenal both are rolling the dice to bring those players back because they still want to be competitive and win those games.
Every game matters, so they have
exactly,
to
yeah. So
more.
it was an interesting dive, to be fair.
But the other thing is, if you're looking statistically, if I set up the premise, if I was going to do a formula that expressed this, it would be number of games is the biggest factor. The frequency of injury, you know, like if you're like the guy that clipped me and was talking about me saying, I made this point about how modern day players say they're playing all these. They used to play every game, and go, it was fewer games. And then he turned that around saying, "This idiot, there was only 14 people in the squad in 19 and 91." And I was like, 98, he said, "There's only 14 people in the squad. Only 14 players played in 98." I was like, "No, 38 did. We had a squad. Like we used to play a lot of players, but we weren't playing in the Champions League, certainly not in its current format. We played 6 games in the Champions League the year after we won the league, and we didn't cope well with it, honestly. We didn't cope well with all the competitions on all fronts and having a better Manchester United ahead of us in the league. I think at the moment we are playing a huge number of games, and the problem is when you start off the season with people not quite fit and some injuries, and like we've had long-term injuries this year, Jesus and Kai Havertz, everyone's been injured, then that puts extra minutes on the players who might otherwise have only had. We are at a point where I'd say Declan Rice is approaching 2,000 minutes. He might have exceeded that. That's a lot. You don't want a lot of 4,000 minute seasons. It's a lot.
So I think that when you got clipped, the context that was missing is how physical are the games now.
Yeah.
But
Pitches.
B, the most crucial bit is how much ground do they cover? So
Yes,
was
great point.
pressing as big back then? When was it as popular? Were people
I
adopting a
think there's
really
a huge
intense press?
similarity between the George Graham model and the Mikel Arteta one. If
In
I
terms
see
of
it-
distance covered on the pitch?
Yeah, in terms of just it's difficult because I don't have the stats for it, but gut feel. But I would say Rocky Rocastle had the same defensive mindset as Bukayo Saka. They were having to run up and down a lot, and we had that player like David Rocastle who essentially had an overplayed injury in his knee, which ended his career. Ultimately, he had to go to play for Leeds. Mr. Tom's not here, so I can say that is a career-ending injury if you play for Leeds. But you know what I mean. I think ultimately, if you're looking, the principle of Occam's razor in philosophy is that the simplest answer is usually the right one. So if you said to me, why do I think players are more injured than ever, particularly muscular injuries, I'd say, are they running more than they used to? And then you go, yes. And I go, well, that'd probably do it then, wouldn't it? And then you don't need a more complicated answer. Of course, I am a flip-flop. So tomorrow morning when I wake up, I'll tune into my favourite show and I'll have him explain to me that Mikel Arteta is a psychopath and he's deliberately trying to injure these players, even though his career is on the line if he does. The simplest explanation to me seems to be Declan Rice has played year in, year out. You see this in clubs. No one even questions this in clubs. You know, like when you see a club like Man United at the moment, one of the reasons they're performing above where you'd expect them is because they only play one game a week. And that brings its own negatives as well if you're trying to be competitive because you lose rhythm quickly. We saw that when we went out of all the competitions in 22-23 and thought we could focus on the league. But actually, Man City, still involved in everything else, performed better because there was more rhythm to their play. We see that every week, that teams that have too much football struggle. Aston Villa have a really good season in the Champions League. It affects their league position. You need a really good run of form and games and luck to get through a league title. If you're going to insist that Declan Rice has played 2,000 minutes by the turn of the year, he'll get to 4,000 minutes in this season, and that's too many to be at your optimum best. So
I did suggest a replacement and substitute on the other show, who's now on his way to Spurs, Conor Gallagher.
Yeah, I just don't think we can buy Conor Gallagher. I don't think we have any. I don't know if. I think we've got the squad we've got, guys.
I don't know about Conor Gallagher myself. He's a good player, but isn't he moving because he wants to get back into the England team anyway?
I agree with you, but so my thought process was, in all honesty, he's not going to start ahead of Rice for England. So he's going to only factor in the England squad as a squad player. So if he's featuring in, let's say, a third of the games that Rice may feature in, I think that's enough for Tuchel to look at it. That's what I thought. Obviously, it's not happening. He's gone to Spurs anyway, and we were never in for him. But generally, I just thought that level of athleticism, he's no Declan Rice, far from it.
I haven't seen him since his move to the continent. But I was always a massive fan of his, and I thought he played really well.
I saw him against in the Emirates. Was it in the Emirates where we played Atletico?
Yeah.
He got schooled. He
I didn't
absolutely.
see him, and I don't even remember. Isn't that funny? I don't remember.
He didn't
Yeah.
have a great performance then, to be fair. But I just remember him from his days at Palace, and I think, you know what, that level of
He's great at
athleticism is
Palace.
never going to leave him. And
I like him. I also like, but there are players that you like where you think that ship's probably sailed now. Mason Mount was another one. Like, I was one of those that said, "Why have we signed Havertz? Let's get Mason Mount. He's a better player." I'm sure I was wrong about that now. I think Conor Gallagher never strikes me as a defensive midfielder.
he's a box-to-box player, so it wouldn't be to replace Zubimendi. It'd be to fill in Rice's position. So for me, it was
I
a
think
case
that's
of
where we've already got Eze, we've already got Wanyere, we've got players that I'd like to see ahead of Conor Gallagher for that. Miles Lewis Skelly.
No, I get the point. It's more like you want a Rice replacement, right? You want to play like you want to give Rice a few games off, and
yeah.
I remember that kid we were going to get. Is it Lucas somebody from like one of those Spanish clubs?
Oh no,
I can't remember who it was, but it was like a player we're going to get from a Spanish club, and we were like, oh, maybe he's not ready. We'll come back for him maybe in the summer. I like big physical kind of like Carlos Beleba look in mode or kind of player. That was I think who we were edging towards at the start of the summer.
I think when I look at it every time, and we are about to do the midfield, guys, but when I look at it, I always just see it's quite obvious.
Yeah.
You know, Declan Rice, Odegaard, Zubimendi, that's your midfield every time, right? If you're looking to win games.
You know, you're talking about how many games we're playing this season.
Yeah.
Currently, if we get knocked out of the FA Cup in the next round, if we get knocked out by Chelsea, and we're going to be going into the knockout stage of the European Cup, if we get knocked out in the first knockout round of that, we're already up to 55 games this season.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a lot of games, isn't it?
It is a lot of games, and this is why I was funny because I got clipped and he's going, we only had 14 players back then. You go, what the fuck is everyone talking about? I was there. Don't gaslight me. You know, Matthew Upson, remember him? Yeah, he played games. It wasn't, you know, some players played 34 games. You know, there are seasons where some players just play all the games. Because, well, Wiltord's magic, wasn't he? Like, he's exactly what we're talking about. Wiltord in the current era would be getting pelters from fans. He's never, you know, but when it mattered, he stepped up and he took it. I think that's a Kai Havertz. I'm hoping Kai Havertz wins us the Champions League with a silkily played, you know, if you one-on-one with a keeper. The times where I know, I really like Kai Havertz. I really like Zubimendi. I'm happy that I am not a football expert because I can't justify it. It's how I feel about them, right? But if one of you two was to sit down with me and go, now watch his positioning here, it's wrong and stuff, I'd go, okay, I'll take it back. He's not very good, but because I don't have the competency to judge a footballer, I can't do.
No, I like Kai Havertz. I think for now he's our best striker option.
You're in a safe space here, Benny. Like, you know that if you said that on lots of places, there would be a shout concerto now.
He's our best striking option that we have at the moment.
Can I ask you then? You know when he came on for Portsmouth, you know that it was the way the camera was and the light and everything, but he had these link touches where he would just link players, and you're like, well, Gyökeres definitely isn't doing that.
No,
and maybe him and Gyökeres together, maybe that's the answer. But I just feel really comfortable with Kai Havertz on the ball. He
holds the ball up really well. He connects the play. The only thing is just he doesn't put the ball in the net, but he puts the ball in the net better than Jesus, who doesn't put the ball in the net at all.
Yeah.
And probably, which we haven't seen, is Gyökeres puts the ball in the net more than him, but we don't know that yet because he hasn't been doing that.
He scored 5 Premier League goals, so we can all be honest and say it isn't the return we wanted.
Yeah.
But I think my whole position on Victor Gyökeres is, what are we talking about judging someone in their first 4 or 5 months in a job, right? let's see how we feel about him when we're lifting silverware. When he's on the bus holding the cup up, I'm not going to be shouting, "But you only scored 6 goals." You know, I won't give a shit. I won't be like,
Yeah.
"Your percentage of goals was not high enough." You know, it's like, no, just go like, we're a team game. I don't get to pick the team. The person who does get to pick the team keeps picking him, and we aren't doing badly.
You know what I found unusual about that Pompey game? Because we had Jesus, Martinelli, and Madueke, didn't we, to start? Is Jesus, and Martinelli kept swapping positions.
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
thinking,
good.
why doesn't that happen when Gyökeres is there?
Because I also thought, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I also thought, do you know what, Jesus is a good winger. I like him on the wing.
That's the issue, though. That's the issue that I have with Jesus, is that I like that he's a winger and he can do this wing play, but we bloody need somebody in the box sometimes
Yeah, of
for those
course,
crosses.
yeah.
And there's nobody there in the box, and it's like, and the thing is that and I got so annoyed in the against Liverpool. I was disappointed. Like, I was disappointed with Jesus actually against Portsmouth, but like I got annoyed with both of them, both Gyökeres and Jesus against Liverpool, because it was just like meat and drink to Van Dijk and Konate. They didn't have to do any, like, they didn't have to do anything. It wasn't like you just knew how good Liverpool's defenders were, because they went one of them just went on Gyökeres, so they didn't doing this thing where other teams have like 2 or 3 players. They were like, yeah, I'll handle Gyökeres, and he was a non-factor in the whole match. And then when Jesus came on, they didn't move he didn't move them from their position. He just went on the wing, and I don't even think he got the ball that much against Liverpool.
No, you're right, and it isn't like Konate and Van Dijk are having the season of their lives either. You know,
Yeah.
but you do. But I think there is a lot of Emperor's New Clothes about football as well. You have to find your truth, don't you? You have to say, look, I like Kai Havertz. Maybe it's because I don't understand football enough. Maybe it's because I understand it more than everyone else. Somewhere in between. I just like him. I like Zubimendi. I like Kai Havertz. When you ask me to defend that, I kind of go, well, it's mostly eye test. But when I actually look at the stats, it's not far off what I'm seeing, you know. And I think that technique is really important, and you can't, after 22 years old, you're not going to improve that much. So what you're really looking at, players with great technique and, like we've said before, great character. And I think Kai Havertz is there fighting for the team. He gets involved, he runs, he does what he's asked to. There's never any fuss. He's typical kind of stereotype of a German, gets the job done. Love him. But when I say that, I get swamped with, he's a waste of money, he's a Chelsea reject, he's a Chelsea pension. Like, okay, well, just what else can I do but have an opinion?
But I think when Gyökeres has been on, and also obviously we've seen this with Jesus, that Premier League defenders are really good. Even the Wolves, even the bottom teams, Wolves, West Ham, Premiership defenders, central defense, centre backs are really, really good, because you can't be a mug and score. You can't. Mugs are not scoring goals. You need to be a good striker. You need to have good movement. You need to know. You can't just be one. Like, we can't just get a youth team striker to play on this pitch. Like, you need
It's
proper.
a really good point. It's a really
Yeah.
good point. I was reminded of Sol Campbell saying how he'd love to be a defender now, because there's not so many great strikers around. But obviously formations have changed. The challenges have changed.
It's really hard to be a striker nowadays. I'm like a number 9. It's just if
There
you
aren't enough
like,
systems that suit it either, are there, really?
and remember, like, traditional 9s where they didn't need to play too much. They just needed the ball in the net.
I used to go to Spurs, and I used to get free tickets to Spurs. So because they always play at home when we play away, every weekend I'd go to Arsenal Spurs for about a season. It was around 91 actually, and I got to see a lot of Gary Lineker. And it was just beautiful, because you cannot explain how that guy scores goals. He doesn't score goals by being quick. He doesn't score goals by being, strong or athletic. He's not scoring overhead kicks. he's always in the right place at the right time, and that yard of pace in his head is worth more than anything else. I think nowadays we are experiencing there is a drop off in quality of strikers. There's Victor Osimhen, there's Erling Haaland, and then there's players who come and go beneath that. Alexander Isak is injured, or I'd certainly put him in that category. But you know what I'm saying, like the big strikers aren't there. You could make a case for Lewandowski. You know, what's he now, 65 now or something? But there aren't the great strikers.
But maybe that's just because the defenders are so good, like you said.
Yeah,
I think it could be. Yeah, I agree.
It's really hard. It's really hard to be a number 9, even in the academies. They are not prioritizing number 9s. It's like you need to be able to control the ball. You need to be able to move with the ball. You need to have the stamina. You can't just stand in one position. You need to be able to link up play. And that's what is going on in academies now. You can't just be a number 9 and be like, I'm going to put the ball in.
So we know what we were saying earlier about Chido Obi Martin. When I saw him, I just thought it's like if he's really 18, but he's playing with a 16-year-old. He always was physically superbly developed. And, but people just see goals scored like they did with Gyökeres.
Yeah.
I'm going to race through some of these comments because I hate letting people down when they take the time to paste. Or Bato's out of our club. I hate him. He's apparently shit. It's Everton. What does it matter? You've got a nice new stadium. Just enjoy yourselves. Gahey at 40 million now in January seems a bargain and a no-brainer. I love that, but I disagree. I think I disagree. I think, what Benny was saying earlier, like, why would you pay 40 million for something? It's like, I don't think it moves the needle enough for us to make it worth 40 million. Like, it's not going to be the difference between us winning the Premier League. Or
what I would do is give Gay 20 million.
Yeah.
And then get promise him 20 million.
That's what's happened. That is what's happened. This is not the sort of thing that he's going to leave. He has a firm offer, whether it's from us or Real Madrid or whoever. And they've gone to him, you're signing on fee and bonuses, and we'll take care of all your agent fee. You'll get 15 million quid out of this.
That's what happened.
Then he might go back and go, I want 20, and he'll get it.
And also, 20 million. Sorry, just one thing, because people keep saying that he won't get playing time in Arsenal. And I disagree. Not that I think he will displace any of our centre backs. I think what Gay will do, I think he's going to stay because he gets more playing time in Crystal Palace. He can go to the England World Cup, and then he can kind of plan his time after the World Cup when it's the next season. Yeah. So all he needs to do is just stay in Crystal Palace and play for the World Cup, because I think that's what he's going to do anyway. And then,
and I want to develop that part because I want to get your opinion on this, because I know what I would say to this, but I think we're on the same page actually. Because Jose's saying he could be tempted to join someone else in the summer. I'd go all out and get him now.
I agree with that for 2 points, though. I think we're glossing over something. Glossing over, not flossing. If we get Gahey this January, it prevents one thing, which is City strengthening in that area.
But it doesn't prevent Palace holding on to... I mean, like you're saying that... So I understand what you're saying, but let me be sure that I do. A good reason for us to spend £40 million plus give him a signing on fee somewhere approximate to what he would have got just hanging on and waiting. If Mark Gahey can come to us, his chosen club, or Madrid, wherever he wants to go, and pocket 20 million, or he can go to City now and get 5 million... You're saying that a good reason for us to buy him is because if we don't buy him, he'll go to Man City. And I'm saying he's already made that decision. If he wanted to go to City, he'd already be holding up the shirt. He's already decided not to go to City.
I think so as well.
City can push the button. City would come and say, here's 40 million Palace, or 35 million should do it, because 35 million, and here's your 15 million Gahey, takes the total value of that transfer up to 50 million. Now, from a point of view, that seems logical. But then you go, well, how's Gahey better off if he doesn't want to play at City? If he wants to play at City,
I think we're his preferred destination. But I don't feel like...
If he wanted to be at City... My counter to the point you made is, why hasn't he said yes to City yet?
I think he's weighing it up. I think even if it's a last-minute deal, he may stay and see if... Very similar to what Sesko did. They might just wait it out. Do you know what I mean? They might wait it out till the
Šeško
last
was
week.
definitely leaving because Leipzig needed the money.
Palace need the money.
Yeah, Crystal Palace need the money, but Šeško had 2 years on his contract. There's a difference there. Like, if Gahey had 2 more years on his contract, this would be a done conversation. Mark Gahey has been professional. I remember the Liverpool fans, this is arrogance, going, you've ruined his career. He's never going to get another chance to play for a club as big as Liverpool now. You know, you should have taken the 35 million. And most sensible people are going, no, this is Mark Gahey. He's really good. Like, as long as he stays, it's a risk he's taken going, winding down your contract is a risk in case you get injured really badly. Because if he picks up a 1 year injury now playing at Palace, he's not getting paid for a year. Right? But if you weigh up the risk of that, he obviously knows where he wants to go because he hasn't just gone to City. There might be other reasons. He might be thinking, I don't know who's going to be managing at City after the summer. I don't know if they're going to get convicted of 130 charges. I don't really know if this team dynamic's working at the moment. I don't know what the structure or the idea is. We're in the middle of a rebuild that doesn't make that much sense. Beginning of the season, you've got Pep Guardiola going, no, I like a small squad. January, going, our squad's too small. It doesn't look like the same focused Pep Guardiola that we saw in the first build at Man City. And the first build at Man City wasn't as chaotic. You know, he didn't try 5 different left wingers. I get Marmoush is no longer in favour at Man City, but it was only a year ago they were spending significant amounts of money on the new Marmoush. And Semenyo is a very good player, and I looked good again tonight. But I don't see how he gets them an extra 6 points. I get that he might get them goals, but then so could Doku in that position. This is a chaotic time to be a Manchester City, to be going to Manchester City. But I will say again, if Mark Gahey had made his mind up to go to either Liverpool or City, he'd be there right now. It's halfway through.
I get what you're saying. What I'd like to ask you, though, is does Gahey going to City add 6 points on to City's?
Yeah, maybe.
And in a title race, if you weigh up, if somebody could add you 6 potential points, so that's what I'm trying to say is if City, I'm looking at it from a
I think City
alternative
doing
angle.
everything they can to sign Mark Gahey. I would say absolutely. Whether it's
He would give
Gahey-
them a minimum of extra 6 points, wouldn't he?
Look who they're playing at centre back. LeMay, I mean, no one's heard of. You know, they've had to recall a youth player from loan to play. They are desperately short at centre back. John Stones is never coming back. Guardiola is out for the season. You know, like it's really bad. Diaz is a month-long injury at the worst possible time. They need a centre back desperately. They're an oil-rich country. If you said to them, 60 million gets you Mark Gahey now, I could make a case for that along the lines that you're suggesting. You know, winning the league versus not winning the league must be worth 60 million quid to somebody. But I don't think that the sticking
Is it worth
point
it
here-
to us, though?
No, it isn't. It isn't worth us because I said last season, I cheekily did the video, which is said the one player that if Arsenal buy, will definitely win them the league, and it was Mo Salah. Because I was doing this in January transfer window last year, and I was saying, like, taking Salah out of the Liverpool side is all the advantage we need, even if we don't play him. But I don't think that applies with the Mark Gahey thing. City will buy a centre-back, and he will be a better centre-back than Kuzanov or Lemaine, right? I think that's how you pronounce his name. And that's it. So whoever they buy, but they are going to have to pay way over the odds for a player with 6 months left on his contract. You're talking about the on-the-book transfer will be 25 to 30 million to Crystal Palace. Say they get away with 20 million, which is not inconceivable. Palace would probably take it. They're not going to get relegated this season. They're not going to win anything this season. They might as well cash in on Gahey, and it doesn't matter what they do. And they just say to, you know, Ollie Glasner, look, this is a developing season for us. No harm, no foul, you know. So Crystal Palace would sell him for 20 million. Then you've got Gahey sitting in front of you going, no, I'd rather wait till the, you know, you're offering me 15 million signing on for you. I think I can get 20 million in summer. That's 5 million. It's not small potatoes. And they go, well, we'll give you the 20 million then. That conversation would have been had. It doesn't take that long to have it. And he still hasn't said yes. So now what? You have to, you're talking to a player who in 6 months' time is a free transfer. He's happy to wait 6 months, go to the World Cup, which he'll go to anyway, and pick up a huge signing on fee to go to the club he wants to. How do you stop him?
I feel as though it's this is me just looking at it from an alternate point of view. So I think the main concept behind it is he adds a level of depth. We know Saliba and Gabriel are going to be, with the amount of minutes they've played, we've talked over it and over it, are going to be less available for the run-in at certain points. And if you've got a Mark Gay who is motivated to win a title, so he's currently at a team that, with no disrespect to Palace, and Glasner's leaving in the summer, so his contract's expired. But what I mean is that there isn't a path for them to win anything this year, really. Whereas for us, we're in every single competition imaginable, and we're probably, I don't want to sound arrogant here, but we're beyond Champions League, we're favourites for all of them.
I think we're favourites Champions League.
More to my point, then, like,
Yeah, I love your point. I think it's really reflective of what is potentially happening now.
He's got a choice. Would he want to wait till the summer for Arsenal, or be part of a team that can win everything?
Well, I think part of what factors into that is Arsenal aren't going to pay 40 million for him, because what Benny said is like someone at Arsenal's gone, no, I'm not buying that now. When it's like, I'm sure none of you have ever had to do this, but I've been very poor. And there are times where you're kind of waiting for the yellow sticker gun to come out before you buy a sandwich. Like you're like, this one's been on the shelf all day. Like that. I think the best business. I've never been a good businessman. I've run businesses, but not well enough. But I've known some good businessmen, and they watch every penny. Because like I've had them say to me things like, every penny you save is a penny. Every penny you don't spend is a penny you haven't got to earn. And so they haggle for everything. They get good deals for everything. I think Andrea Berta is a transfer gangster. He's like, I'm not giving you 40 million for that. It's free in 6 months' time. Yeah, but if you sign Mark Gahey, you could win the league. We're going to win the league anyway. Well, if you sign Mark Gahey, he doesn't go to Man City. Let him go.
Also, you have to understand our PSR situation is not, I would say, not the best at the moment because of the summer transfers we've made. Mm-hmm. So I don't think the board would kind of sanction.
I think they would. Do you know what? I absolutely agree with the premise of your point, but I still think Andrea Berta could make a case, and his star is in the ascendant. I think it's possible.
But we couldn't pay for a Capier, and
we do what we did with Hincapié. We just say to Crystal Palace, we'll give you £20 million when.
You mean like a loan, another loan? I guess they could also do that.
There are ways it could happen. I don't know much more about our PSR at all. Right, it's just I'm not an accountant, but I do know that the talk was that he had to talk Richard Garlick into allowing him the extra funds, so we must be close.
I would say
close to PSR. And the reality is, I think we all know this, if you're bringing Gahey in, someone's got to go.
Who takes you closer to the title then? Just in this season, does a Ben White leaving us and Gahey coming in, and this is just me creating farcical scenarios.
No, I like it.
Does Ben White leaving us, going to Everton, and Gahey not going to City and signing a player who's not Premier League ready as a defender to Gahey standard in this window? What's the best scenario?
Can we tackle it like a probabilities problem, like a maths problem? Because I really like this. I think there is an answer in this, where you reach game theory and you kind of go, there must be an optimal outcome. So to describe the advantages of Arsenal signing Gahey are that Manchester City don't get him. That has to be worth something, right? So you have to assess what the probability is that you add Mark Gahey to your squad. Does it give you a better percentage chance of winning the league? Does Mark Gahey going to Man City give them a chance to win the league? Because if I'm honest, my view is even if Mark Gahey goes to Manchester City, they're not winning the league. even if he hits the ground running and he's brilliant straight away, they're not winning the league. Their problems are more foundational than that. I don't think their problems.
Yes,
are
it would take a drop off from us to. We would have to drop off for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if Ben White will leave this January.
My point is simply this: right now, this is your moment. You've worked for this. This team, if I'm right, and I may not be, I'm hopeful that when you go into training with these guys, they're all bouncing off each other. And I've managed teams for a long time, and I've always had guys in teams that aren't as good as everyone else, but everyone likes them. You know? And if the business owner says to me, Dan, why are you hiring this person? Why do you pay this person? I go, because even though their results aren't good, when you take them out, everybody else's results come down 5% and you start to feel it. And I think the energy in a team right now is a delicate balance, but we are grinding out results. We have a better team spirit than ever. And I don't know how important to the squad Ben White is. I don't know. I'm not making any unnecessary changes if you're 6 points clear at the top. I remember vividly when Newcastle were miles ahead of and they signed Faustino Asprilla and it all fell apart because suddenly you're introducing this guy you've spent a record amount of money on, and all the players who've got you this far are like, well, which one of us is getting dropped? You introduce a measure of uncertainty at a time when the reality is let's just win some fucking silverware, because Mark Gahey might not want to come to an Arsenal managed by the next manager if Arteta walks. And I don't want to have the conversation, but anyone who thinks Arteta's going to go from here to not winning silverware this year and still be around to win it next year, I think that's frankly not realistic.
So on that point, like it was a good point. Like I said, I'm just presenting a different view on things. We are, just say for example, we go into this weekend with no Saliba. Is Gahey Is Gahey going to get you more points than Norgard at the back? Yes.
Against Nottingham Forest away.
Yeah, but I mean across the course of the season. So
if Saliba is injured in January, and it looks like he may not make it through the season, then fundamentally, yes, Mark Gahey makes a lot more sense even at 40 million.
But even against Forest away, after a Chelsea game.
How many shots do you think Forest are going to get against us? How many defensive actions do you think a player will need to make? I don't think it'd be that many.
I think they don't have to, but I think Saliba is so well positioned that he sniffs out a lot of the stuff that could generate. So if you compare, I'm not saying Norgard's terrible, but I'm saying Saliba's amongst the top 3 centre backs in the world. So the drop off is immense when you put in, let's say, Norgard compared to. It's like me comparing in a boxing sense.
I do get your point. The drop off argument is very compelling because clearly, if you go from Saliba to Norgard, that is a massive difference. But I don't think you would. I think you might play Norgard in the occasional game, but I think long term the solution would be Timber or Ben White or Calafiori or Hincapié or Mosquera. We are well stocked at the back.
We are well stocked. You know, but they're all injured right now as well.
They are all injured right now, but they're not all injured they're not all injured
right now. Actually, Mosquera, I think, is on his way back. It's just you know how the Arsenal fitness things. You can still call him injured, but he's like on the Arteta.
I've been watching
on the training ground.
Illuminati, because I was listening to somebody today saying he won't come back this season. He's out.
Mosquera.
Yeah.
No, I know. Arteta said today that Mosquera is definitely. He did mention Mosquera because he added it in when the lady, because they were questioning him about the injured players normally at the start of the press conference, and then he added Mosquera being
with kind of cheeky with it as well. He mentioned who the other player was.
Max Dalman, I think it was Dalman.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know is all I can know because they're not honest in press conferences.
Mm-hmm.
it would be nice if instead of Arteta sitting there, you had a doctor next to him. Do you know what I mean? Like, well, when's
The
Mosquera
doctor
gonna fit?
randomly gets shot halfway
Yeah,
through.
but I think
And a
I think
Saturday-
before Mosquera was out for the whole of the season, he would have just been like, yeah, he's not.
I don't
think
know because we are locked in this.
No,
Left is
but
right, right
normally-
is left.
well, but normally when he
You're so
when-
naive, Benny.
Yeah.
You believe
No,
everything
what-
you read in the mainstream media.
normally when Arteta, when there's a long-term injury and a player is not coming back, he will say, like Jesus, he has always been consistent with Jesus and Havertz saying, yeah, they're gonna
He
need a
does
longer
that.
period.
Do you remember? I can't remember who it was about, but he does that fucking annoying thing of going many, many weeks.
I think that
Isn't
was
many weeks?
Calafiori.
No, you say a few weeks.
Yeah, Calafiori and
No,
Rice.
no, sorry, you say a number of weeks.
Number of weeks. Yeah.
And he never
What's the number,
specified. It could be
Donut?
any number.
52 weeks. Yeah. So no, but hear me out.
What's
This is
the
a hear me out
52?
moment. Press conferences aren't working. We need to redesign them. I'm Stan Kroenke. I'm in charge of the club. I go, right, I want a physio out there. I want loads of people. Arteta can't be answering all these questions. It's got nothing to do with him. So you go, how long is Mosquera out for? And you have a medically trained person going, I'm not magic. I have no fucking idea.
Yeah,
To be fair, I also think it's mind games as well. I don't.
I
And
do.
it's
I think-
stupid that it's mind games. I hate
Well,
that it's mind games. I
it
like
is,
us.
like,
You know what? You have
It is
to
his
have.
job, yo.
Listen, I used to be a professional poker player. Mind games is that job, right? Let me say this. You know, when I'm doing my speech play, it's because I'm not winning the calm, rational battle. I need you to be a little bit agitated because you're sitting there quietly calling down my bluffs without any stress whatsoever. I need to get right under your skin. And if I don't, I'm not going to win. Alex Ferguson, Arsene Wenger understood this. They had that. Jose Mourinho company was a master at it. But I'm looking around me. Pep Guardiola's shit at it. Mikel Arteta's shit at it. We've just got a generation of managers who can't wind each other up properly.
I think they're very respectful as well. So I think the
That's
thing,
annoying, isn't it?
I think,
Boring.
I think it'll change when, like, obviously Slot showed an incredible amount of just kind of courage with what he said in terms of standing by the right thing, and Arteta applauded him for that.
I loved it.
Arteta's never going to go
loved it.
against. Arteta's
I
never
loved
going to say anything bad about Guardiola because that's his messiah, really. But
Bring Mourinho back. Bring Mourinho back.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? For speech play,
Entertain-
definitely.
Entertaining press conferences. We
Antonio
need those.
Conte, Jose Mourinho, where are you now? We need you. I think, yeah, this has been a really stale period and it represented like all the managers. Having a world in which you can't criticize referees is disgusting to me. It's disgusting to
Well,
me.
they get fined though, and they get
It's
like they get
disgusting
banned.
that there is a group of people who do a job which is, it's not the most important part of football. Let's be honest. No one tunes in to go, oh, I want to see him refereeing this week. I love watching games. No, right? They're not supposed to be noticeable. They're supposed to be like wait staff. Really good wait staff. You don't notice they're there, and you have a fantastic evening. Football match shouldn't be about referees, but they become about referees. But this era of football, for all the razzmatazz and the fireworks and the tifos and the songs and the win the dog and everything, honestly, I just want two managers to have a bit of a go at each other. Kevin Keegan, I'd love it if we beat them. I'd love it if that was more exciting part of that season than watching Newcastle throw the lead away. I want people to be honest. I want them to come out and go, you're asking me because you want to know what my opinion of that referee was. I'll tell you, he's a dickhead. I don't like him. I never want to see him at a match again, but what am I going to do about it?
Yeah, but then if you do that, then the media is just gonna lock on, and then it's gonna be
beyond the media, the refs would.
it's just gonna be a shit show for the rest of the, and
Yeah.
you're just gonna have the attention until people are gonna wish you just lose. So I mean, better to stay away from the spotlight, really, for your job.
I think true. I think, but you need a certain amount. Like, where's the Brian Clough now?
Yeah.
There are no managers that are so confident in themselves and they come out. Like when Alex Ferguson, you interviewed him and go, do you think there'll ever be a time where Spurs are a big club? And he's like, no. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about his optics. He doesn't care what the media say about him. He's like, I'm fucking Alex Ferguson. I can keep you all
He
out
was
of
from a
Carrington."
very different era, though, as well. So
He was
Ferguson.
a shipbuilding Glaswegian from Govan. I'm like, yeah, trust that was the generation we all grew up under, looking up to them, going, they were tough as nails. They didn't tell you they loved you very much, and they didn't cry when you bumped your knee. You know, it was like, you know, I love that the generations are changing. That's normal. You said something earlier about your son. You know, like I see it with my stepsons. It's like they won't just agree with you. They have their moral compass and they will stand up for it. They might not do it in an aggressive, shouty way, but they do it in a calm, clear way. And I respect that a lot. But I want some theatre. I want some managers. I want Arteta to come out and go, look, can you all stop saying that I was master and apprentice? Pep didn't know shit till I started putting cones out for him. You know, until I started putting the cones out, he was all over the shop. You know what I mean? Like we do glorify people as well. People are just people.
I looked at something the other day, and very similar to yourself, and I was thinking, Alex Ferguson, when you peer closer and closer to him, the amount of control he had at that club in terms of he was allowed to dictate whether he did a press interview.
He still does.
Sorry?
I said he still does.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
can't get rid of his stench. Apparently,
he can decline reporters attending his press conferences. So if we imagine Amorim and who else was it? Enzo, both of them were fired off the back of comments they made to the press. If they were in a position of power like Ferguson was, who was rightfully so in that position of power after years of success and stability, they wouldn't have done those interviews. Both of them would still be in a job.
I disagree. I love that I disagree as well, because you made it such a good, well put point. And I think
you disagreed without taking a breath.
No, but yeah, I think because what you're overlooking is ultimately people take responsibility for the things they say. They may have had to do that press conference. They didn't have to say the things they did.
But
they made a conscious decision. They knew they were doing a press conference. They could have done an Arteta and just sat there and gone, yeah.
But I think that was the thing. So for example, if Ferguson was really pissed off, he could just cut out that scenario and said, I'm not doing it today.
Yeah, but he still did angry press conferences. He just didn't care what people said.
And then if there was ever a journalist who kind of rubbed him up the wrong way, because he didn't speak to the BBC for years.
I know, I love that.
And that was the match of the day.
You have to have the reality of this. When people are saying Arteta's a narcissist, now I don't see that. I'm not really interested in diagnosing people's medical conditions without the intelligence to do it properly. But I don't think anyone can doubt that the kind of people that were managing football clubs and managing, i.e. controlling everything, they were dictatorial, they were egomaniacal, they were vision-driven, and they knew they were right and everyone else had to do it their way, and they were perfectionists. I equate a lot of my life, I equate to really good chefs. A Michelin 3-star chef will not accept anything but his standards at the pass, and the whole restaurant has to be built around that or it doesn't work. And I think if you're Amorim and you're coming out and you're going, I want to be manager, and the next day you're unemployed, you've just misread the power you had. If Alex Ferguson had done that in his first 2 years, he would have been sacked as well. So there's a point where Alex Ferguson's advice to every manager that he's liked has always been, choose the owners you can work with. Choose the club you manage by the owners, because if you end up with the wrong owners, you're never going to be successful. I don't care how good Liam Rosenior turns out to be as a tactical wizard, as a coach. If physios are going to tell him when he has to play people, sporting directors are going to tell him who he's going to play and when, there's only so much influence he can have, and he knows he's not a manager, so he hasn't got any of that control. The football world has moved too far into the billionaire realm to be run by one man. They don't like it. Let me go through some of these comments, because the comments are brilliant, and when we get into it, I really enjoy it, and then I'm shit at this bit. So apologies if you've written a brilliant comment I'm about to read and fallen asleep. It's your fault. Gahey will prefer a Bosman move. I agree. If you give us Ben White, you can take Bato. Shit, stop trying to peddle your players, man. This has to be the season where the student beats a master 100%. Ineos Glazer's out for... Hey, Lucky Singh! Oh, God, I hope you're still here. This is why I'm terrible as a host, because I get too involved in the chat. Ineos Glazer's out. Fan Michael Carrick. We want personality, but if Michael Carrick, we will talk about that probably on Sunday. Our final third player is night and day comparing Gyok up front with Havertz. Does that mean you prefer Javi to Gyok? Probably why he hasn't declared for Arsenal as well. Bargain deal, no-brainer. Set Arsenal, Mark Gahey. big deal. Arsenal, Alexander Arnold looking return Premier League. Oh yeah, I saw that. Thoughts? Does anyone want Trent Alexander-Arnold?
No.
100%.
What? No.
Yeah, I'd say Trent.
Oh,
I won't play him as a right back,
fuming
though.
argument so I can do my thumbnail at last.
Why?
Oh, brilliant.
I
Andy,
won't play him
get
as
the
a right
popcorn.
back. But again,
Okay.
it's versatility. If we got
Where would you play him? Okay, maybe. Oh, okay. Yeah, go on.
so if we're looking at just his ability to pass that ball, being an elite passer of the ball, we've got. So if we say, I keep on circling around the Ben Whites, and I love Ben White, so
It doesn't
I'm saying
feel
Ben
like
White.
it, to be honest. It feels like Ben White needs to watch his back around you because you keep saying you like him. You're trying to sell him every 5 seconds.
But I'm just saying, like, for Ben White's perspective, he's injury prone as well, unfortunately. So if you bring in,
play him as a defender.
sorry, say that again, Betty.
I thought you said you wouldn't play him as a defender.
No, I'd play him as a contrast in between, as a right back occasionally, but also as a midfielder. So when it's needed, you've got that versatility, haven't you? And you imagine, like, at the moment, the person that's tracked the most distance for Arsenal this season is Zubimendi. It's not Rice, as everybody would suspect. So the person who's covered the most distance, if you've got someone who can slip into that role, and Arnold, could you imagine him passing that ball to the likes of Saka, Martinelli, Gyökeres, Havertz? Ooh, in a hybrid role, of occasionally moving in with Odegaard, it'd be very exciting stuff. You couldn't say no to it. Like, for example, you couldn't say no to it.
I don't know. I just think he's another player who we have to teach to defend how to defend. Because
You're right, 100%.
You're never going to
on that argument as well. Yeah,
that.
like,
That's not going to
just
happen.
that, and this is the beauty of a good conversation. Somebody can say something and it makes sense, and I'll always say if something makes more sense than I've said, I'll say you're right. And on that basis, purely for the fact that Arteta's dropped Eze because he can't defend the levels he needs, he won't be able to get that from Trent. So I'll concede that argument straight away. Sorry, Dan, you didn't get your clickbait moment. But I will do this. You're wrong.
I like it. I'm still on. I would not have Trent Alexander-Arnold at Arsenal because, saying me, if I was manager, this isn't what I think Arteta would do. I don't know how to make that position work in that way. It's obviously worked under Klopp and forwards to hit and that long crossfield ball. But I would just point out, Norgard's crossfield ball to Nwaneri, I don't know, was it Nwaneri or Madueke?
Yeah.
It was stunning. Trent Alexander can't do that. Don't need him. We've got Norgard. You know?
The thing also is, like, I don't like if Trent would want to come to Arsenal in January. I think he'd be wanting to play so that he could get into the World Cup squad. And I don't know who he would take out of the lineup.
Obviously, Bobby's already sold Ben White 3 times.
Well, but it's normally in.
I've just ordered him an Uber to Everton.
I
First
don't know where
choice
you're
is,
going yet, but it's on a plane, all right?
yeah, first choice is Timber, so he wouldn't be benching.
Yeah.
You wouldn't play Trent over Timber. So
No.
it's
And
like,
I wouldn't play Trent over Ben White, honestly.
well,
I think you've made the point I was going to make, which is all of this. We have, I don't know what the long term, what it's going to look like looking back 5 years from now at the next 5 years to come. But I imagine Timber's there. I don't know if Calafiori cements his place or Hincapié or Miles Lewis-Skelly goes on to continue to develop as a left back. But Saliba, Gabriel, Timber, I think that's set in stone. That you can see that being a foundation. There are players that interchange. I always remember when we were really good. Steve Bold, Tony Adams, Martin Keown. You had Andy Linegan as well, but you had 4 centre backs that could compete, and that's not easy to do. That's not easy to maintain. But if you've got enough games, there's a way around it. But I think ultimately, if Calafiori continues to be as good as he's been. Or maybe a different left back comes back, but Trent Alexander-Arnold doesn't fit in anywhere there. He doesn't raise the profile enough. I don't know how it's been so possible for a player to be completely obviously in the wrong position, because fullbacks do have to defend. You know,
if Trent Alexander had done that pass that Norgard did to Madueke, they'd be raving about it.
Yeah, I mean, you see what you want to see ultimately. I'm sure you've all seen the behavioural experiment where they ask you to count how many times a basketball is passed between people, and you're so focused on watching the ball pass between them that they actually have a man in a gorilla suit walk into the middle of the camera, wave, and walk off, and no one ever sees him. And then they show you the clip again and goes, "Did you not see that?" It goes, "No way, that was in the first clip." And it goes, "Yeah, but your brain is computing thousands upon millions, thousands of millions of bits of data, and it excludes huge numbers of it because it's not useful to you. So if you're being asked to watch football, you see a player like Norgard, it doesn't compute that he's just pulled off a Glenn Hoddle-esque pass. It doesn't, because we didn't have players like Norgard who were second string, pulling off passes like that in 97, 98. We have a deeper squad than I've ever seen. And football's changed a little bit.
Is that something similar to the Mandela effect as well? Have I got that wrong?
No, the Mandela effect is the Mandela effect obviously is caused because we've slipped into another universe. So in the multiverse, what's happened is the dimensions have leaked into another one, which is very much like ours, but slightly different. Obviously, I don't believe that. The Mandela effect can be easily explained by things you thought were a certain way get stored as a memory of it a certain way, but that memory is slightly wrong. So the Mandela effect obviously is famously where people thought that Mandela had died in prison, and so when he was released, everyone was like, "I thought he was dead," and the rest of us were like, "No," but they were convinced of it. Like people are convinced in Field of Dreams, he says, "If you build it, they will come." Like in, there's loads of these. There's tons. They're really fascinating, but they have to do with a more Jungian unconscious, like a group unconscious. We all live in this world picking up unconscious ideas from each other without really understanding that, and then we get coincidences and things like that. The idea of watching a football player like Norgard, it's just, you do a double take, don't you? You just go, hang on a minute, did he just do that? Even I did. I was watching the game live. I was like, hang on a minute, who's that? That's Norgard. What? First of all, he's occupied that really good Busquets position as the left side, and he's used. Clearly, he's a gifted footballer. I don't think he'd be a millionaire playing football if he wasn't quite good. Lucky Singh's put lots of comments here. So one of them's, "I'm 31 years of age. You're a child. A child." Our fans have allowed social media full brains. Man United. I do feel for Man United. I
did watch, just for Lucky Singh, a great podcast, which is probably the only podcast that I think competes with Overlap, the good, bad, and the football, with Paddy. And I thought it was a brilliant Man United podcast.
I like Man United. See, I've never been one of these.
All I'm saying is Man United should beat City on the weekend.
Oh, please.
I would love that, Mr. Singh.
You know what? You sounded a bit Kevin Keegan, and I would love that. They've got to play us, and I'd love that.
I love it.
We're all Red Devils on a weekend. I don't know. I thought Man City started to look a bit ruthless again today, and also, Lucky, cover your ears. I've got to say this. I don't want to upset anyone, but bloody hell, Man United are shit. If you're relying on Man United to win at home against somebody right now, you're not putting.
Well, they are at home. It's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough game.
I'm not convinced that. I think it really comes down to, they'll probably play Kuzanov at the back again. He's got a mistake in him. They'll probably play Ake.
To be fair, the thing is that it's Carrick's first game. The crowd are definitely going to be behind them. They are going to and they have Mbuemo back.
He's good.
And is it Amor?
Good.
Amor, what's the other guy's name?
Diallo.
Diallo, yeah. No, not Diallo. The guy from Cameroon. The two of them.
Cameroon.
They just came back from the African nations, and Mbuemo.
Oh, I don't know.
Who's the other? I think they play him like a right back or something. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Dorgu.
Nah, not Dogu. Dogu's from Belgium, I think.
I don't know.
Not massive. No. I thought you
Not
could probably
Mazraoui.
say
Rahi's Moroccan, isn't he?
Yeah.
Let me look at the squad. One
It
second.
it begins with an A.
Amadou. No.
Amadou, yes, Amadou, yeah. Amadou, yeah. Is it Amadou? Is that yeah?
I was just guessing that. That can't be right.
Amadou?
I don't think-
Amma did it. Amma already done it. BX Gunners put in Carrick is a good seed. Would you yeah. I was a bit disappointed with Man United's team saying they didn't want Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Ole back at the wheel. Come on, give him another chance. Do it for you.
Ahmad. That's it.
Ahmad. Yeah, that's Diallo.
Yeah, Ahmad, yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, on paper, that's a hell of a team. I like Bruno Fernandes, Cunha, Embuemo,
De Ligt.
Casemiro. Huh? De Ligt.
delay.
Dallo
Yes.
and Luke Shaw. I mean, he's stolen a living off Man United, hasn't he?
Oh my God, he's It's absolutely.
But when I look at it, I don't see a plan at Man City at the moment. I don't see a real plan. Honestly, I just don't see it. I mean, I look at it and I go, they're shuffling, but they've brought Semenyo in, which means they're not going to play Doku. Doku was one of their better players. If you're looking at the Man City side that lines up against Man United, you're guessing Kuzanov is in there. Why didn't you buy a centre back?
But the media tomorrow are gonna like be waxing lyrical about Man City beating Newcastle 2-0, which will
And that's fair.
which will be
that's
sweet.
fair.
Which will be sweet because it will lead to their downfall on Saturday.
I hope so. I really hope so. I hope they've.
I was having a look at the Man United's home record this season, and win, draw, and loss. They're 5-3-2, goals for 18, goals against 13, which is almost identical to Man City's, which is 1-5, drawn 3-2, lost 3, 18-11.
Sorry, were you saying that Man United's home record was the same as Man City's home record?
No,
doesn't sound
it's almost identical to Man City's away record.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I mean, looking at the team that City put out, it's a weird one. I think Maguire comes back into defence. They don't have a shit team, Man United. Lucky, why are you guys so rubbish at football?
They genuinely don't. I'll say that for a fact. They genuinely don't. If you look at there's been so much optimism over the years. Can you remember the season Ronaldo returned? They also signed
I was
David.
convinced that was it. I said to my Man United mate, like, "Oh, worry about you lot now."
I said that's my brother-in-law's a United fan. And I said exactly the same thing as you.
Hang on,
The
does that
same
mean he
summer.
married your sister?
He did, yeah.
You just let some Man United fan marry your sister. I think I've got my fuming clip. Let's go at
But
it.
let me tell you something that's even better. He owns the best pub in the West Midlands.
Is that a bit like having the bet? I don't know. Okay. What? Okay, good. Why the West? So why is it the best pub in the West Midlands?
It's a fusion between an old man's working club
Okay.
and an Indian grill.
Okay, you got me sold. All right, that'll do me. Yeah, fucking hell. Great food and a good atmosphere. Yeah,
Yeah,
brilliant.
it works a treat. It's a really good one to be fair.
Yeah,
But,
that's yeah. You say no more. What's it
Yeah,
called? Shout it out. Let's get armies of people there.
Desi Yew Tree
Desi Yew Tree. Okay, brilliant.
in Wolverhampton, and quite a funny story. It's a couple of years ago. I used to be part of this Northwest supporters group that used to go to all the home and away games on a coach.
Yeah.
And after COVID, they stopped doing it. So it was during the Emery era, and we played Wolverhampton, and
The Yam Yams.
yeah, the Yam Yams battered us, and it was a Diego Jota goal, funnily enough.
Oh yeah.
I believe, yeah. So rest in peace there. And everybody said the highlight of that game was probably the pub trip on the way there.
Oh, man, yeah, but that's what I love about. That's what I mean. Like, honestly, the best bits of football, some of my favourite moments. It is brilliant. I want to Good night, Uslicex87.
Good
Great
night,
show
my
as
friend.
usual. Brilliant to see you. And I also want to say this. Look, Chris is gone. I went to Old Trafford on Saturday, first time ever. Brilliant. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Jose says, I'm very wary of City. I would be, but I think that's we're allowed to feel like that because of the emotion of them beating us when they had to. You know, it's like if you have been in 3 heavyweight matches against someone and they've knocked you out every time, it'd be slightly weird if you weren't wary of City. But I do look at this City as very different. No Gundogan, no Kyle Walker, no Kevin De Bruyne. You know, there are so many players that aren't there, from Cancelo and, you know, just like so, and they haven't replaced them well. We're talking about a Manchester City side that will line up with Nunez at right back and O'Reilly at left back, and neither of them are really full backs. Kuzanov, who's really not done much in the Premier League at all as a centre back. I'm not sure Kuzanov plays for the first 10 teams in the Premier League. Nathan Ake, who's had injury problems and is playing out of position. They'll have Rodri back, and then they don't know what to do with Cherki, Silva, Foden, Semenyo, Doku, Silva. They don't have a really good idea of what they're doing at the moment, and they're in a title race. And you can't. They'll have Trafford in goal. I think Donnarumma's out, isn't he?
Maybe that's why they're in the title race. They've got so much talent that they don't know what to do with it.
I say that, but I don't think Ait Nouri hasn't worked. Kovacic's been out. Oscar Bob's on his way out. There's a lot of players who haven't been playing well, and Erling Haaland hasn't scored in a few games. Maybe he'll never score again. I have to take him out of my fancy.
To the United fan who went to Old Trafford on the weekend. So what was his name?
Chris, this is Chris Niggs.
Hi, Chris. Chris, out of curiosity, was it as toxic? Is the United fan base, would you describe them as toxic as the Arsenal fan base are right now?
What a great question. What a great question. I love that question. Yeah, please do let us know. I would guess that
The answer's no.
Games, where's it? Already? Bloody hell, it's quick. Not a United fan, but really liked Old Trafford. Met a famous fan called Mr. Miyagi in a pub and sang football songs with him. I love it.
Oh, I've seen him online, actually.
Who is he? I don't know him.
He's just like a Chinese football fan who sings football songs outside the ground. He's brilliant.
Again, you know when you do a synopsis like I'm sold. I want to hear it. It sounds like fun. Like I say this every show. I say it's a place where football can still be fun because it is supposed to be a diversion. It's supposed to be a laugh, isn't it? You know.
You know that last round of the FA Cup, Arsenal go away to Portsmouth, Championship side, and we have basically a second string team playing.
Yeah, for 10 changes.
Liverpool at home to First Division Barnsley.
I know.
And they put out a really strong side. But
I didn't see the game.
No, I didn't see it. I'm just looking at it.
That it was a really much closer game than the scoreline suggests.
Yeah, they scored 2 goals in the 84th and 94th minute. But the side, they've got Frimpong, Gomez, Van Dijk, Watkinson, Zolibal, whatever his name is, McAllister, Gisela, Jones.
No.
Gumo, Gakpo.
Say his name again.
Slobizai.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
There we go.
I was hoping you'd do worse than that.
Yeah.
The chap from Liverpool, the Liverpool famous fan on TalkSport's called something similar to that, isn't he? Clobby. What a joke.
Who's a famous famous Liverpool fan? AGT?
Oh, no. There's a chap that used to ring up on TalkSport all the time called Clobby. So I was making a reference to Slobby. It didn't
We've
work.
let you down by not getting the reference. We will work.
I've let you down by bringing it up. Let's be honest.
I've let you down. Can this be the fuming moment where we argue over who's let who down?
Yeah. That's going to get no clicks whatsoever.
No way.
Looking at minuses.
I know. Slob or slice. Listen. I think Man United beat Man City beat Man United, but I don't see them winning the title. I don't think that you would objectively, if your job was to analyze teams and how they play, you'd be really struggling. Where does Bernardo Silva play these days?
He's a makeshift player now, isn't he?
Yeah, Cherki's brilliant, but Cherki's goal contributions you know, in the three. Right, so he assisted 2 against Exeter, and he scored tonight. But he's 1 goal every 7 games, 8 games. It's not. You can't see. I don't know. I've made my predictions. Arsenal win the league this season. There'll be loads of meltdowns.
Everybody, I think I'm off because I keep saying I'm in Berlin and we are 1 hour ahead, so I
Oh,
will
wow.
sleep.
1 hour
Yeah.
ahead is enough. It's a good. Thank you so much for being on. It was brilliant to have you.
Oh,
on.
mate, you've come up with brilliant points. Genuinely, really,
And
really
the
good points.
arguments between you two will be clickbait for ages.
Although I have one more point for you. I think Man United win on Saturday, just because I can't see the atmosphere is going to be electric because of the signing of Carrick. I just don't
Carrick's
see.
not that. Carrick's not Michael Jackson. It's
Yeah, I know.
Michael Carrick.
I mean, like with Mbeumo and Ahmad back, I just feel that they are going to have that new manager bounce where they will think. Hopefully, they're going to put all their eggs in that basket, because the next week they have us at the Emirates, and I'm hoping they use all their energy against Man City, and then they come and play us, and they're all like dead. So that's my hope. That it will be
That's
an
the hope.
emotion.
I still think you're.
I'm
holding
hoping
on a
with
little
you
bit.
too.
Also,
It is
they
an
are home.
interesting-
Yeah.
It's an interesting fixture because you know what, Man United at Old Trafford is not a place for Man City pick up points. A lot.
No, they don't. That's also what I'm going with as well.
But
Man
this is a
City
poor
don't beat
Man
Man
United.
U at Old Trafford. So hopefully.
Oh, do you know what? Like before you go, just one comment.
Yeah.
On, like, 'cause I found this hysterically funny because I just assumed I was being wound up. Arsenal have now hired a throw-in coach.
Yeah, I've seen
Is that too much now? Like, you know, are we going to get a coach that comes in and teaches us how to do kickoffs? You know, like a.
Well, to be fair, Brentford use it and they've done very well with the throw-ins.
I know. I was there when they won the Champions League. It's been amazing. No, I mean, come on.
It's
too much. It's too much. Like we cannot have a throw-in coach. I don't want to know what that guy. I don't know how you become a throw-in coach because I think I could do that.
He's
To
a
be fair,
he's a consultant, this chap. So
yeah, he's a consultant. Yeah.
I could do that.
He was at Liverpool and he
Mate, I
got Trent Alexander from throwing like 18 yards to 27 yards.
Exactly, yeah.
You've all had a Kool-Aid and I haven't had a sip yet. What are you all talking about? The man teaches you how to throw a ball into the pitch.
Well,
no, I don't want a specialist for that.
I don't want to sound like an absolute moron, but we do just the game of football opposed to throwing a ball. It's just kicking a ball.
Now, you know what it is? It's more like
I'm coming for you.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
It's
I
just
think what it
kicking a
is
ball.
like when you're it's football now has just become very, very stats based and trying to maximize as much
Small
set
margins.
pieces
You're right.
or like
You're right.
positional play as you can. So the aim is to get the throw-ins like set pieces now, because
Oh,
you throw
come
the ball
on.
in, you get like
Come on, man.
you get like
Imagine
it's like
you're a set piece coach. That's one.
yeah,
thing.
you have a set piece because you
I'm
have a free-
already a little bit Nick Hovers stealing a living because
Well-
when the Declan Rice's free kicks went in, that was the opposite of what we were supposed to do.
I mean it works for Brentford, so why can't it work for us?
Oh,
that
yeah.
I'm just
we
saying
aren't emulating Brentford. That's
no, but I mean everybody's pick was for Brentford to be relegated, no? And
yeah, they're doing outstandingly well.
Exactly.
No, like,
And
I'm going to do the opposite of what social media normally does, and take a word you've said and hammer you for it. I understand the context of what you're saying, and I think you're right. I actually agree with you, but I've got to veto throwing coaches, and I love this comment because I'm going to come back to Jose and Boytendia both. So Boytendia says, "Are we doing Moneyball?" I know you're going to go. Something to think about for the next show. I'd like to do a show actually where we talk about stats and data and its place in football. We don't have to talk about it for 4 hours, but I do want to get a conversation out there because I find it such there is a cabal of people who are so attached to how football used to be dissected that they are not making use of Moneyball. Moneyball essentially is something that's very close to my heart. It's the reason we own Stat DNA as a club. It is the notion that data is just is a way of analysing things that have happened. It doesn't necessarily predict the future very well. It doesn't, but it does help you understand why certain things have happened. And things like XG and field tilt have helped us to understand what our eyes would tell us. But it's quite obvious that Andrea Berta is using Stat DNA and blending what we need in squads and things, because they're going out and buying exactly the players' data would suggest you buy. And that's what's fascinating about it for me, because the data that you're supposed... Benteke is the big talking point of Liverpool, because when the guy who went in and became their sports director based on data, he was a statistical analyst, and he got the job, and he found ways to prioritize players over each other through data, just data, even though he used to like to go and watch matches. And Brendan Rodgers used his eyes and his coaching team, and they want Benteke. And this guy was like, Benteke will not suit our style of play. He doesn't get us where we need to. We need to be buying players like Mo Salah. And it wasn't until Brendan Rodgers gets flushed away. This old guard of people, if I go to a doctor who won't check data, I've got a gut feel about this. We'll just give you these pills. I don't know how much, but I've about this much. You know, you'd go mad if someone was going to open you up for surgery and you go, have you looked at cases like this before? No, so I figured we open you up and I'll use my intuition. Data and eye test. It has to be both. It has to be both, which gives me confidence that Gyökeres can't be as bad as he looks, because, to be honest with you, they would have run him through the data. This is a really interesting thing as well, where love Jose saying Brighton play Moneyball. Yes, they do. I've played poker with Tony Bloom. He is he's a bookmaker. He's a genius. He was the first person to apply stats to football so that he could understand who was going to win games, and he made such a lot of money out of it that he's now a billionaire.
He's still making money.
To it.
He's still making
Brentford, Midtjylland, Brighton, and to some degree Arsenal have taken on the quote-unquote Moneyball approach, and it's working. It's really working. Better than just having an old guy there goes, I'll tell you who a good player is. Because in the same book, this guy who became sporting director, whose name I always forget.
Okay, guys.
See you, Benny. Thanks for being here, man.
Before Benny goes, I'm just going to say, I'm talking about money. I'm going to have a collection, mate, and get you a can of oil for your chair.
Benny, I've also got a last revelation for you as well. We've still not got to the central midfielder.
Who is?
We've not finished off the 11 yet.
Oh my God! No. We're never gonna finish it. I think it'll be tomorrow. We'll be doing it till the match tomorrow.
Can we agree on the midfield before you go? Is Odegaard, Zubimendi, Declan Rice, right?
I have no complaints about.
Yeah. So then it's going to be Saka, Trossard, and somebody up front, probably.
Probably not Trossard, because he's.
He's injured.
Oh yeah, he's injured. Martinelli, definitely Martinelli. Yeah, he's on the back of 3 goals. The only thing is the striker is going to be the interesting one. But that will be.
It's going to be Martinelli, Havertz, and Madueke up front.
No, Havertz isn't going to play. Not full.
I don't know. We would all like Havertz to play, but he's not going to play. I think Havertz starts against Inter, maybe. Inter.
Yeah, that makes sense, because no one cares what happens.
Well,
no,
we don't want to lose. You don't want to lose 8-0 still. I don't want to lose 8-0.
No, yeah, but I mean, where did that come from?
Well, no, I mean, like, because we are top of the table, and if we lose by a certain amount of goals.
Spurs lose 8-0 to Inter. What are you on about?
No, I mean, if we lose by a certain amount of goals, we get
don't care.
Taken them back. We know, but we need.
All right, if we concede 8 goals, it'll be a disaster. I think you'll have enough players on the bench to address that. But listen, I hope to see you at the next show.
Yeah. When is the next show?
Next show, it's always Tuesday and Sunday, but I have a feeling there's going to be a Thursday night show just to talk about our stunning victory over Chelsea.
Of course.
I will post as soon as I know. I'm committed this year. Will always be Sunday and Tuesday without fail, and everything else, work and family allowing. But it's been brilliant to have you on. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Benny.
Cheers, Benny.
Bye.
Cheers, guys. I think we are nearly at
So
the stage.
did he
where
have
we-
Saka as left back then?
Doesn't everyone? That's not happening. I think we are winding down. It's been another 4-hour show. I do love doing 2 shows a week, and I don't have to work tomorrow because it's the missus' birthday, so I've taken the day off, which is
Are you
brilliant.
going anywhere nice?
No, well, we've got no. Don't give a bad idea. Bad Audio Bobby's gone and come back. It's refreshing the page, isn't it? He's done the refresh.
Yeah, sorry. So whenever somebody jumps off, it's a refresh jobby.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. So, yeah, no, not going anywhere nice. Staying at home, having a fantastic day, but I won't be watching the football.
Oh, she's
I'm
put
gonna-
her thumb down, has she?
No, she had not at all. It's the opposite. It's like I always tell her I love her more than football, and she always gives me that kind of like, "Do you?" And I was like, "This is how I prove it." It's the Chelsea semi-final. She'd let me watch it. She's not like that, but I just think I'm going to put it on play, pause it, and then come back and watch it at 12 o'clock.
Well, that's good.
I'm doing a likely lad, so I'm turning off. My WhatsApp hasn't been working for about 4 days properly because I changed phones, so it's been a bit of a disaster. But no, I'm not. I'm just gonna have a lovely dinner, family dinner, have a really good night, and then when everyone's gone to bed, I'm gonna watch it, not knowing what the score is, not having been on YouTube, and I'm gonna see if I can get away with that.
What's she cooking for you then?
Yeah, well, I've insisted. She said, "Can I just do a takeaway?" I said, "No, it's your birthday. Put some fucking effort in."
Oh, it's your birthday.
No, it's not my birthday. It's my missus' birthday.
Oh,
I'm
so-
doing her I took her to Jay Sheiky's, which is a brilliant fish restaurant in London, a couple of years ago, and they do a fish pie. So I made her that last year, and I'm doing that again. It's just I'm gonna have a brilliant day tomorrow. Day off, whole family together. Her parents are coming around. We're just gonna have a fantastic day, and I am going to be a bit twitchy around the Arsenal, but I'm just going to be really strong and watch it at 12:30. And this entire 4-hour show, you know what's going to get clipped up? He doesn't even watch the matches. It's like, no, I don't.
He's
I'm not
making
a
a fish pie instead.
I know, yeah.
That'll be the
I've
exact line.
What kind of a nugget makes a fish pie instead of watching it? It's standards lowering. That's what it is. What if Arteta was making a fish pie? With dead babies in. I'm doing too much. It's gonna be hard not to watch a game, but I just think, so difficult when you love a football club and someone goes, "Oh, we're getting married. Do you want to come?" And you go, "Yeah. When is it?" And you go, "Oh, it's FA Cup final day." You go, "Then no, I'm all right. I just don't."
Do you know what I always find? Like, if I'm going out somewhere and there's not the option to watch the Arsenal game, if I look back at the result and we've lost, I'm like, thank God I went out.
Yeah.
I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Do you know my earliest recollection? When I was going to Austria for summer, I would be in Austria for all of August till early summer, and around my family, having a time of my life. But the football season starts in the first last week of July, and it would be Super Channel, Teletext was the only place I could get the results of the Arsenal games. And it'd be like 80 pages of all the leagues in the world, and you'd see England, and you'd look for it, and you wouldn't see it, and you go, "Oh, I've got to wait for another 80 fucking pages of this," and then it would come up. Never forget, Arsenal 2, Norwich 4, and you're like, "How have we lost the fucking Norwich?" But there was no YouTube community for me to go and vent at, so I used to just go outside, touch grass, and smell some fresh air. People should try that. It does work.
I had the same effect when we won the league in 1970 and we lost 5-0 away to Stoke.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And
Deep.
I was thinking, how the hell did we lose to them?
Just annoying.
And then
Coventry, I
listening
remember-
to the players after, that they actually said that defeat galvanised us to pull our fingers out.
I think I saw for the 71 title challenge. Is that what you mean?
For the 1970, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I saw Rob McNabb talking about that. I might have made
Probably,
that
yeah.
up. He was like, "Well, we seem to put ourselves together." It was like very bad football interview, not as bad as an Arteta interview, but bad because there was no kind of humour in it. sometimes there's that great line in White Men Can't Jump where she says, sometimes when you lose, you really win. And sometimes when you win, you really lose. And I think you don't know what impact it would have us going out of the League Cup semi-final. You know,
it's really true that I really agree with you on that, because as much as I'd think it's catastrophic, would that not just guide us to winning such desire to win the Premier League? Do you know what I mean? And is that not enough?
Yeah, I mean, my only question marks around this team are, for a living, I have to work out how to motivate people and do stuff like that. And sometimes you just have to walk into the room and feel the energy of the room and see what they need. And I think Arsene Wenger always used to give 10 minutes of quiet so that the team could sort it out themselves. And then he'd say anything he has to say. I think for me, I wonder if Arteta's learning enough on the job to just know the most inspiring thing I think he could do is what Alex Ferguson did before the 99 Champions League final. And he said to the players, the last thing he said to them is, when you walk out, you're going to walk past that trophy. Just know this, if you don't win this game, you're not going to get to touch it. And that seemed to say everything they needed. And of course, you know, Bayern Munich go 2-0 up and everything. But ultimately, they died to bring that trophy back. And I think sometimes, not often, but sometimes Arteta gets it horribly wrong. Like the Liverpool game, like the West Ham game, like the Aston Villa games times before, where we just get the mood wrong. We're not composed when we need to be. We're not fired up when we need to be. And that's all right. You can make mistakes. But I think I would expect someone like Saka, for the experience he's had in the last 5 years, to be like, I need something now. I have worked hard. I need this to happen. And people on the Gluminati side always say this is why they'll fuck off to Real Madrid and stuff. And I think there is a part of a lot of these guys where they want to do it together. I'm not saying that'll last if we don't win anything this season or next season, but I think that the true motivation could come from a near miss. I don't think it'll be the League Cup this time round. I actually think we'll qualify and win the League Cup final against Man City because we're a better team than them, and I think we're a better team than Chelsea. But that's the progress. I started the show by saying 6 semi-finals. You know, however much you love Arteta, 6 semi-finals, you need to get to another final now. Otherwise, it's not just statistically improbable. It points to there's something wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think from my take on things, I think we were terrible against Newcastle last year. Yeah. And I think that could have been just to... Where would we have been if we beat Newcastle last year? We would have then played Liverpool in the final, and we could have taken a trophy into this year, which would have been huge for having that duck off his back. Yeah. But I'm hoping it's this year. I really do. I'm like you, and I think we need to win something. I think we're all connected. Even the most optimistic Arsenal fan would say we have to win something this year. And even the gloomiest Gluminati fan would say we have to win something this year.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a really important point. My concern is what happens if we don't. Because I found it really funny, like Carl Walsh, who I have all the time in the world for, but we totally disagree. And he was like saying, if they win the League Cup, I'll be happy. And I was like, isn't that funny? You think Arteta should be sacked, but if he wins the League Cup, you'll be happy. I think he should be given more time. But if he only wins the League Cup, I would probably be close to sacking him. And I do not value the League Cup as I value even the FA Cup. But even the FA Cup, I don't think is enough right now, because we need to see, there needs to be a reason why you didn't win the league. What is it? What could it be now? I mean, barring some disaster, he has the squad he needs. They're playing well. They're doing what he wants. Everything's working really well. If it is just a lack of confidence and they all fall apart, then ultimately the main job of a manager is to build a team that has the confidence to win. And he's had so many chances at semi-finals and hasn't quite given them the confidence. I'd want to change him. I think this season we win the title by 6 points. we win it on the penultimate day of the season. We'll go to Man City and lose and still win the league. That's my prediction. And when he does that, we're all going to be so happy. But then in a very short space of time, we're going to be just as pissed off with the Gluminati because they will still be miserable. They will still be angry and they will just be fewer of them, but they'll be even louder for that. They'll be the real ones then. There's only 6 of them left that are like, you know, the people who you've heard say, I don't care if he wins a quad, I want him out of my club. And you go, well, there's so many things I have to unpick with you there because first of all, it's not your club. Second of all, shut up, just generally anyway, because if someone wins a quad, what kind of a football, even Real Madrid fans would celebrate that, you know?
This season they'd celebrate anything, wouldn't they?
Rafa Benitez is a hero at Liverpool, and their European pedigree is a lot better than ours. Never won the league. I said it at the start of the show, if Arteta is sacked or leaves at the end of the season, only having won 1 FA Cup in 6 years, his record mirrors that of Terry Neal. And I don't hate Terry Neal, I just don't talk about him very much. Next. If, on the other hand, he's won the Premier League, Mikel Arteta is only the 3rd person in my lifetime to win a league with Arsenal. I think that deserves some respect.
Yep.
The reason I'm fearful if we don't win anything isn't the fact that I think Arsenal are finished. I think we come back the next season, and I know nobody wants to hear this. I think we come back and we're still competitive and we win the league eventually. The problem I've got with getting rid of Arteta is that I think there's too much upheaval when we're so close. I think it's like building a whole house and then deciding to knock it down because the windows didn't look great. Do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
Out of the bathwater. I do agree, but I think everything comes to a natural point. You know, everything comes to a point where you can give someone leeway. At the end of the day, all players and managers are judged by the same metric. When I look at a player, I go on the honours page of their Wikipedia and I look. And I see Gabi Agbonlahor was a runner-up twice, chatting shit about my team, and I go, mate, you aren't in this conversation, all right? You can't be sitting there having been runners-up in a League Cup and runners-up in first of it something else, and be talking about what Arsenal need to do to win a title, because you're not speaking from experience there, are you? When it comes to it, the metric of coming second 3 times in a row isn't as bad to me as 6 semi-finals with only 1 final. That's something wrong there. You're not doing what you need to at the most important time. Bayern Munich, was it 3 years ago, where we just didn't turn up? Aston Villa games where we didn't turn up. There's just a couple. West Ham last season didn't turn up. There's just a couple of times where you go, a really great manager has to be able to inspire these guys to give better at the clutch times.
Absolutely.
Like should have happened against Liverpool, probably at home.
Should have. So listen, I'm not Arteta in or Arteta out, as we all know. I can be objective about it. I can say when he is building a spirit in the team that I'm seeing where they play for each other and they're all for it, the pressing, the work rate, everything they do, running through walls for this guy, coming away with only 6 games we've dropped points in the 14th of January, 21 games played, 6 points clear, all the things I love about it. But there are 2, 3, 4, 5 games a season where you just go, what the fuck was that? And I don't remember that really from... I think that's probably normal and no one's perfect. But for us, it does seem to be semi-finals. We don't turn up. And we need to turn up to this one because we don't need the adverse effect of negativity, If we can harness, for what it's worth, I don't know how much a difference fans make. Even, this is what upsets me because all of the Gluminati say, if only you would be as angry as us, then things would change. And I go, no, it wouldn't, because you're all just sitting in your bedrooms shouting. You're not actually doing anything. You're not protesting anything. You're literally keyboard warriors. It's brilliant. I don't want to be one. I understand that I don't have any sway. I'm not an influencer. I don't hold any control over what happens at Arsenal. We're all here discussing it, but we're not pretending we have any sway in it. So I just say what I think, and what I think is Arteta's done incredibly well. I want to believe in him. I'm not talking about whether he stays or goes until the end of the season, but at the end of the season, I would dearly love him to have 2 bits of silverware. League Cup, Premier League, that would be amazing for me. I'd be chuffed with that.
I'd be really happy with that. I'm going to say thank you again for having me on to both of you. It's been a really pleasant show, and I think you've had the other 2 chaps were really friendly and polite as well, so it's been a really good evening. So I wish you a really good evening whilst you're cooking your fish pie and being an Arsenal fan.
Yeah.
Kind of an Arsenal fan.
Dig it in a bit, mate. Bobby, go on, dig it in. Yeah.
Like, I'm going to twist it now. I'm going to be like,
Clip.
that fish
bit of-
pie, you scumbag. I'll be like, how dare you? Not
the fish
watching the
pie's-
Arsenal game.
I don't know, just
If it makes
disgraceful,
you
isn't
feel
it?
any better, I haven't missed an Arsenal game in years, but no, you're right. I am scum.
Yeah.
I tell Dominique all the time that she's more important to me than football, and this is how I prove it.
Calls himself
Well-
a fan. Fucking hell.
I know,
Fish
I know,
pie.
I know,
Fucking
I know.
hell.
Oh no! What is the beauty of a League Cup semi-final against Chelsea against the love of a good woman? What am I doing? What a schnorbit time.
You've definitely got your priorities in order.
I believe so. You know what? It's great getting older, isn't it? Because you stop listening to so much noise. You just go, yeah, well, if I were you, I would. Yes, but you're not. Okay, so I'm happy with my life. Fuck off. That's it. It's like someone wants to tell me I'm not a real fan. I'll trust them and believe them. You know.
Do you ever get the chap? What did you say his name is? Shane Walsh. Not Shane
Kyle
Walsh.
Walsh.
Kyle Walsh. Or,
yeah.
Does he come on or?
Yeah, he's a film critic. Do you know what? We did a Mind Candy segment. It was really brilliant. The first time he came on the show, there was hardly anybody watching. It wasn't very well developed, but he came on and he was just brilliant because him and I have totally different viewpoints. He says Arteta out's not good enough and he loses temper, and he's very at home in the Gluminati. They all love him. Everyone loves him. He's a great guy. But we had a chat, and at the end of it, you know, in the backstage area, we just started. I was like, "Oh, thanks for coming on. Listen, I hope you didn't take umbrage." And he was like, "No, it was a good show. You're a good guy. You're a real one. We disagree on this." And then we started talking films, and I swear the post-match discussion was longer than the match. I was like, "Man, I could talk films all day and night," and he is so encyclopedic. But yeah, he comes on. He did actually threaten to come on last week. And he's really robust, but he is exactly the sort of person. He's an intelligent person where he goes, yeah, maybe I was wrong.
Bobby,
Debate with him.
after Sunday's show, me and Dan were chatting. We're talking about fucking hair.
Hair.
It's a pub,
Hair.
right?
Yeah.
It's a pub. It's
Because Dan was saying that he's going to do a number 1. I said, well, just shave your head, mate. Do what I do.
Give me tips on a Bic razor.
Yeah.
I will get my son involved on that conversation because he's just set up his own hair product.
Has he?
Yeah, so it's on Instagram. It's Serpent Hair Care. So
Is he looking to sponsor a channel with the...
he could sponsor you with a hair product. Could dish you
I'll
out.
give him a shout out. We'll do that. That'll be the first advert. Does he have any... let me do that for him. Obviously, I'm not going to charge him anything, but let me just make an advert segment that we put in the Adams Arms for Serpent Hair product.
Oh, he'd love that. He'd
I
absolutely
think
love that.
just I make videos for products now and again anyway. So let me send you the Dan Gooner channel. Send me website or whatever, and I can put something together. Send it to you, see if you like it, and we can use it.
Oh, that'd be amazing. He'd really like that.
Yeah.
I was going to say, on a movie recommendation, completely different.
Yeah.
Have any of you seen Miracle in Cell Number 7?
No. Is
No.
it good?
I would insist you watch it. It's a Turkish movie,
Oh,
but it is
foreign
brilliant.
language film.
Oh, you're not a fan?
I don't like reading and watching a screen.
Yeah.
I get that.
and the family won't let me watch it. They were really pissed off because I made us watch Squid Games with the dubbing on, and they're like, "It's not the
Oh,
same."
with the dubbing's pretty harsh.
Yeah, but I like dub. I like. So,
Yeah.
what are you doing around here? Miracle in Cell. I have watched foreign language films. I was a pretentious intellectual or an aspiring intellectual until all those lead toys started to kick in. Miracle in Cell 7 will get a watch. I love films.
It's on Netflix. I
If
think
it's
you
on Netflix. I definitely
you'd
will.
both enjoy it.
And then I counter that with you must watch Jiro Dreams of Sushi, which is a brilliant film.
I'm trying to think of something else I've seen that's.
I've just been to
I'll
the
make
cinema,
it.
IMAX, family day out. We saw Avatar 3. 4 hours.
What's the funniest movie you've ever seen?
Ever.
Yeah.
That's different because times of the year. You know, I watched a film recently that was really funny. God, I've totally forgotten what it was. I like. I think with Nail and I was talking to somebody about this the other day. I think that's a hysterically funny film. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is always worth a watch.
Oh, incredible movie.
Planes, Trains, Automobiles, Stir Crazy.
Stir Crazy, yeah, great film.
Most of the Monty Python films as well.
Life of
Life
Brian.
of Brian.
Yeah,
Meaning of Life.
Like I watched that. I watched Meaning of Life. We watched the beginning of it. Every sperm is
Sacred. Yeah.
I don't never found that as funny. But Life of Brian, I was in pieces. And you know the bit that really got to me first was nobody, and I do mean this, nobody is to stone anybody, even if, and I want to be absolutely explicit about this, even if they do say Jehovah, and then they will just chuck stones at me. I'm like, I'm dead. That's me. That's the level of my comedy. I'm out. Like, I'm in pieces. What about
Dirty
you?
Rotten Scoundrels.
Brilliant. Any Steve Martin, Michael Caine combination in that film is Ruprecht is. I reprised Ruprecht when my youngest was going to bring his girlfriend home. I said, "Oh yeah, do it," and I'll be like Ruprecht. When he does,
I also watched.
Don't make me use the restraining cuff, Ruprecht, and he's like, I just love him.
I also watched There's Something About Mary again, and I thought it was so brilliant.
So our 18-year-old's back from university, and we were looking for a film, and me and Dominic were like, "Should we watch Something About Mary?" And I was like, "No, that's not you don't watch that with your kid. You know, it's too like, oh, it's gonna be awkward. It's gonna be mega cringe, isn't it?"
Yeah. I'm waiting for the day when my kids are old enough to watch. Well, my son's old enough to watch that, and
Tell you what, I've just remembered it was The Roses with Benedict Cumberbatch and Olivia Colman. Please watch it if you haven't. I'm sure. You know,
I've just finished watching Olivia Colman on Night Manager.
Yeah. She's great in that. But
Started
this is
to watch season 2.
This is so funny. It's like a throwback to an old funny movie. It's got slapstick, situational farce, wordplay. It's geniusly funny. It's really funny. And I watched that. We watched Robin Williams. What's the one where they're in the gay nightclub and they are Birdcage?
Birdcage, yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Who else was in that with Robin Williams? Was it Crystal?
No.
Billy Crystal?
No. It's the guy who's on a lot of sitcoms. The guy who does the voices in The Simpsons. Great names, can you tell? It's just a stellar cast. It's got Gene. Is it Gene Hackman? Yeah, I think it is Gene Hackman in it. I mean, that on its own tells you it's a great film.
Yeah.
But it's just so funny. There's just so many funny moments, and it's played perfectly, and it's really, funniest thing I've ever seen in the theatre is I was managing a call centre, and one of the guys who worked there, I didn't know that well, Johnny, he and his friends wrote the play that goes wrong, and I went to see it, didn't know anything about it. I bought it for my mum's birthday present. Me and my ex and my mum went to see it and didn't know. When you sit down, you don't know what to expect. And it was an hour of absolutely painful laughter. I was in pieces. I was like, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. I saw Book of Mormon the same week, and I was like, meh. But this was just genius. So I think I'm kind of partial to a bit of slapstick, honestly.
Oh, likewise.
which is not in keeping with my pseudo-intellectual image. I might, you know.
I got a good TV series. I started. Oh, good glasses, Dan. Good TV series I started watching. It's called The Good Doctor.
Oh, is that any good?
It's all right. Yeah, it's warming up. It's because he's an autistic doctor.
Right.
And
I saw
the
the
kid
trailer of it. It looks interesting.
The kid who's playing the autistic doctor, can't think what his name is because I'm like Dan, shit with names. But he really plays a really good autistic doctor.
It's the guy from Horror Story. It's the guy from the reboot of Psycho, isn't it?
The reboot of Psycho is Christian Bale.
No, I don't. No, that's American Psycho.
Okay.
The Good Doctor is played by Freddie Highmore, who I haven't seen. A Good Doctor, but I've watched him in. It's him and his mum, The Hotel. It's called. Yeah, I have to find a Good Doctor. Bates Motel, beg your pardon. He plays Norman Bates in Bates Motel, and that's a brilliant series as well.
I'm trying to think of the last thing that I watched that was really good was that 9 Perfect Strangers.
Are they? Is that? What's that? Is that on an island?
It's about it's Nicole Kidman and she runs a
Hotel
retreat.
Spa. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I've seen that. That was brilliant when they microdose.
Yeah, absolutely
Yeah.
brilliant. Sanzi, I think you'd enjoy that, to be fair.
What was that?
9 Perfect Strangers. It's on Amazon Prime.
All right.
It's really good. Where are we at? Yeah, so in terms of things to watch, though, I've got Miracle in Cell 7. You've got The Roses. Please watch The Roses.
Is The Roses on Netflix?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. It's on Prime. We watched it, so it must be. I've got so many streaming platforms now. I spend more on movies than I do on football.
Oh,
And I've-
Landman is a very good show.
Oh, right. I want to watch that anyway. Yeah, I'm watching that anyway.
I've just taken out that subscription for Paramount and I'm right up to
You
date on
won't
it.
regret it. Paramount's a really good subscription.
I've watched
It's annoying because it's actually, you kind of wish you had that instead of all the other. Paramount's brilliant. MGM and Paramount are the 2 add-ons I have to Prime that I like. I watch a lot of.
Yellowstone was a good show as
I
well.
loved it. Absolutely. So there's 1883 because you were into this as well, weren't you, Zanzi?
Yeah, there's a new series of Yellowstone coming out, I think.
Oh, is it? Oh no,
Yeah.
there's a spin-off where it's her and Rick. Forgotten her name.
Her
now, the
boyfriend.
daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, Yellowstone was brilliant. I loved it. Couldn't get enough of it. Watched it all, drank it in, gutted when it finished, and went, well, let's try 1883. 1883 as a standalone 12-episode series, I genuinely think is one of the best ever made.
Wow.
It's one story. It's like a novel in a series, but it's just got everything in it. It's really beautiful. High points, low points, you name it. Fabulous acting. The what we were talking about before, Zanzi, the main character who looks the spit of Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, she's gorgeous, but she really played a brilliant part.
Such a good part. It's such a detailed, nuanced, difficult. The whole thing, it just moves you, and it's not Hollywoodish. It's a real story from a real time. Just beautiful rendering of characters and things. So there's so much out there that. Where do we fit all this in? Because there's family, work, and football, and then I don't have time for TV series anymore. I've got to watch Lee Dunner for 2 hours after this, so I can be angry enough to.
I've got a good routine now, so I'll try and balance out maybe a TV show a week.
Yeah.
That's what I try and aim at.
Yeah. I definitely like. I loved going to the cinema with the family because it's a day out. I mean, I didn't enjoy the film. They all enjoyed it more than me. But it was enough for me to sort of be sitting there and everyone's happy. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it wasn't a shit film. I just wouldn't go, But like that kind of listening to the boys, because if when your son's old enough, you were saying like to play him certain films and just hearing him laugh at the bits that you laughed at when you were a similar age or whatever, that's a beautiful feeling as well. And
We
when
did
were
that
watching-
to Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, I've never seen Dumb and Dumber.
Oh my god, that's an incredible movie.
It seems a little bit silly.
It is, but it's a good silly. It really is.
I might give that a try then. Dumb and
It's
Dumber.
it's a bit like the Pink Panther with
There's only 2 good Pink Panther films. They sort of jumped the shark with that a bit, didn't they?
The Martin
Yeah.
one wasn't bad though.
The what?
Steve Martin did it as well, didn't he? The remake.
I wouldn't watch that. I didn't watch Roxanne, so I'm definitely not watching a remake of the Pink. I'm not watching Steve Martin. The rest of the family, because I come and do shows here or I work late or whatever, and sometimes I'm in here writing. I'll go in there. It's funny the stuff they watch when I'm not around. It's always shit. It's always like some murder mystery set in Oxford where a lady detective, you know, it's all that. It's always some shitty, or the Caribbean island where someone gets murdered every, you know, and it's just a.
I've seen both of those.
But they do, yeah. But they were really into the Steve Martin latest thing where Murders in the Building, the only murder.
Oh yeah, I've not seen that.
I was like, this is so tedious.
Knives Out was good though.
They love Knives Out, and I.
Did you not enjoy it?
It's alright. It's alright. I mean, I think I was militant. By that point, I decided I wasn't going to enjoy it. Nothing could sway me.
I watched it. I watched both of those, that and The Glass Onion, with my kids, and
Glass Onion is the one I was.
Yeah.
Like,
they really enjoyed that stuff, like slightly murder mystery. But do you know what always gets me is every show on Netflix now is a Harlan Coben one, isn't it? It's literally every single one's one of his stories.
One of whose stories?
Harlan Coben, do you know the person that does all those like murder mystery, like the ones you
Oh,
were
yeah.
talking about, all these
I
different,
just
they're
don't-
all his.
I'm a real snob. I'm a massive Edgar Allan Poe fan, and when you read Mysteries of the Rue Morgue and you realise he invented the detective thing, it's been stretched to boredom now. Like, I liked Columbo, but they didn't need to make any other detective series after that. Everything
Jonathan
else was-
Creek was a good one.
Love Jonathan Creek.
yeah.
That's more of a puzzle thing. No, yeah, I do love Jonathan Creek. What a fucking show. I love it. It got shit in the second series, though, honestly. You remember it more fondly than you deserve to. Tales of the Unexpected, Jonathan Creek, Jumpers for Goalposts, rubbing the ball in poo and then making your friend head it.
Yeah. There was a Sherlock was a great season.
I love Sherlock's brilliant. There's a one with David Mitchell where he's a detective, where he's a puzzler. That's brilliant, and I've forgotten what it's called. It's got a one-word name, I think. Definitely check that out. That was brilliant.
Elementary.
No, that's a spoof film, isn't it? That's a film they made. But no, this one is called Hugo or Hector or something. David, it's brilliant. It's set in Oxford, and it's got the David Mitchell as he thrust into becoming, because his twin brother, I think, is kidnapped or something. So he's got to pretend to be him, and his twin brother was a detective, so he's basically a puzzle expert pretending to be a detective.
Oh,
but
wow.
he manages to solve crimes more quickly than anyone else because he's a puzzle expert. It's fucking Ludwig. That's what it's called. It's called Ludwig. I would.
I'm gonna
highly
make a note of
recommend
that.
The first series is on BBC iPlayer. You'll drink it in. It's absolutely brilliant. And they made a typical BBC. They made it going, see if this works, and then it did, and none of the stars could get together to do the second series, so it's going to take another 6 months to get the second series, but it's brilliant.
Two other good films, comedy wise, is Paul, about the alien,
I've not seen that.
It's all right.
and the other one is Hot Fuzz.
Yeah, see, you're
never
right
seen
on
the
it.
Hot
I'd say
Fuzz.
Shaun of the Dead is better than all of those, and Shaun of the Dead is funny.
I'm a huge Steve Coogan fan, but I just
You'd be wrong
find
not to be, wouldn't you? Like,
Yeah,
I grew up loving Steve Coogan with Paul Calf and Pauline Calf, and like his impressions on Spitting Image. I just love him. But
he's
I love it.
just made
Do you know
the
Unai
Mick
Emery
McCarthy
reminds
movie.
me of Alan Partridge so much.
Look, yeah, that's
When
not
I
a
see
bad
him, it's the
shout, to be
awkwardness.
honest.
It's like,
Yeah,
you know, right, well, you're wrong. You know, I just fucking love Steve Coogan. I love Alan Partridge. I've read every Alan Partridge book. I have every I just love Alan Partridge.
I've got my barber. He can literally any scene from anything Steve Coogan's been in.
Yeah.
He can word it out with an impression, word for word, from anything he's been in on any TV show. It is scary, and
That is pretty scary.
he's
The
not
one
on
that, if you said to
Spectrum.
me, the one that no one remembers is Tony Faria, like the Portuguese singer that Steve Coogan did as part of his show, and he had a Christmas special, and the song was called "Bigamy at Christmas," and it's like "Bigamy at Christmas, I'll be thinking of you, you'll be with your family, I can't, I've got to." It's just so stupid, but it's that 90s irreverent, stupid, doesn't take itself too seriously humor that actually makes you laugh. Like Steve Coogan doing Alan Partridge, the sports bit that was on Day to Day, going liquid football. You know, it's
amazing.
He just inhabits this person who is now. I watched Alan Partridge last night. I was watching. There's a YouTube channel you could go on that just shows 24-hour Alan Partridge, and it was making me laugh. And I was like, "This is ridiculous." I know these scenes like the back of my hand. It just makes me
I
laugh.
binged on it very recently, but I'll tell you what I did watch that I really enjoyed. The Steve Coogan and Rob Brydon bit where they travel around. That was brilliant. The trip
when they're
really
both doing
good.
Michael Caine. My Michael Caine is slightly deeper
Better than yours.
Yeah, and but that is the dynamic that works. It's totally believable. You know, they totally blur. I mean, they're both great impressionists as well.
I think there's just so much good. I think television's just got so good at the minute now. Like this, unfortunately, I don't think comedy's as good as it used to be. I think there's like I see certain shows pop up and I don't find them. Like I never saw this, but I've only saw clips of Lee Max and Hugh Laurie's sitcom show they did, the sketch show they did together.
Well, do you know what? It's really funny because Lee Mack was in a couple of series of Fry and Laurie. He got his break in that. I don't
thought
know
it
the one.
was so funny, Fry and Laurie. I thought it was.
Well, Lee Mack is hilariously funny. If I only have a few hours left to watch television, I'd probably watch Would I Lie to You? You know, that panel show is fucking hysterical. It's just, you know, Rosie would love this conversation. She's a connoisseur of comedy. But yeah, she loves, what's his name from Bill Mortimer, that's it. And last one laughing. Bob Mortimer.
Bob Mortimer, yeah.
Yeah, last one laughing, that was brilliant. Seeing him win that.
I tell you, if you like Peter Sellers, a good film which came out many moons ago, 1979, is Being There.
Oh yeah, I don't know though. I thought you were going to say Lavender Hill Mob or something like that.
No, it's he plays a simpleton, but he's brilliant. He's brilliant in it.
I'll put that on the list.
I'm also going to just shout this out. Check out By Jesus Said Paddy YouTube documentary series on Arsenal from the mid 70s to 86. I am so going to watch that.
Yeah, I've already saved that to watch later.
Yeah, that's a brilliant. Thanks for that recommend. Absolutely brilliant.
Which one's that again? Sorry.
He's got to put it on the screen. By Jesus Said Paddy. Brilliant. That sounds right up our street, right? You're not going to go wrong with that. You won't be disappointed. We can't win nothing this season. That's untenable. That's true. That is true. If I where we go. It doesn't matter what the future looks like with Arteta at that point. True. There's also great 70-71 documentaries talking about the hard years before the double. That's because their fan base hadn't high enough standards yet. It all comes down to our bad luck with injuries. Arteta and team have done wonders last few seasons. I love that you say that. Whatever reason or not reason, they have to bring home the silverware this season. Season's a real dogfight and we must dig deep. I don't think it is that much of a dogfight. I think I'm looking over at Man City and they don't look that scary. I may be called delusional, but this team has the quality to take home multiple trophies this season. I definitely don't think you're at all delusional. Bit late for that. I've been talking about the quad. Yeah, Boy Tendio gets full credit from me. Quad loading. I love it. I'm right behind. I'm on the bus behind you. Do you know what I mean? I'll be there with you all the way. It is absolutely quad loading this season, unless we get beaten 4-0 by Chelsea. And I'll be the last to know. Carl is fantastic. Big love to Carl if you're watching. Night Manager is great. House of Asher is my favourite TV show at the moment. Now, why do I know
Not
that?
heard of it.
I know that because I think I was definitely going to watch it. House of Asher. I might.
What's
need
it
to-
about?
I'm desperately trying to remember, but I've definitely. Yeah, it's the Spartacus one. Is that the one I'm thinking of? The one. I think I wanted to watch it. Yeah, I love a bit of swords and sandals though. Except unless. Hey, there's Mob Boss. Look at that, as if by magic. Have you raised your standards? No, if anything, I've lowered them. I'll talk to anyone now. No, my standards are an absolute shit show. If you were looking for me to reach the levels of a professional footballer, I can't walk as far as that. So yeah, no, my standards are still shit. Are your standards the reason that we're suddenly performing well? Expecting a title this year? Quad loading, mate. Quad loading. Mortlicky Texas says if Arsenal don't win a trophy this season, the Arsenal fan base we're already unbearable. Don't look for any solace if we win either. It'll be like, yes, well, he should have won it 9 times by now. Bobby, bad audio. I know you've got to go. I love that you've stayed as long as you have, and I'm really appreciative of it. And I hope to see you again in the next show, which will definitely be on Sunday, but might be before. And I hope you've subscribed and your bell notifies you that we're going live.
Absolutely, guys. Have a lovely evening. Lovely morning, and enjoy. And thanks again.
Oh, well, that was a bit. That was a bit.
And he's gone.
previous.
Bye, Bobby.
All right. So here's a good question. What do you make of the Gyökeres situation? And Lee Gunner and also the defending Gyökeres. Zanzi, do you have a particular opinion on this one?
He hasn't blown the world away, but he's an Arsenal player. He wanted to come to Arsenal, so I'm going to see how it plays out with him.
I probably won't surprise anyone to say. Look, I would say this, exactly that. Like, he wouldn't be the player I'd have bought. I was worried that he wasn't going to quite be as good as everyone thought he was, but everyone thought he was brilliant. And that doesn't just. I'm not just talking about Lee Gunner and Northside and Arsenal fans. I'm talking about the Arsenal coaching team, sporting director and manager thought he was good enough. So there must be something there. But I don't think you can judge a player in the first 5 or 6 months. You can if they're doing brilliantly, but if they're doing badly in the first 6 months, it doesn't mean they're always going to be bad. I think we should all be defending our players. Honestly, I don't think it's necessary for Arsenal fans to be attacking our own players. I think it's public praise, private criticism. I think Deluded says this a lot. I think you just keep wash your dirty linen in private. You know, like if I thought Gyökeres was a problem, I really didn't want us to sign Kai Havertz. I did everything I could to protest it, but as soon as he was signed, I was like, I'm keeping my mouth shut now. I feel like about Gyökeres. I didn't want him, but then I'm glad we didn't get Šeško either. So, listen, with Gyökeres in the team, we're 6 points clear at the top of the table. Haven't lost a game in the Champions League. We play the semi-finals of the League Cup tomorrow, and we've won the only FA Cup game we could have played. So we're not doing terrible. We haven't failed anywhere, have we? We haven't lost anything yet, have we?
No.
January the 14th. Man United have nothing to play for. Arsenal have everything to play for.
That's all we can say, isn't it? Man U are playing for nothing. We're playing for everything.
Yeah. I mean, I would argue that whilst it's not technically true yet, you look at the number of teams like Aston Villa. What are they really playing for?
Yeah. Did you watch that Terry Fleurs about the fact that someone was moaning at Arsenal bought 49 players since Arteta's been in?
No, I didn't see that. But I do like Terry Fleurs. I think he's really balanced, and I tend to appreciate him.
It was something about the fact that some bloke was saying that, Arsenal having another rebuild because they bought 49 players in since Arteta's been there. And then that they came up with the stats that since Tottenham have bought the new player, Arsenal are now fifth in the amount of money spent.
I think we all fans do too much because it's the numbers that support your argument, isn't it? He spent £1 billion. Yeah, but Chelsea and Tottenham and everyone spent £1 billion. Terry Fleurs, I really like him. I like his drive towards honesty and proper, objectivity. But he did this whole piece on how Man United's transfers, even if you added for inflation, aren't worth what Man City are paying now. And it's just because the transfer of the inflation amongst football vastly outstripped actual inflation. When Fergie was spending 30 million on Veron, it was an obscene amount of money. Now, 30 million quid doesn't even get you in a conversation with a guy who's got 6 months left on his contract, right? So there is an inflation above and beyond. But I do admire Goldbridge and Terry Flewers and all of the people who say what they know will be unpopular with their own fan bases, even their own audiences, because they believe that to be true. And I both perceive them, and I perceive both of them also as people who will change their mind if they feel that they might have been wrong. I think as long as I hear that in someone, I can listen to them all day.
Because you know when Mourinho was elbowed in the face by Ballard?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he at first was saying, no, it wasn't a penalty. It was like a coming together. And then he actually came back and did another show saying, look, I was totally wrong about that because look at the law of football. Yeah. And he went through that there's an accident, something a bit harsh and something really bad. And he says, regardless of what it was, it's still an elbow and it should have been a foul. And at minimum, the player who was elbowed should have been booked and could have been even sent off. So I'm going to take it all back. I apologise. I was wrong. Arsenal should have had a penalty.
There is no higher level of respect I can offer anyone than them being able to say I might be wrong. Because when you look at a real expert, I always use the same example. I was talking to someone at work about this today. It was in a coaching session and I was saying, sometimes it's the experts that infuriate you. My ex's brother-in-law was a foot specialist in sports science, and I'd taken up running, and I'd got what I Googled and found was probably plantar fasciitis. So I thought it was great. Me and him were in a van together driving somewhere. I said, "Oh, Rick, you're a sports therapist specialising in podiatry. I've got plantar fasciitis. What should I do?" And he said, "Well, it depends." He says, "Do you think it's a fasciitis? We're now thinking it may not be a And he's on this level up here, and all I want to know is, how do I get rid of the pain? And he's like, he knows too much about it to give me a simple answer. Now, a snake oil salesman, a charlatan, a pretend expert, somebody on the Dunning-Kruger effect who knows nothing but doesn't realise how stupid they are, will go, well, it's obvious, isn't it? And it's that I find tiring, because real experts go, I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say, look, it's like when you give your PC to have it fixed, and you're like, how long is it going to take you to fix it? And you go, I don't know what's wrong with it yet. But just on average, how long does it take? There is no average. I don't know what's wrong with your computer. Well, what could it be? Well, I'm going to have a look at it and I'll get back to you. Yeah. That's what experts sound like, and they're infuriating, and no one wants to listen to them. And whether you like Gary Neville or not, it shouldn't really factor into the opinion. He has 12 titles. He was a young player in a tough squad. He has all of the knowledge of what it's like to be a player in Arsenal situation. So in 22-23, when he was saying, I think this will get tough on these guys because they're young and they don't have the confidence, he was proven right. A lot of what he says is nonsense, but I will listen to anyone with experience. My criteria is, if somebody wants to share their opinion, do they have access to information I don't have? That's one. If so, their opinion has to be worth something. 2, they may not have access to information I don't have, but do they have more experience of understanding that data? And if so, then their experience is worth it. If it's neither of those two, I'm tired of people trying to sell me their opinions. I'm telling you, we'll never win anything under this manager. Well, you're just making a prediction. I don't know how many times you get these right or wrong. Why would I listen to someone making a prediction if they don't have information I don't have, or they don't have more experience of interpreting it? Yeah. The thing that got clipped that I was parodied for was me saying that whether or not you like it, when people are saying this doesn't feel like a title-winning season, I'm saying I've lived through 5 and it does. And more surprisingly, not only do I think, it's when I was talking to you about, we've got the same number of points as we had in 2004 at the 21st game week, but we've also scored the same number of goals and conceded the same number of goals. You have to give him credit for achieving what the Invincibles did. And he straight away clips it and goes, yeah, so you think we're going to win the league? well, in 2008, we had 50 points, which is one more, and we didn't win the league. And it's like, I never said that because we've got the same number of points now at this point of the season, and that means we'll win the league. I'm just saying it's an achievement. It has to be. If it was an achievement for Wenger, it's an achievement for Arteta. Now, if he outscores and gets more points than the Invincible season on the way to winning the Premier League, I think that's a reasonable thing to say. I think he deserves his flowers for that. But obviously what it gets clipped as is this guy's so deluded, he thinks we're going to win the league because we've got the same number of points. And I'm like, don't clip me and tell me what I think. I know that. I might not know very much, but I tell you what I definitely know is I know what I think. And I think what I know.
Aye.
We're nearly at the 5-hour mark.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, it was over 4 hours on Sunday.
Each of these shows this year has been hugely long, but I think that's the advice. I sought advice on what to do with the channel and directions, and I took the break. And the message was, don't do lives very often. Do 2 a week, nothing more than that. And I was like, I like doing the Friday to Sunday to Tuesday, but what's happened is kind of borne out by what was predicted. It was like, I enjoy doing them so much. I know there isn't another one probably until maybe Thursday, or you might not do one, but there'll definitely be one on Sunday. And it's like, you just want to keep doing it. I'm not thinking, there's a video tomorrow and there's this and the other thing. Hopefully people are enjoying it with us. There are still people watching us, but I think we should let them go peacefully to their beds.
I'm with Malt Licky Texas on that. I have a hunch that Gyökeres will come good. I do as well, but it won't be this season.
Yeah, and I think that's okay, isn't it? I have a hunch that he won't. But by that, I don't think he'll be a flop either. I think he'll win a title this season. He'll be in the 2026 title winning squad with the title added to the Emirates Stadium and everybody in that treated as they should be, as heroes who brought us back meaningful silverware, and hopefully it won't be the last thing. That's what I think. I don't care if Gyökeres scores 5 goals a season if he's part of a title-winning campaign. I don't begrudge Pascal Sigan his Invincibles. People on Twitter arguing about Vinicius Jr. coming to the club. People on Twitter just argue. Why are people going on Twitter anyway? What? Like, isn't it? It's like a part of town I wouldn't go to. I don't like it.
I've never twittered in my life, tweeted or twatted or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's never been for me. I don't like how nasty. I think what's sad is the anonymity or the keyboard warriorishness of being able to be vile to people. You don't behave like that in real life. You just behave. There's a certain anonymity that makes you forget not only who you are, but that you're actually talking to a human being. When they do sort of troll therapy, they bring trolls together with people they've upset, and the two talk, and then the troll will often go, I never thought how much that would have hurt. Yeah, I'm really sorry. And you go, yeah, well, like, you're saying really nasty things, but you don't realise you're talking to a human being. It's like when people say I'm like Oscar the Grouch before he got his life sorted. And I'm like, I have to give credit, though, in that clip that one of the guys went, he looks more like Snuffleupagus, and that's exactly what Rosie said. So I was like, is Rosie Shane? Anyway. I just don't think anything fixes the fan base as quickly as the algorithm or people. If you don't like channels that are constantly vitriolic, it's not the channels themselves, it's the people who go there, I had to have a long think about it because I was getting rattled and pissed off and wanted to be more. And I was like, that's not the point of the pub, is it? Like, we haven't opened this pub to get people in and make them depressed. We've opened this pub because we want to meet them and have banter and get to know them and care about them and laugh along with them and ultimately in May celebrate with them.
Oh, God. Especially if it's later May as well. When not only have we won the Premier League, but we've also won the thing that follows. Dreaming.
Yeah, like pure dreaming. We are so off with the fairies now that, just.
Thing is, if you can't believe that you can't win the league, the FA Cup, the League Cup, the FA Cup, the Premier League, and the Champions League, why support the team?
I don't know. I don't, but that is, it comes down to you're either a pessimist or an optimist. You know, like me, the line I always use is I hope I'm always an optimist because we live longer.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like if someone says to me, what are Arsenal going to do tomorrow? I'll say, all right, we're playing Chelsea. I would think 2-0 win. If Chelsea were really buzzing, like Man City were, and we were away to them in the League Cup, I'd have probably said, well, it'd be nice if we can get a draw. I would never, ever say, oh, well, we're going to get fucking hammered.
Well, it's one of my funniest clips of Lee Gunner is, and he was talking about the game before PSV. He goes, this is going to be boring. I'd rather be watching a Real Madrid game. This is going to be long. They'll probably beat us. And it's 7-1. You go, that's why you watch. Like, I don't think I've ever predicted a 7-1, but I see my job differently. Like, I'm a fan. I'm a supporter. I go and cheer them on. That's the only input I can have.
It's like Lee Gunner when we drew Real Madrid. He says, oh, we're going to get hammered by them.
No, what he actually said was, it doesn't matter whether we play Atleti or Real Madrid. Either of those sides will put us in a spliff expeditiously.
Yeah.
And you think, but they didn't. And there was never a moment in his life where he went, I should probably come out and go, what? I know I'm always telling you I watch a lot of La Liga and that these teams are far better, but it seems they're not. So I'm going to reserve my judgment next time because I don't look like a plonker. Doesn't happen, does it? But there is this thing about delusional narcissism where it doesn't matter how much you show them reality. Their world is the scaffold of delusion that they build around them. And then it becomes ad hominem, it becomes personal unnecessarily. I hate it. I hate when football does not... I mean, you know, it's playground antics, isn't it? It's bullshit. It's like, look at him, he looks like this. It's like, all right. So I look like Oscar the Grouch. What do you want me to do about it? I'm not having a facelift. I don't know why I look like Oscar the Grouch. I don't see it. But, you know, if that's what you see. But then you think, you're like a 50-year-old man. What are you doing calling people Oscar the Grouch?
I don't even know who Oscar the Grouch is.
You know from Sesame Street. Come on, I'll tell you.
Oh, come on. Me watching Sesame Street.
Well, I don't mean recently. Here you go. This is Oscar the Grouch.
Hi. It's the real Oscar here. I've been watching your show a bit lately. See if I could learn something. So far, all I have learned is that you are in more dire need of a blowjob than any white man in history.
I may have changed. He's a Sesame Street character. He lives in a bin and he's always grouchy. He's Oscar the Grouch.
All right, yeah, I can actually see the resemblance now.
Thank you. I'm not that green.
No.
But yeah, like, I mean, the fuck are we doing here? Like, I didn't start a YouTube channel because I thought I was fit. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not sitting here going, wait till they get a load of me. I'm a 52-year-old bloke, with a massive belly and, like, you know, grey everywhere. I'm not doing this for the love.
It's like when people said to me, "Oh, why haven't you got a camera?" I said, "Well, I'm 64. I've never needed one. Why do I have to buy a camera?"
Like, you know, I mean, it's true, isn't it? I do think of this. You know, like I was laughing about this because I was saying to one of my stepsons, I was like, where you travel through America, every small town has a radio station, and there's always the same pattern. The morning drive time show is always something and the something. So, and the something is usually an animal. So it's Ricky and the Badger. It's, you know, it's always something like that. And there's always, they have like sound effects and it's hugely entertaining, right? I liked it, Deluded earlier saying he was in the gym. You know, he's not staring at his camera. He's got it on we're like a radio show is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's you and me. It's like, you know, one of us is to be the animal. You could be the aardvark.
Okay,
right?
Dad.
So it's Danny and the aardvark. You're listening to Drive Time with Danny. You're listening. Well, at the moment, obviously, we're in the graveyard shift. Yeah. Call us in if you've ever had a psychic experience, or if you've ever had a boiler, or if you know what a pie is. Just phone us, please. Just phone us because you're probably sitting around drinking. So, but that's what we are. And no, the camera isn't necessary. What happened to? Oh, maybe I'll take this off camera. Let's say goodbye to everyone. I was going to ask you a question. That's probably a private question. Thank you to everybody. There are still people watching us.
All right, shall I do my wrap up and say goodbye then?
I think you ought to, yeah.
Bye.
Get rid of the last 8.
Right. Anyway, it's been emotional. It's always emotional. It's the chat has been absolutely outstanding today.
I love them.
I love Benny coming in. I love Bobby coming in. Even the bloke who's got the curtains, I love him coming in as well. What's his name?
Love Gary.
Gary, that is it.
Gary.
Yeah. And Dan, you have been an outstanding Adidas supporter.
I'm sponsored, mate. What can I do?
Oh,
I've got to
right,
wear
yeah.
the merch. Do you know what it is? It's like, thanks.
Well, you're going to be sponsored by hair products soon.
I can't wait. I really
I
want
know.
to do a video.
That'd
That'd
be
so
brilliant.
Fun. Because that would be a brilliant. Hopefully, you might even sell some hair product. I don't know. But how cool though? 12-year-old son, already entrepreneurial, already starting their own business. That's a really good sign of an active mind. Is that your emotional wrap up? Have I?
No, I'm done now. I'm spent.
You're spent.
Yeah.
You're a husk.
I'm a husk of what I was. But I'll be watching the match tomorrow while you'll be
I
making
won't.
fish pie.
I'm eating fish pie and looking lovingly into the eyes of the woman who is my world.
I was going to say, if the missus is still up, I might be eating fish pie later.
Crab paste. Where did you get this crab paste, love? The chemists.
Yeah.
So we are, as ever, destined to open the pub on Sunday night. I do love doing 2 shows a week, but I have a sneaky feeling we're going to have to throw one in on the Thursday or the Friday this week because League Cup semi-finals don't come around that often, do they?
No.
I have a feeling also that it'll be a boring draw and the meltdowns will begin again. Prediction for the match, I'm going to say 1-1.
I'd like to go 2-0.
No, I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right, unless you're predicting it the Chelsea way. Mort Licky Texas says good night, or good night, Mort Licky Texas. And I just want to say exactly what Zanzi said, that this chat is the whole reason we do this, and it's brilliant every single time. Thank you so much. Also, thank you for your patience as we develop and find out ways that we don't get left 30 minutes behind your messages, because I might be heading towards doing a show which is just Q&A, where the questions get answered straight away. But hopefully you've enjoyed interacting with each other in the chat. Thanks to everyone who's been here. Thanks to you, Zanzi, particularly, because you're the first to jump on and be part of it, and I really appreciate that. And I look forward to seeing you every time. So thank you.
I actually missed your link to start with today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, because I was typing in chat and I suddenly looked at, oh, it's that yellow bar. Oh shit, Dan's already done it. Oh, hang on.
Do you know what's funny? Like I've just moved over to a new phone and a new, like, I'm supposed to have full unlimited minutes and data, and I haven't yet. So I have no way of doing anything but through the computer. But otherwise, what I'm going to probably do is just have the same link every time. So if you've got a link, just get it, save it somewhere, and you can use that, because I can just reuse the same studio on StreamYard.
Yeah, good idea.
Then you can just jump on. Even when I'm not here, just jump on and take control. Just, I don't know.
Did you do one for phones today as well, or not?
No, I didn't. No,
because to be honest, I mean, if you got a phone and it's this format, just turn the phone at 90 degrees and you get full format.
Do you know, it's really interesting though, because it's on a lot of people spend more time on shorts. So if they're scrolling through shorts, they won't see this channel because it's not in that format. So when you actually open it up, you do get new people in. This is, to be honest, it's not me trying to be. I'm not trying to be rubbish at this, but I'm not here this year to get views or anything else. It's about, you open a pub, if you enjoy it in there and people seem to enjoy it in there, that's enough, but you do just want to experiment with different things. But every time we do that, by both formats.
Can I ask you a very quick question? What are you cutting up there?
I'm making something for a card. So I'm cutting up, I'm doing some arts and crafts.
Oh, right.
birthday
So
tomorrow.
you're not cutting up a block of weed and stuff like that and putting it in your
No, I
cigarette.
wish I was cutting up a block of weed. Those days are behind me, unfortunately, Zanzi.
Yeah.
What an odd idea that would be.
What's that?
Cutting up a block of weed with scissors. You're not a drug user, are you, Zanzi?
No.
No. Block of weed would be, you have to heat it over some hot knives. That's the only way to do it. That's what I was going to ask you. Anyway, let's say goodbye to these lovely people so I can ask you a question. And as if by magic, they had all disappeared. I'll end the stream with an outro video.
And I'll go, bye.
Yeah, you go bye, and I'll end the stream with something gentle, something kind. Oh, I'll just do the same. So, okay, here we go. Set as outro video.
Yeah, and dust settles, moonlight sharp like a blade. Tuesday club door swing, cool cats invade. Rosie at the helm, a queen with no crown. Snaps fingers once the whole room quiets down. Jackets leather, glasses frosted with steam. Laughter ricochets like a well-oiled machine. Dice rolling shadows, secrets drip like wax. Stylish assassins, no need to relax. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosie rules, no fools.